The protagonist of our story was none other than an arrogant youth. One day, a mysterious portal appeared before him, quickly sucking him inside, and transferred him to the world of martial arts. There, he embarked on the path of a warrior. Having gained incredible power and ascended to the heights of this world, in the cruel world of Muram, he had the chance to live the life of the legendary god of war, and then he suddenly woke up. Returning to the old world, he found that the world had changed. Now he doesn't just live, he becomes the strongest. With the help of the system, he raises himself level after level, sweeping away crowds of enemies, and even meeting cute girls along the way. And also fluffy cats. On the very first pages of the manhwa, there is a merciless massacre, splashes of blood, thousands of enemies, inexorably approaching from all sides, and a formidable swordsman with eyes full of merciless fire, the warlike emperor Ilcheon, a product of war. The man is called so because he alone was able to subjugate the vast expanses of the island of Wan. He was named emperor not for his blood or origin, but for his fighting prowess, so flawless that even the heavens themselves bowed before his blade. Luxury, gold, power. There was nothing that a warrior could not take with one wave of his hand, but he suddenly became bored with everything. And one day, everything was abandoned. The man disappeared, vanished without explanation. This question tore the consciousness of the monk from Black Mountain, who temporarily sheltered the wanderer in his monastery. In the moonlight, his bald head sparkled like a diamond, and that gleam momentarily blinded Ilcheon, whose true name was Yang Su-hyuk. The boy frowned, his face expressing irritation, which hurt the monk, especially when he didn't hear even a hint of an apology. Even before parting, the man couldn't be any softer. Not a drop of warmth, only coldness in his parting gaze. But why does Su-hyuk want to leave this world? He has nothing to mourn. Everything he could wish for he has already received. And ahead, it would seem, there is only peace, pleasure, and eternal veneration. However, the guy's goal was higher, beyond desires and lust. The monk covered his body with snakeskin, lubricated with a thick composition that gave off a nauseating smell. Only Ilcheon could have dealt with that snake, because the man possessed all the wonders of the world. They obeyed him without a fight. Somewhere deep down, the wanderer still felt an echo of regret. But even this did not clarify the meaning of his departure, the loneliness of a traveler in a strange world, an inner realization that he will never see his family again. The monk did not listen to him. He silently took out the last artifact and asked a silent but clear question. Is there really nothing this man regrets? Everything he created no longer belongs to him, but the warrior's heart didn't waver. There was no regret. He wanted to return home, no matter the cost. If his desire is so strong, the dark monk will fulfill it, but will take away everything he has acquired without a trace. The eyes began to close, as if the world itself was letting go of the hero. The monk wanted to say one last thing, but the moment was lost. Waking up in a hospital room, for a long time the man could not understand where he was. When consciousness became clear, he realized that he was really on Earth, tried to get up, but a sharp, burning pain pierced the body. Had a few days in the hospital really made him so helpless? The Black Mountain monk promised to return him at the very moment he disappeared from reality. But it seems something went wrong with the point of no return. To restore his strength, the boy decided to use the technique of the sacred origin of the earth, a meditative practice created by himself in the world of Wan. The energy passed through the body in a hot wave, filling every muscle with strength and returning it to its former shape. He no longer felt like an old man. Even his skin glowed, as if life itself had returned to him. His eyes also filled with energy. He looked at himself in the mirror and realized that everything was fine now. I wanted to call a nurse, but right before my eyes a system window popped up. A new task, to save humanity. Not at all what he expected after returning from Muram. Then a new message appeared. The A-rank technique of the sacred origin of the earth has been mastered. The guy couldn't believe his eyes, and in a panic he even hit himself in the face to make sure that the flickering window was real. Anger flared up and he began to curse the monk, and everything shiny around resembled that shining bald head, which now seemed like a symbol of betrayal. Having come to terms with all this, the guy decided to open the status window. All his stats were at their minimum. His class was fighter, his karma was off the charts, and the notes section stated that due to prolonged inactivity, the user had become disabled. The accumulated value of karma was several times higher than that of ordinary people of the same age and race. Since the man had been in Muram for too long, he had completely forgotten about modern technology, and now he had a hard time understanding what was in front of him at all. Some kind of magic? Or an illusion from Juan's world? Could it be that the monk had missed the mark so badly that he had sent him to a world that only superficially resembled Earth? But if this is all an illusion, why does the birth date match and the details of the past not distorted? The hero was definitely at home. The system window flashing before my eyes started to irritate me, and the man told it to disappear. It obeyed instantly, as if it felt the order itself. The guy decided to check again, and he became convinced that he could call it and remove it with his voice. With each repetition, everything became clearer. The world had changed, and it had become something greater than it had been before. Nurses entered the room. The guy decided to greet them politely and ask what was going on here. But upon seeing the patient conscious, the nurses immediately became nervous. One immediately ran for the doctor. An emergency inspection has begun. But doctors were surprised to note that his body had not sustained a single injury. When the man dropped the word that 5 years had passed since the portals opened, it came as a bolt from the blue. It turned out he had been in a coma the whole time. It is now already 2028. This news made his soul boil with anger, mixed with amazement and anxiety. The guy would have strangled this bald monk without a second thought if he were next to him now. The doctor left, leaving him alone, and the nurses reported that a relative had visited him. She came almost every day, all this time, 5 years in a row. That's how much she loved him. The door swung open, and Soo-hyuk's sister, Suwa, appeared in the room, grown up and so close. Seeing that he was conscious, the girl burst into tears of relief and joy. At first, the man didn't even believe that it was his sister. He remembered her as a little girl. Suwa threw herself on his neck and hugged him tightly, as if trying to make up for the years of separation. And she began to tell how she was worried. She lived with the thought that she would never see him alive again. Now it was all over. They were together again, and nothing else mattered to her. When she calmed down a little, I asked him how he felt after entering the portal, since many people complain of severe pain. The guy joked that he almost suffocated from her hugs, and he asked, "What portal does she mean?" 5 years ago, in 2023, the world was shaken by a catastrophe, something like a powerful earthquake. Then the opening of portals began. Enormous faults connected the Earth with other worlds. Some of them led to safe zones. Others go to deadly dungeons inhabited by monsters. These worlds were inhabited by monsters, and at the same time as their appearance, people with unique abilities began to awaken. Thus the world learned about the awakened, those who are able to change reality by force of will. Over the years, everything has changed. Life will never be the same again. That day is now known as the Portal Incident, the starting point of a new era. The hero couldn't believe that the system window had mentioned the awakened one. What if it really was about him? He decided to deal with this later, but for now, it was better not to tell anyone about the system. Too much was unclear and could turn into danger. The man asked about his sister's studies, but I was surprised to learn that she never got into any university. This seemed strange because Suwa had always been an excellent student and a diligent pupil. Is all this because of him? According to her, she was simply tired of studying and wanted to start earning money. But the guy immediately felt that there was something more behind these words than just ordinary fatigue. As if guessing his thoughts, the sister hastened to assure him that she was telling the truth, and immediately changed the subject, as if she was afraid that he would ask another unnecessary question. The parents were supposed to arrive soon. The hero had already begun to forget, but as far as he remembered, he had always had a warm relationship with his mother. But with my father, everything was more complicated. The man he called father was by profession what is commonly called a writer, a poet, critic, short story writer, but most often just a person immersed in his thoughts and almost always busy with work. He rarely spent time with children, not because he didn't want to, but because he was constantly in some kind of creative process. The life of a writer, especially without fame, is like an endless struggle with poverty. Years passed. He continued to write, but nothing changed. The boy couldn't accept the poverty they lived in, and he was often angry at how little his father did to change their situation. One evening he saw the man sitting at the computer again, And then he couldn't take it anymore. His irritation burst out, and he lost his temper, yelling at him. It seemed to him that all this was a waste of time. Wasn't it shameful to continue such an existence, clinging to a dream that had long brought nothing but pain? However, for my father, writing became more than just a business. It was a refuge, the only thing that remained from his previous life, and he continued to work, even at night, although he understood how much this irritated his son. In the end, the man gave in and abandoned his dream, as if yielding under the weight of insults and reproaches. One day, returning home with fried chicken, he wanted to do at least something good. The son was just about to meet his friends, and then the father reached into his breast pocket, and taking out a couple of bills from there, he handed them to his son. But this only angered the guy. He considered such a gesture almost offensive. After all, they had almost nothing anyway, and their father was still trying to give them something just like that, for no reason. In the heat of his anger, he said the most terrible thing, that it would be better if his father were not part of their family at all. It's good that later the hero realized what he really was, a stupid, impatient, cruel, and blind son. If he had known that this was their last meeting, perhaps everything would have turned out differently. But most likely not, because he was too young to understand the consequences of what he said. That very evening, he accidentally stumbled upon a portal, and everything changed. Father came running when he was already beginning to be drawn into another world. But he didn't have time to do anything. He just stood and watched as his son disappeared. After the hero woke up in the country of Huan, he remembered that day every day, and regretted every word he said then. Dreaming of returning, he most of all wanted to simply ask for forgiveness, for everything that had happened between them. But 5 years had already passed. When the parents arrived, they couldn't hide their emotions. Joy and tears flowed simultaneously, especially from my mother, who simply could not stop. The father, on the contrary, remained reserved, as if he had been carrying all this inside for too long and simply did not know how to show his feelings. He remembered that argument and was the first to apologize, saying that he should have earned more money to be treated with respect. But he couldn't. The guy didn't hold a grudge against him. On the contrary, it was he who should apologize. The father always took care of the family, did everything possible. But in response, he heard only reproaches and contempt. Now the hero swore that he would never again allow himself even a hint of such words, and they hugged each other tightly, as if trying to erase from their memory everything that had separated them over these 5 years. Even Sua couldn't hold back her tears. Everything was so touching that she herself did not know whether to laugh or cry. Then the brother couldn't resist and teased her. In response, she began to lightly hit him, but only joy and relief could be seen on her face. At that moment, the hero realized that he had not returned in vain. Everything he had been looking for, everything he had wanted, had been here all this time, nearby. 3 days later, he was discharged from the hospital. The doctor was shocked. He couldn't believe that a man who had just woken up after 5 years in a coma could recover so quickly. He kept repeating the same question. How is this possible? At one point, he even asked if he had awakened, but the guy decided not to talk about it, for now. He himself understood little of what was happening, and had no intention of sharing the details with the first person he met. But there was something beneficial in this situation. The doctor, interested in his recovery, offered to cover half the treatment costs on the condition that he come for checkups every month. So the hero, having barely woken up, began to gradually repay his parents' debts. He was glad to be back, not so much to the hospital as to be home to them, but he understood that he would always be indebted to his family. Even though it was thanks to his Holy Land source technique, he still eased the financial burden a little for his loved ones. When his sister walked him home, he was shocked by where they lived. It was a squalid, dirty apartment in which even the air seemed heavy. According to Sua, they had to move here, but the story was too long, and the parents almost never showed up here. The hero felt depressed. Yes, they had always lived poorly, but this was too much, as if someone was deliberately humiliating them. He began to suspect that it was his treatment that had finally driven the family into poverty. Then he firmly decided that he would earn money, as much as possible, as quickly as possible, and all so that loved ones do not suffer anymore. In this new world, the most obvious way to get rich quickly became only one: to become a hunter. And then this guy started training, deciding to take the difficult path, full of pain and hardship. The guardian class, of course, commands more respect and glory. After all, they protect humanity, but hunters earn much more. However, it's not that simple. Not everyone can bear such a burden. This man's body is in such a state that it is too early for him to even dream about this profession. Even a light jog left him exhausted, and his chest burned from the lack of air. His blood was 90% infected, leaving his body with almost no strength to fight even fatigue. They say some monsters are easy prey, but what if the guy gets hurt? It could cost him his life. So for now, it's better for him to focus on training to gain confidence in his own abilities. Fortunately, blood poisoning can be overcome with regular and consistent exercise. Moreover, this guy was a martial arts master, and his path did not start from scratch. The protagonist trained diligently every day, overcoming weakness and pain step by step. The stair run and the mabu stance are simple, yet incredibly effective exercises he learned in Morima. He was on the right track, but the speed of recovery left much to be desired. Everything was going slowly. Blood poisoning was decreasing painfully slowly, and one training session was not enough for progress. He needed something radical, something that could change everything and speed up his recovery. While he was in the hospital, his family worked non-stop to feed themselves and pay for his treatment. And even if it's hard, this man is obliged to overcome himself because he has no other choice. After all, in the next few days he must become a hunter, so as not to let his family down and not lose his chance. Now he decided to use the sacred origin of earth technique, stored in his memory like an ancient covenant. This is the greatest of all the meditative techniques of the Huang country, coming from the depths of ancient teachings. It is known for its effectiveness, but it also has a hidden bonus that can change a person's destiny. The potential of the awakened one goes beyond the limits of possibility, because he draws power from nature and the world itself. Each application gives a feeling of rebirth, as if body and spirit are united in a new state. However, only 3 people in the entire Huang country know about this technique and are able to pass it on. Gathering his will into a fist, the guy continued training, not allowing himself to be lazy for a minute, and even surprised an old man who happened to be passing by. With his lively and rapid run up the stairs, day after day he continued to climb the steps, showing no mercy to either body or mind. He couldn't allow himself to stop, no matter the pain, the fatigue, or the despair. He had to overcome his internal barriers, even if it took everything he had: time, energy, and pain. That is why he was nicknamed Ilcheon, the emperor of martial arts in Murim, where only strength of spirit is valued. The training continued from early morning until evening, until the legs gave way from the strain, and the bright sun constantly reminded him of the bald head of the monk under whose gaze he once studied. And this, oddly enough, gave him strength, as if the monk was invisibly watching and giving his support. The old man watched him with interest and even admired him every day, amazed by the guy's tenacity. He even muttered once that he would like to have a son like him, just as stubborn and strong. When the moon rose in the sky, the main character was already quite tired, exhausted and barely breathing. But there was only a little left to the end of the stairs, and he knew that he had to get there, no matter how hard it was. Filling his lungs with air, he felt that he was already approaching the edge where his strength ran out. Just a little more, and the internal barrier will finally be overcome. You just need to not stop. He continued running, and the system reported that it was impressed by the awakened one's unbending spirit, his tenacity, and determination. For this, she improved his characteristics, rewarding his efforts and recognizing his aspirations. The hidden bonus of the sacred origin of earth technique was also activated. The awakening went deeper. The hero has overcome the 3-star barrier, passing a point beyond which new powers and possibilities open up. Blood poisoning decreased by 30%. He reached level 2. All stamina reserves were restored, and the wounds were completely healed, leaving the skin clear. The protagonist was genuinely happy about this success. It was a sign that everything was not in vain, and the path chosen was correct. Even the system showed respect and rewarded him with a new skill, Iron Claws, and the willpower stat. Now he can finally become a real hunter, not in words but by right of strength and perseverance. And the very next day he went to the association to register and begin his journey. For him, the concept of skills still seems almost unreal, like dreams come true. They appear on their own, without any training in martial arts or magic, which violates the usual logic to which he was accustomed from a young age. Maybe that's why the system window remained empty until the morning, without showing itself. His only super ability, determined by the system at the beginning, is the sacred origin of earth technique. But he learned that a hunter must have at least 3 skills, otherwise he will not be recognized even in trials. So he quickly pumped up his martial arts, without wasting a minute, because he had almost no time left. He ended up getting 5 new A-rank skills at once, and that was just the first page that opened up before him. In the next scene, a man from the Superpowers Agency appears. The man looked a little confused when he saw so many unusual skills gathered in one person. However, for those who dream of becoming rich in a short time, this is more of a joy than a cause for concern. The guy headed straight to the reception desk because he had to pass an aptitude test. The employee behind the counter, exhausted and bored, did not even look at the visitor, only ordered him to place his palm on the shining ball. If the ball began to emit light, it meant that there was an awakened person standing in front of it. Otherwise, go home without further ado. It was clear from the clerk's tired face that there were too many self-confident newcomers here. Many of them are convinced that magic flows through their veins, but in most cases, everything ends in silence, and the ball remains dark, not living up to their expectations. This time everything was different. The ball suddenly flared with a bright light, confirming that they were in the presence of a true awakened one. The guy immediately started filling out the form without wasting any time. When the man from the agency looked at the list of his 30 abilities, he was slightly taken aback by the surprise. The first thought was that the young man had simply embellished the data, unable to cope with excitement or delight. However, in front of him stood a man who possessed all the indicated skills, which was confirmed immediately. The system window displayed them in full. The surprise on the man's face turned to amazement. His jaw almost touched the table. He immediately began to apologize for his first impression, and then, quickly collecting his thoughts, he headed to the management to report this incredible incident to Wu. This chief immediately showed a keen interest in the young man, since such phenomena had not been seen here for a long time. But something still caught his attention in this unknown boy. He would keep an eye on him. Having finished registration, the guy went home, full of new thoughts and expectations. On the way, he remembered how not long ago he almost lost consciousness from a regular run. But it was from that day on that his body began to gain endurance, step by step, through pain and sweat. During the registration process, it became clear that each hunter was required to undergo special training before going on missions. The state has established a special training program to reduce the number of accidental deaths in dungeons. The course is scheduled to start on the last day of the month, and the young hunter had exactly 5 days to spare. Although he would have gladly avoided this obligation, he could not refuse the course. Therefore, the man decided to devote all the remaining time to training. After all, too much is at stake. These 5 days flew by unnoticed, like a flash, and here he arrived at the general gathering place. Where a huge crowd had already gathered, it created the feeling of a real festival, filled with anticipation. At some point, a slight pulse of strange energy passed past him. She had come a long way through the crowd of people, but where did she start? And right in front of a lot of people, a figure of an elf named Shahar Kalaluriat appeared on the stage, whose appearance instantly attracted all the eyes of those present. By the time the guy realized what was happening, she was already standing in the center of the stage. He didn't notice her approach. The man was surprised by her energetic presence, mysterious and strong, and he felt an interest in her abilities and origins awakening inside him. It turned out that the elf had already noticed the newcomer for a long time, who stands in the center of the crowd and stares at her. And the association's leadership asked her to keep a closer eye on this promising fighter. Despite the low level, the guy managed to catch her aura, even if only for a moment. And for Shahar, this came as a surprise, because among her people this happens extremely rarely. After this, the elf turned to the hall and officially greeted everyone gathered. She said the South Korean government invited her to be an instructor for a training course. She herself is a warrior from Elvenheim, but students can simply call her Shahar for convenience. This case marks the first time that a representative of the elven people takes part in the training of people, and Shahar understood that the new recruits most likely had a lot of questions, but time was running out, so she allowed them to ask only 3, no more. The first person to dare speak was a young girl named Beck Eon, who had recently turned 19. She raised her hand, wanting answers to her questions about starting her training, and everyone in the room was shocked to hear her age. After all, no one expected that such an appearance could hide for so many years. Instead of asking a question, the girl, without hiding her admiration, she began to shower the elf with compliments, noting her graceful appearance, and from the guest's expression, it became clear that such words were pleasant to her. But as a representative of an ancient family of swordmasters, she preferred to be respected not for her external beauty, and for the exploits on the battlefield and the merits brought in battles, where it is not the appearance that decides, but the steel and strength of spirit with which this appearance is ready to fight to the last. It was time for the next question, and the atmosphere in the room was filled with anticipation again. Many of the students raised their hands up, but the elf's gaze stopped on the guy. Named Jinchan Hyuk, he stood out from the crowd thanks to his noticeable tattoos. Everyone stared at him with disbelief, and the main character immediately felt that this guy might have a dark past. And the premonition was right. The guy was clearly nervous, worried that his criminal past would become an obstacle to participation. He remembered what he had read in the rules. Admission is possible if the instructor approves. In fact, he only committed a petty theft. Not the most serious offense, but still. The elf could not approve of such behavior, although she did not intend to condemn it. She stated that he would still be taught along with others like any other student. In Elvenheim, people like him are given a choice: to atone for their guilt by protecting the people, or to remain a criminal. And since he is here, it means he chose the path consciously and in favor of justice. She told him to remember that a broken law is not forgotten and the guilt remains. But this does not exclude the possibility of forgiveness if the soul truly desires to atone for the sin. The guy just nodded silently, expressing gratitude, and at that moment the protagonist felt that it was his turn to ask the last question. When he said his name, the elf, not surprised, made it clear that she had been watching him for a long time. The guy was a little embarrassed. However, he was really interested in whether she would be teaching the classes alone. Shahar confirmed that she is the chief instructor of this program, but she won't work alone, because her assistants will be people born on Earth, and the elf herself will personally take on the battles and preparations for them. Shahar was about to finish her introduction, but suddenly a rough male voice came from the hall, which sounded like a challenge. The man stated that he was not going to trust her, because the person standing in front of them was not a human being at all, and moreover, without an official rank from the association. From his words, he doubted that she was capable of fighting, citing her fragile appearance. Shahar's face changed dramatically. Her emotions were no longer hidden, and at that very second, she gathered such a powerful wave of energy, released her forward. It happened in such a way that not only the impudent boy was affected by this, but everyone else gathered was knocked off their feet, as if a powerful wind had swept through the hall. She didn't even bother to say anything. The force said more for her. After this, the elf reminded about subordination and clear boundaries of what is permitted, and she warned that if something like this happens again, there will be no mercy. The offender turned pale, and a wet spot appeared at the bottom of his trousers. Fear completely took over his body. Shahar, noticing this, smiled, but suddenly her gaze darkened with surprise. Suhyuk stood motionless in the middle of the crowd, like a stone, not giving in to the pressure of its strength, while the rest remained defeated, pinned to the floor. It has now become clear why the association ordered him to be monitored especially closely. The guy could have been sent to the dungeons right now. He was ready, but in her eyes, strength is not the only criterion. The ability to use it correctly is also important. So she decided not to jump to conclusions yet, and looked at everyone with new sternness. Then she addressed everyone, warning them not to test her patience. And, having concluded her performance, she left the stage, leaving behind a heavy silence and many questions. Classes started pretty soon, although so far the cadets have only mastered the theoretical foundations. While the teachers were talking about the different types of monsters and their behavior patterns, The main character almost dozed off, but Shahar brought him to his senses with lightning speed, leaving no chance for sleep. And judging by her attentive gaze, she never relaxed her control for a second, not allowing herself to miss even a small detail. Then he turned around and realized that Chan Hyuk was sitting next to him, who had been watching him closely all this time, as if he was trying to understand something. But, meeting his gaze, he quickly looked away and pretended as if nothing of the sort had happened. The protagonist smiled faintly, as if he knew what was being discussed, but then he received another click from Shahar. She did not allow him to be distracted or to relax, reminding that a strict mentor always seeks discipline and does not tolerate frivolity. The man, having finished the lesson, I felt such an emotional uplift that I was almost ready to burst into tears from relief and happiness. He had never seen such a grateful and focused audience in his entire life, and it was all thanks to Shahar. Baek Ye-yoon came closer to the main character. She was filled with admiration for how the instructor had managed to bring everyone to their senses, and the guy himself remained the only one who could withstand her energetic pressure. Chan Hyuk noticed it too. The girl became curious as to how he was able to resist, and the guy, not attaching any importance to his endurance, simply replied that he was lucky, and this simple modesty awakened genuine respect in Chan Hyuk. That's why his gaze didn't move during the entire lesson. The girl suggested having lunch with them, but the guy politely refused, and without wasting time, he used his abilities to hide from everyone. Theoretical classes will last exactly 30 days without the possibility of adjustments, because the Ministry of Education does not allow deviations from the regulations established in advance. The hero dreams of completing his training as quickly as possible, successfully passing the exam, and moving on to practical combat missions. It's a paradox, but a significant percentage of cadets fail the theoretical part and drop out early on, before even reaching combat missions. Shahar doesn't give anyone a break, and the teachers are confident that the current class will show outstanding results. But even this does not guarantee success. The exam, although not too difficult, requires perseverance, concentration, and constant preparation. In addition, strange rumors are spreading among students that failing an exam puts a curse on them, making it impossible to retake it. Ion was seriously worried about these words, although the main character himself treated them as fiction, assuming that the reason for the failures is much more banal: irresponsibility and disorganization. For example, some people skip lectures, others waste time on parties. There are plenty of such cases. The main character left class that day and missed an extra lesson. After all, his family always came first in his priorities, and now he wanted to be close to those for whom he fought. A month passed and the day of the exam arrived. The tension in the air could be cut with a knife. Chan Hyuk could hardly hide his excitement, and Ion's heart was pounding wildly with anxiety and anticipation. Finally, a list of cadets who successfully passed the test appeared, and among the lucky ones were the main character and his new comrades, with whom he passed this test. Ion beamed with joy, unable to contain her emotions, and Chan Hyuk, without hiding his tears, burst into tears. After all, behind the rough exterior hid a kind and sympathetic person, capable of sincere feelings. The main character kept an eye on this guy, who showed amazing diligence in his studies, so he gradually began to learn details about his life. It turned out that the young man was raising his younger brothers and sister alone. Their father died due to alcohol addiction, and their mother, unable to bear the beatings and constant scandals, left the family, disappearing without a trace. From his second year of high school, the young man took on the role of guardian. He grew up in a disadvantaged environment, which left its mark even on his appearance. However, behind the stern exterior lurked a reliable and responsible man. He once stole to support his younger siblings. This resulted in a prison sentence, but after his release, he immediately found work and paid off all the family's debts. This action alone spoke about him much more than any words. Chan Hyuk felt deep gratitude toward Soo-hyuk. The guy was a living example of perseverance and willpower for him. He also felt gratitude towards Eon. The girl patiently explained the course material to him until late in the evening. Previously, the hero considered her superficial, but was amazed by her intelligence and determination. The young man often shared his academic successes with his younger siblings, knowing that there would be many difficulties ahead. Incidentally, out of 49 cadets, 42 received a passing score, which was quite unusual. After all, the selection process is usually more rigorous, and half are eliminated. The instructor, whose name was Shar, turned out to be a true professional in his field. Now the second stage of training began, physical training, which was scheduled to start next week. The week passed in the blink of an eye, and Mentor Shahar appeared again before the 8th group, which included all 3 comrades. It was she who divided the group into teams, uniting the 3 of them. After all, their goals and views were surprisingly similar. It was as if fate had appointed her as the leader of this small group. Ayan was sincerely glad to see her mentor, but the elf quickly brought everyone back into the framework of discipline. Her cold gaze was enough to make all 3 of them straighten up and stand at attention. She announced that they would be heading to the portal and offered to explain its purpose to Chanhyuk and Suyok. A portal is a passage to other worlds, and not all of them are equally safe. There are 2 broad categories. Some lead to friendly worlds, others to dangerous and hostile ones. Dangerous portals are classified by threat levels, from 1 to 13, with the latter being considered the most deadly. The elf was pleased with how well they had grasped the theory, and announced that their task today was to pass through a first-degree danger portal. Ayan perked up. After all, such portals are considered suitable for beginners. They are inhabited by weak monsters, and there are only a few of them. Shahar clarified how easy it would be to clear such a passage, and when the girl confidently replied that it would be super easy, she sharply asked a counter-question. In her opinion, does that mean such creatures are not capable of killing a person? The students felt anxious, and the teacher did not console them. The monsters, she emphasized, could very well be deadly. At such moments, their true nature is fully revealed. Bloodthirsty and ruthless. Shahar released a terrifying aura. But even under her pressure, the main character remained unperturbed, which caused the mentor genuine surprise. She repeated, "Monsters are deadly, and if someone can't withstand even the instructor's pressure, then in a real fight he doesn't have a single chance of surviving." Since the young man had coped with her pressure, she asked him if he had ever faced real combat. The answer was evasive, so she stopped asking questions, deciding that he would have to prove his steadfastness in action. It was time to head to the portal, and they decided to run to the metro station. More precisely, this is what Shahar decided, since she was unfamiliar with both public and private transport. She appointed the young man as the leader of their group, and at that very moment she disappeared, as if dissolving in a stream of air. There was no choice left. The boys ran all the way to the station, spending almost an hour on it. And when they finally arrived, they were already almost exhausted from fatigue. Only this guy looked like he hadn't run at all. Shahar took 10 minutes to rest, and almost the entire trio sank down to the ground in relief. The threat of the monsters had taken a heavy toll on them, and now there's a marathon around the city. At least I can catch my breath a little. Maybe this was all part of the plan all along? If so, this woman is not just a good mentor. She is a natural-born teacher. When exactly 10 minutes had passed, the instructor announced it, and the group headed down into the underground part of the station. The name of the first-degree portal at Mapo Station is Mugyo. Translated, it means a world without borders, which sounds almost philosophical. While preparing for the exam, the young man learned something interesting. There are several portals with this name. These are lifeless worlds with identical names, no signs of intelligent life and no apparent value. But those who have been there claim to have encountered traces of ancient and long-vanished civilizations. It made me wonder if all of Mugyu were actually the remains of great worlds that had long since sunk into oblivion. Shahar showed special access, and the 3 students stepped into the portal, which immediately began to suck them inside, instantly finding myself among the cold sands and stones of a lifeless desert. The instructor gave them freedom of action, but warned them against being overconfident, after which the group began to explore the harsh world. This place is home to monsters that move on 4 powerful legs, resembling giant dogs in appearance. They stand about 3 meters tall at the withers. The main danger is the bite. The monsters attack sharply and suddenly, using the force of their jaws. They can jump great distances and attack in packs, usually 3 or 5 individuals. Although they are considered first-rank opponents, they are deadly for beginner fighters. Although this young man is no ordinary newcomer, where does he get such determination? The guy calls up a lot of system windows to check and flex his skills. He didn't miss a single lecture, studied every day, and within a month, he had significantly improved. And most importantly, he mastered the technique of the sacred earth source. This technique doubles the rate of energy regeneration during combat, giving a significant advantage. It was hard to get into the combat system at first, but thanks to bonuses and constant practice, he has noticeably pulled ahead compared to his group mates. Combat experience, technique, endurance, all this made him almost a leader. With such progress in 1 month, fearing a first-degree portal was simply absurd. Suddenly, the man's gaze caught a silhouette. A group of 5 monsters was moving ahead. The instructor began to guide them, but the young fighter's hands were already itching. He thought he could handle it alone. He noted to himself that there were no weapons visible in the hands of his comrades, which caused slight concern. And at that very moment, on command, the whole trio rushed forward. Chan-hyuk found himself armed with a pair of blades growing straight out of his hands, just like a wolverine. And the girl, Aeon, judging by her actions, played the role of support and healer. Now is the moment for decisive action. The man made a dash, having overtaken his comrades, leaving them in amazement. And, having approached one of the monsters, he deftly dodged the powerful throw. Using a martial art technique called palm strike, he delivered a penetrating blow, easily piercing the enemy's defense. Before he could catch his breath, he sensed danger. Another creature rushed at him from behind. In a split second, he pushed off the ground and, soaring upward, he delivered a stinging kick, crushing the last of his opponents. The comrades simply did not even have time to react, remaining in complete amazement. Even Mentor Shahar found it hard to believe that he was just a cadet in front of her. The guy stood on the body of the defeated wolf. At that moment, his senses sensed the approach of another creature, and he took off, heading straight towards the threat. The next attack was devastating. The swift blow drove the monster into the ground with such force that dust rose up. Instructor Shahar tried her best to remain cool, as befits a mentor. But inside she was seething. She wanted to take this fighter to Elvenheim. The man shook his hands and paused for a moment in thought. Perhaps his past life experience helped him fight so instinctively. The body reacted on its own, without thinking, and the system, of course, played a significant role in this. If he were in Huan now, he would be among the best of the best, among the elite of warriors. When the wolves rushed at him again, it became clear that there were 2 left, and he could easily cope without help. But this time it was worth giving in. They are a team, after all. And for others, this is an important experience, and not just another cleanup. For the fighter, it was just another item on his personal list. And for his comrades, it is a step towards real hardening and a confident future. Jung-hyuk couldn't believe it. Did his partner really want to give them a chance? He released his claws again. He summoned the monsters to himself and prepared to attack. He swung and released a blast of fire, passed right through the wolf, cutting him into 2 pieces. Aeon noticed movement behind her and warned him of the impending danger. However, it was already too late. The blow would have landed right on the head. Jung-hyuk didn't have time to understand how the wolf managed to get around him from behind. But Aeon reacted instantly and summoned magic. And she began treatment. All the wounds healed with astonishing speed. The girl's healing gift manifested itself in all its power. The guy realized how important such an ability is in battle. And at that very moment, a new flock appeared before them. The man didn't like it. They didn't even give him a chance to catch his breath. But he was already accustomed to constant tension. It was necessary to see the matter through to the end. After some time, the group returned to the building. Tired but happy, they began to complain of body pain and dreamed of a warm bed. The man understood them perfectly well. For the team, this was the first real test within the framework of the 6 approaches training. Instructor Shar praised the group. She knew that the Earthlings who had awakened the force would not let them down. According to her, the boys not only became more resilient, but also noticeably stronger. And progress right during the battle is an almost impossible achievement. The man agreed with her. Every collision made them stronger. He had previously attributed his advantage to talent, but now he was beginning to suspect that the system played a decisive role. The instructor had no doubt that this team was almost ready for real tasks, and as a mentor, She felt genuine pride in their efforts and progress. When she released the fighters, they were in seventh heaven, but she asked the man to stay, literally for a minute. Char had a strong feeling that the martial arts technique this man possessed could not be just part of a system. It was too precise and perfect. What if her guess is correct? The instructor didn't insist, but he still decided to reveal himself. Yes, he really did study martial arts. Char had assumed so, but his file indicated that he had been in a coma only recently, and training in just a month seemed like something out of science fiction. Although perhaps there is something she simply doesn't know yet. The universe is vast and full of mysteries. The man didn't fully understand why she asked this question, but there was something more to her gaze. She saw in him something that he himself did not always notice, and the same thing was said about him by the inhabitants of the country of Huan. It should also be noted that it was he who gave his comrades the chance to prove themselves in the first battle, and this was a far more valuable contribution than any personal achievement. He didn't say this lightly. After all, it was her decision that made him the group's leader. According to Char, holding a responsible position does not necessarily mean being a true team leader. Only a few are capable of leading others, and he was among them. The man felt slightly embarrassed by her words. It seemed like she was giving him too much importance, but the mentor spoke sincerely, without any exaggeration. After some time, he returned home. Thoughts revolved around the mentor. The elf really did possess striking beauty. Even by the standards of her people, this was a rarity, and in Hwana, you wouldn't find anything like that at all. He tried to switch gears. Romance was clearly out of place. There was so much important stuff ahead. The hunt today was at a high level, but for him this was just another stage. After all, just recently he held the title of Emperor of Martial Arts in Huang. The man confidently, he moved towards restoring his strength, even though he knew the path to the top would be long. But there was no need to rush. Everything was going as usual, step by step, without any unnecessary fuss. After some time, a man sat in the forest and hummed a song while cutting up a goblin's body. If this continues, the young man will soon start earning more than 10 million won a month. On the third day of training in the portal, the team cleared several first and second rank portals, and she received a generous reward for this. Skin, teeth, and other components obtained from monsters have their own price on the market. The guy decided not to tell his family about it for now. He could tell them later. There was no particular rush. Suddenly, Yan asked if the man was okay, because the guy looked too happy in that situation. The man was faced with the torn corpses of monsters, and the young man did not understand. Were the man's feelings really that obvious? Yan believed so. The young man was literally glowing. This loot turned out to be really valuable for the guy. Instructor Char noted that if anyone saw them now, they would definitely be considered dangerous psychos. Yan was a little envious of both of them. Both fighters adapted so quickly, especially Chan Hyuk. At first it was difficult for the young man, but now this guy felt like a fish in water. The man guessed that most likely the others worked no less hard for the reward. Suddenly the boy noticed an arrow flying rapidly towards Chan Hyuk, and he rushed to catch her. At this time, Chan Hyuk explained that even in second-level portals, the matter usually does not present any particular difficulty. The man clenched the arrow in his fist, not hiding his displeasure. Chan Hyuk was completely shocked by this move. The man understood that this was not a goblin's arrow, but clearly a human weapon. They looked into the bushes from which that very arrow had flown. The guys came out to meet them and saw the bloody goblins. Kim Cholik only needed one goblin to level up. Lee Jungkook regretted not coming here earlier. The guy couldn't understand why the third team was in this place. A recruit from Team 3, Jin Chayon, clarified whether this group belonged to Team 8, led by Char. Instructor Char responded with a question in return, reminding them of the third team led by Jung Soo Jung. If Char wasn't mistaken, she hadn't requested support from this portal and couldn't explain the reason for their presence. Kim Cholik, a recruit from the third team, believes that they don't need to ask for help because hunting together is always better. Lee Jungkook from Team 3 stated that he no longer sees Char as his mentor. Yeon became furious, accusing them of being completely inappropriate, reminding them how dangerous it was to get close to Chan Hyuk. Jin Chayon tried to apologize, explaining that it was an accident and there were no serious consequences. Instructor Char insisted on a formal apology. and Jeon Soo-jong didn't understand what the problem was. She expressed bewilderment about the situation. Currently, Char is the instructor of the 8th team, but she is obliged to give instructions to all recruits. Jeon Soo-jong, the leader of Team 3 and a member of the Amugi Guild, described Char as being as cold as ice. In her opinion, the nickname Flower of Death is no accident. The recruits' petty pranks aren't worth serious punishment. Jin Cha-yeon sarcastically recalled the unfortunate nature of the events. Instructor Char emphasized that even accidental actions put someone else's life at risk, and therefore an apology was obligatory. Moreover, interfering with the process of clearing someone else's portal is a serious violation. Jeon Soo-jong thought Char was too boring to talk to. Interacting with elves tired her out, and crossing their paths even more so. Instructor Char asked Jeon Soo-jong not to forget who she is. Char reminded everyone that she was not just the mentor of Team 8, but also the lead instructor for the entire program. A line had been crossed. Jeon Soo-jong found conversation impossible. She commanded like an old general. Let them take the spoils, and they'll start looking for another one. And if the rules are broken, they can contact the Amuga Guild. Instructor Char called out loudly to Jeon Soo-jong, and Cholik threw a wish for a nice day in their direction. After some time, the guys returned to headquarters, and Chan Hyuk thanked the man. The gratitude came from the heart. If it weren't for this man, Chan Hyuk would have been seriously injured. Chan Hyuk decided to thank the man with dinner at a restaurant. The guy figured coffee would be enough. Ayan was upset that she had been overlooked again, just like last time. The man was surprised how she managed to overhear them, because the team was sure that she had already left. Yan only went to the toilet briefly, and then returned to wait for them. The man apologized to the girl and suggested going to a restaurant together. Yan readily agreed and delicately made it clear to the man that he should take on the payment. The guy got the hint. The next day, the man again fought the monsters and leveled up. The system window displayed the following parameters. Age, 27 years old. Profession, martial arts master. Chaotic neutral worldview with excess karma. Strength, 23. Dexterity, 25. Endurance, 29. Wisdom, 22. Will, 42. His accumulated karma significantly exceeded the average for his age and race. His body was 40% purified. The effectiveness of chi-based techniques increased significantly. The Ren and Du meridians are opened, and the speed and efficiency of energy recovery are increased by 200% of the base level. The man rejoiced at his growth and increased strength. He had finally found his fighting rhythm. At this rate of recovery and growth, he is expected to return to his position as the #1 warrior in the world. The man was thinking about sharing this news with his family when he suddenly froze. Instructor Char appeared in front of the man and broke the arrows with one movement. Lately, Instructor Jeon Soo-jong has been showing up in the team's hunting area too often, but Char regarded such visits not as an accident, but as direct interference. Jin Cha-yeon simply followed her teacher's orders and fired in the indicated direction. The recruit was unaware of the presence of other hunters. Instructor Char was convinced that these visits were deliberate provocations. Meanwhile, Jeon Soo-jong insisted otherwise, claiming that Char was the one instigating conflicts. Her team had already filed a complaint with the guild the previous day. According to Char, even if the rules were violated, the complaint should have been filed officially, through established channels. Jeon Soo-jong thought this was too much and didn't understand the point of talking at all. It would have been easier to kill them. Char knew that Young Soo-young had a personal grudge against her, but she had already gone too far. The instructor guessed that Jeong Soo-jung had feelings for Song Moon-hyuk, and Jeon Soo-jung sharply demanded that she shut up. The man was stunned by the realization that the cause of the conflict lay in jealousy towards him. Char believed that the guild would not turn a blind eye to Jeong Soo-jung's antics indefinitely, and advised her to apologize and stop it before it was too late. Jeon Soo-jung refused to acknowledge the seriousness of the situation and asked what now. Would the ball kill her? Instructor Char didn't intend to kill her, but she would do everything to ensure that she was held accountable under the law. But who was she to blame her? Jeon Soo-jung still didn't understand that. Jeon Soo-jung suddenly used a forbidden dark art, and she directed the power of this technique at the guys. According to the observation of Char's mentor, it was too late to retreat. The ball managed to strike back, and she amazed her opponent with the effortless ease of her parried blow. Jeon Soo-jung no longer had the right to retreat. The game was all in. All or nothing. Besides, Char's mentor won't kill her. Her nobility won't allow it. Jeon Soo-jung gave the order to the third group to destroy them instantly, to tear them to pieces. Such a strict requirement astonished the fighters. The instructor didn't understand. Wasn't the group's goal to get into the Emoji Guild? The fighters had to at least cripple their opponents, tear off their limbs. After all, a tangible result was required. The soldiers of the third group rushed forward, and Char's mentor just smiled, which further infuriated Soo-jung with his unwavering confidence. Jeon Soo-jung was determined to prove that her new recruits would tear teammate to shreds. The man assessed the composition of his opponents and realized that a warrior and an archer stood before him. Suddenly, Jungkook grew to the size of a giant, tearing his clothes. The guy decided to take the blows of the boar and the archer, leaving the spearmen to the rest of the fighters for the time being. Jungkook was convinced that he would crush the man like a small insect, and he delivered sweeping blows, missing the target. The giant swung, but the man used the tin fist technique, and then the fist of destruction technique. Blood gushed from the giant's mouth, and the man was amazed that the giant remained standing at all after this power. The man realized he needed to change tactics. The enemy was too agile. The giant called out to Jin Chae-yeon, and the archer understood all the instructions without words. The archer drew her bowstring, and she released the arrow with great force, and straight towards the area below the waist of our protagonist, raising a column of dust from the ground. But she missed. The arrow simply hit the ground, and the man was already behind the giant and called out to him. The man hit the giant, and he pressed the giant into the ground, confused Jin Chae-yeon. Now, according to his calculations, it was the archer's turn. But the archer asked not to come closer. The man still struck, seeking revenge for Chan-hyuk. The archer was thrown forward, leaving a deep furrow in the soil, and the man realized that he had overdone it a little with the power. From the battlefield came a voice, pleading for mercy. Recruit Cholik begged Jang-hyuk to stop, but the fighters were unwilling to continue. They were forced to. The man grabbed Cholik by the hand, and he told him to calm down and let the guy go. This is not a monster. This is a man. The guy thanked the main character for helping him stop in time. Jang-hyuk looked closely at Cholik's body, and also the rest of the fighters who were wounded. Jeon Soo-jung couldn't believe her eyes, and the man quietly asked if everything was already finished. I think so. Everyone has already proven everything. Sometime later, in the Baek-tusan Guild building, Vice President Im Sol couldn't understand how the 3rd and 8th teams managed to get into a fight. After some time, a council was convened on this matter, and Im Sol asked everyone present a direct question. Do they understand what they are dealing with? According to staff, the fight between the recruits and the refereeing looked like a full-fledged combat clash. Usually, such meetings were led by instructor Shahatser, but due to current circumstances, Im Sol took on this role. The man regretfully announced his decision, the 3rd team's expulsion, even though he knew their guilt didn't warrant such a harsh punishment. The instructor of the 11th group, Lee Sang-wook, knew that one of the fighters from the 8th team had single-handedly taken out everyone. Im Sol considered this to be forced self-defense, although he could not help but note the extreme cruelty. Jeon Soo-jung genuinely didn't understand what self-defense was being talked about. Her students were in intensive care, while teammate emerged from the fight without a scratch. Im Seol placed the blame on Jung Soo-jung, the Black Cloud Witch from the Emoji Guild. In his opinion, she staged the provocation out of envy and petty grievances. Now he acted as a judge and made it clear that she should be more careful in her expressions. Lee Sang-wook didn't immediately understand whether the chairman was really going to let this go without serious consequences. It was, after all, a matter of chain of command. But this is precisely why the meeting was called. The decision must be taken by vote. The situation clearly pointed to one new recruit, a guy named Soo-hyuk from Team 8. Im Sol realized that this young man was more than just a student. His talent was rare and intriguing. The mentor suggested that those who were in favor of punishing Soo-hyuk raise their hands, but not a single one rose. Silence fell over the room, and you could even hear someone breathing. Lee Sang-wook felt like an outsider among these people, as if everyone had been silenced. Im Sol announced the outcome. Only Lee Sang-wook and director Jung-ho wanted to punish the rookie. Now it's time to move on to the proposal for instructor Shahar. The woman proposed stepping down as chief instructor and handing the position over to Im Sol. The majority voted in favor. So Shahar remained simply an instructor within the framework of the current program. And to make the decision serious, she was obliged to transfer 100 million won to the association's fund. Sol asked them whether she was ready to accept this condition. The instructor confirmed her consent, because in her opinion, the fight was fair. Jeon Soo-jung considered this an insult. To her, it all seemed like a joke. A demotion and a fine. Was that really punishment? Im Sol, on the contrary, considered the decision fair. But the witch didn't agree with this, and called what was happening a circus. The Emoji Guild, in her opinion, had been publicly humiliated, and everyone around them had simply remained silent. Indeed, there was silence in the hall. Sol repeated what he had said to them. In his eyes, Jeon Soo-jung had completely gone overboard and now thought that her antics would remain without consequences. The woman started to be rude, which only fueled the anger in the mentor's heart. Im Sol wondered if she understood where she was, and if she really believed that their loud name could frighten anyone here. The situation became tense. The man reminded that the recruit training program is the foundation of the country's defense. No profession can be more important than protecting peace, and Chun Soo-jung, with her intrigues, is destroying Korea's talent pool. From this moment on, she and the entire Emoji Guild are suspended from participation in the national program for a period of 3 years. Jeon Soo-jung didn't believe he had such a right. But Im Sol was the chief instructor of the 56th group. Lee Sang-wook was surprised. Isn't there a need for a vote? The mentor nodded. It is a democracy, after all. Time to make a choice. Baek Do-san or Emoji? Lee Sang-wook knew very well that Baek Do-san was #1 in the guild rankings, and Emoji is only 3rd. Perhaps he bet on the wrong side? It looks like it's all over for Emoji. After a while, the meeting ended. The atmosphere was electric. Im Seol couldn't remember the last time he'd been this angry. Many wondered what would happen to Emoji now. They remembered the new recruit from Team 8, a guy named Soo-hyuk. He'd handled the entire group on his own, and he had incredible stats to boot. Some have already thought about inviting him to their guild before others do so. Jang Hyuk noticed that everyone was talking about this guy, and Iona thought that there was too much fuss over one student. Meanwhile, Soo-hyuk himself was wondering, what was discussed at that meeting? However, the boy understood that training couldn't stop. It was gratifying to know that his efforts were paying off. Late at night, the new recruit reflected on how much his constant training and portal raids had changed him. He was ready to begin mastering the art of unity of heaven and earth. Heaven and earth are connected by one thread. And despite the differences, at the core, there is a single whole. 3 elements, 1 essence. Energy is born in the Dongchong and circulates through the Ren and Du channels. The Great Circle technique is one of the most complex, but the guy has already started studying it in the country of Wan. He can handle it. Opening his eyes, he felt that he was now at the peak of his abilities. The Ren and Du meridians opened completely, and the spiritual body was cleansed of all impurities. The system window reported that the legendary level had been reached. Success. The boy mastered the ancient martial art. He now possessed a 5th-tier technique, the art of uniting heaven and earth. This technique can be improved, and the body has already begun to change. The system indicated that the transformation had begun. The body had entered a state of unity. The energy reserve was divided into 3 parts: upper, middle, and lower dantian. Energy was now distributed across levels. All this was recorded in the stats window, and the guy realized that this was his first really big step. After some time, the guys entered the portal again, where a giant toothy worm burst forth from the depths. He was ready to pounce on them at that very second. The boy developed one of the most powerful techniques of the Huang country, the art of connecting heaven and earth. At that moment, a huge worm attacks them, ripping up the ground and creating real chaos among the fighters. And now the man urgently needs to regain his lost movement techniques. Otherwise, the outcome of the fight will be disastrous. The protagonist suddenly rushed forward, rushing towards the giant monster, and used the Iron Fist technique. And then he activated the unbending will ability, spending a whole 58 units of chi energy. And although the guy was pleased with the power of the blow, deep down he knew that the price for it was too high. It had been 3 months since he had started studying this technique, but perhaps its secrets were still not fully revealed. The protagonist enveloped his body in a thick mantle of mana, and then he moved forward, in search of an opportunity that would forever change the course of the battle and leave a mark on history. The system window suddenly announced that he had unlocked a new device, a level 55 martial art known as the 8-sign step, a step that has been the stuff of legends. The man hit the fanged monster, and he threw the worm aside, causing the creature to rise up in rage. And at that moment, Eon realized that today he was in perfect shape, and every step he took was filled with strength. John Hyuk felt like he might never catch up with this guy, and deep down, Instructor Shar couldn't help but admire his polished movements and ability to conserve resources. Is it possible that in such a short time he became a truly outstanding master? Monsters began to break through from different directions, filling the desert, and the guy, as if gliding on the wind, walked around them. He struck blows imbued with the power of a demon, and the next moment, a bloody explosion was heard. Blood gushed around, leaving scarlet marks on the sand, like a painting of death. The guy didn't even notice how exactly they managed to destroy so many enemies. It all happened like in a dream. He caught the surprised, almost admiring glances of his comrades. 2 weeks of continuous training inside the portals flew by like one intense day. All teams successfully completed the course, except for the third group, which was always lagging behind in every area. Although this had happened before, but this time their stream was able to exceed expectations and show outstanding results. After some time, Instructor Shar expressed her approval to the entire squad. From now on, no one will dare to call these fighters simple recruits without experience. Now their successes have become known, and the best guilds have already taken notice of them. Each person has their own path, but for Instructor Shar, they will always remain her students. She reminded them that they don't have any fame or titles yet, but the opportunity to protect people is an honor in itself. Instructor Shar believed that they would make the right choice, one that would not lead to regret. This concluded the training. They gave it their all, working to the limit of their abilities. Ion rushed to the woman and burst into tears, hugging her with all sincerity, realizing that without her mentor's support, she would never have been able to give it her all. Instructor Shar was genuinely happy, for it was an honor for her to walk alongside these guys until the very end of the journey. And yet, Ion was worried. Would she ever see her mentor again? What if she didn't even have a smartphone to write to? Instructor Shar said, "If fate is kind, they will surely hear about her, perhaps even in the rustle of the desert wind." These words only touched Ion more deeply, and the tears flowed with renewed vigor. John Hyuk also did not stand aside. Instructor Shar knew about his criminal record, but never reproached him. She saw his becoming awakened as an attempt to restore his lost honor, but the guy himself felt neither honor nor noble intentions in himself. After all, the only thing he wanted was a lot of money, without thinking about the meaning of her instructions. John Hyuk burst into tears, realizing that he could have earned money honestly, but he chose the path of profit, full of lies. But suddenly his tears stopped. The instructor never once during the entire time expressed any contempt or shame towards him. A man's past doesn't define him. Let him remember the trials Lander endured. Now, he has no more reason to regret or mourn the past. The woman advised to direct her efforts to protecting others, and if he does this, perhaps redemption will be found. And she promised to watch over him. The protagonist felt a great honor to fight under the leadership of such a mentor. They exchanged a firm handshake, and Shar, looking into the guy's eyes, promised to meet him on the battlefield. The weather that day was truly clear, as if the sun was blessing their farewell to Shahar. Now the boys were going to register as hunters in the association. After all, each awakened person received their own rank, from 1 to 13. There was only one rank 13 holder in the country, and 5 who had reached level 12 strength. These 6 men were South Korea's shield, keeping the enemy from invading. The protagonist wondered which path of defense he would choose, considering that not even every newcomer is capable of reaching the first rank. The employee wearily announced the ranking result, and the guy was shocked to the depths of his soul This was an unexpected result. A message appeared on the screen. He had received rank 6. The next frame shows the 8 of the world. They were considered the pinnacle of the human race, the ideal of fighting power. These were the awakened ones who had reached the legendary 13th rank, the true elite, before whom even kings bowed. Among them, one particularly gifted young man stood out. Having completed his training course, having just celebrated his 20th birthday, this unaffiliated loner had reached rank 4 and was tirelessly clearing portals as if he were an army unto himself. This exceptional warrior's name is Baek Muhak. Such a rapid rise had never been seen before, either in Korea or anywhere else in the world. The guy realized that his own result had managed to surpass the established record of Baek Muhaka, which was a shock. The office worker asked me to wait a little, promising to complete the registration soon and issue a hunting license. The young man did not expect that there were hunters with such monstrous strength and level on the planet. He recalled how the Alliance of Worlds assessed the potential of Earthlings at an average level, inferior even to the elves. And the leaders of the Alliance were celestial beings, considered the absolute pinnacle in the hierarchy of races throughout the universe. The human race found itself in the position of the middle class, and the prospect of clashing with demons was only a theory. The hierarchy of power in the galaxy was built on a scale established by the celestial race, and Earthlings were still in the shadows. But the pace of human development was becoming alarming. The people of Earth were developing faster than all others. The officer handed the guy a bracelet, informing him that the license was ready and that he could now review the data. The young man put on the bracelet, saw the emission of mana, and before his eyes, a system window with characteristics appeared, which he took for a magical phenomenon. The attendant explained that the bracelets were made by dwarves, and the spells for them were cast by elven sorcerers. The boy was impressed by the quality of the artifact, and the employee curiously asked if he had any questions. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice called the young man, and turning around, he saw Shinwoo standing next to him. Shinwoo apologized for the suddenness, and, activating his bracelet, he showed a license in which the 11th rank shone, which amazed the guy. This fact surprised the young hunter, and Shinwoo, like an old friend, was glad to meet such a promising newcomer. He expressed a desire to chat a little, and cheerful music began to play in the office, as if setting the tone for the conversation. Shinwoo invited the guy to sit down, promising to treat him to something especially tasty, as if he was glad to have a guest. The loud melody attracted the hunter's attention, while Shinwoo, oblivious, continued to go about his daily business. The guy didn't like this noisy environment. An unexpected heater in the office surprised the hunter, but Shinwoo only said not to pay attention. He is sensitive to the cold, and it became chilly outside. And he came to the conclusion that in front of him was clearly a very peculiar person with non-trivial habits. A couple of minutes later, Shinwoo poured coffee into a glass, and he offered a treat, claiming that this drink delights foreigners and that he himself loves it. He asked the guy if he minded, and even though he recognized it as regular instant coffee, he didn't refuse. Shinwoo didn't like having someone else prepare his drink for him. His assistants were busy with more important things, and he wasn't clumsy. The guy became interested in what Shinwoo was getting at, what his plan was, and what was behind this friendliness. Shinwoo noticed that the guy wasn't the type to waste time on meaningless conversations, and he liked that. He invited the young hunter to join the Awakened Association, but he briefly and decisively refused. Shinwoo noted to himself that the person in front of him was a straightforward person. This had been evident from the very beginning. He wasn't surprised. Hunters rarely seek associations, and so he asked a new, more appropriate question. The guy interrupted him and informed him in advance that he was not interested in guilds and did not plan to join any. Shinwoo was amazed. Could the guy really read minds? But the young man merely remarked that he had simply sensed the impending question, and added that he had no intention of leaving the country. These words pleased Shinwoo, because he himself was devoted to his native Korea and understood this young warrior. The guy surprised him, especially considering that he had recently emerged from a deep coma and was just beginning his journey. Shinwoo wanted to know what the hunter's goal was. If possible, he wanted to help in any way he could. Later, the young man walked down the street, remembering the vice president of the Awakened Association who had made an impression. He hoped to get answers from him, but his thoughts kept returning to Chan-hyuk and Yoon. How were they doing? A notification about new messages appeared on the screen, and upon opening them, the guy saw a cute photo of his friends, and along with it, the news that they had reached rank 3. The young hunter was delighted. Now they would not be bored, and the path to the peaks became closer for them. He sent them congratulations and wished them to continue moving forward with the same confidence and drive. But suddenly, a piercing stream of energy was felt from behind, and the guy immediately realized that this wasn't just a feeling. Something dangerous was clearly happening here. A bright light caught his eye, and the hunter realized that he had to urgently find out the source of this phenomenon. Soon he ran to the building, where a mysterious portal opened, the origin of which seemed inexplicable even to him. City services announced the opening of the portal, and citizens were asked to go to the shelter at Sinchon subway station and remain calm. A 5th-rank portal appeared in close proximity to the station, causing alarm. The security officer began organizing the evacuation and directed people to a safe shelter. Having reported that 10 people had already been drawn into the portal and could be on the other side, it was decided to let 5 awakened ones through, and immediately a group of 5 fighters rushed towards the portal, ready to engage in battle with the unknown threat. The townspeople were crowded near the portal, confused and filled with anxiety. They didn't know what to do except hope for the hunters to arrive soon. The guy looked around in surprise. Was no one even trying to help those who were inside? Several men exchanged glances as if they couldn't understand how this man could not know the obvious. Civilians had been ordered to take cover immediately. One of the hunters asked, was this really an awakened being standing before them? The silver bracelet clearly betrayed his status. Their surprise revealed that the man's rank was higher than they had expected, and he calmly confirmed his affiliation with the hunters. A young hunter named Kim Yumin introduced himself as a 3rd-rank guard and explained that the others hadn't arrived yet. Was this guy really going there alone? The man recalled that in the event of a real danger, the guards have the right to enter the portal first, without waiting for the others. Kim Yumin nodded, but still clarified. Only in truly critical circumstances. The boy frowned. In his opinion, wasn't this clearly an emergency? The portal was open, and people's lives were in danger. Yumin just shrugged. He saw no reason to needlessly risk the lives of those who could be useful in the future. A couple of stray civilians are no reason to rush to certain death, especially if you wear the mantle of the awakened. These people are special, and the fate of ordinary citizens, alas, is not always kind. The man could hardly contain his contempt. How could one say such a thing out loud? But to Yumin, it sounded almost like common sense. The guy thought differently. If you have power, hiding is the same as being a nobody, regardless of rank. Yumin smiled skeptically, as if standing before him was a man who had decided that life no longer interested him. Although the guy didn't talk about justice out loud, inside he felt, at such moments, cowardice is unacceptable. The hunter asked in confusion what this was all about, and in response received only a heavy look full of contempt. In his opinion, it is shameful to receive billions from the state and have them stand idle, like empty decoration. The guy took off, rushing past with such speed that it seemed like he had vanished into thin air, which left Yumin furious and confused. The hunter shouted, reminding them that entering the portal on their own was a direct violation of the law. The man had to stop, otherwise this would be reported to the association, and the consequences would be serious. But the boy didn't see the point in collaborating with cowards. They'd be better off returning to their parents' home and trying to at least become good sons. Without turning around, he entered the portal, leaving behind words full of irritation. Did he really seriously consider himself invincible? Yumin was sure this overconfident fool would quickly be brought to his senses there. Let the monsters explain to him where his place lies. But suddenly, the hunter's attention was drawn to another person walking towards the portal. It was Han Tae-min. He firmly believed that there was only death inside, and there was practically no chance of getting out. But unlike Yumin, Tae-min had no intention of hiding. He felt a responsibility to those in trouble. Inspired by his actions, other hunters followed him, although Yumin did not hide his contempt. In his eyes, they all looked like madmen who suddenly decided they were heroes. Meanwhile, inside the portal, the man felt that the situation had escalated. He was trapped. A scream that came from somewhere nearby pierced my consciousness with fear, It sounded like a real plea for help. He began to run away from danger. Panicked, he didn't know what to do. He had a daughter, Mion, a wife, obligations, and life insurance. One wrong step, and the man fell to the ground, straight to the foot of a huge, ominous flower. The monster instantly entangled him in vines, squeezed his leg and lifted him into the air, as if trying to assert its power. But the man knew that he could not die. He had not yet fulfilled his role in this world. There was a cry of despair, filled with hope. "Someone, please, save me." From afar, he spotted a figure approaching through the seething mana. It was the awakened one, rapidly approaching him. The man prayed to him for salvation, realizing that only he could pull him out of the clutches of death. Before them stood Idol, a monster in the shape of a giant flower with petals painted an ominous purple. He swung his long, seemingly living vines like tentacles, raining down blows. The man regretted that he didn't have a sword with him. Then he would have dealt with the creature quickly. But even without a weapon, his strength was impressive. With a sharp movement of his leg, he punched through the air, creating a shock wave. He knew exactly how to attack such a monster. The main thing was to choose the moment. The vanishing hail technique allowed the guy to tear apart powerful stems, depriving the enemy of support. The man, saved from death, looked at his savior with admiration. This power seemed almost supernatural. But the hunter only nodded, showing that everything was now fine. There was no longer a threat. The rescuer introduced himself as Su-hyuk, a 6th ranker. The man sincerely thanked the guy for his help. And then, in the distance, the voices of other hunters were heard, who had just approached. They were rushing to offer support. Han Tae-min quickly got his bearings and first asked if anyone was hurt. Seeing Idol dead, he couldn't believe that one man had dealt with such a threat alone. The guy briefly confirmed that the victims had been rescued and was now going to look for the rest. He asked the others to stay here and take care of the rescued man. Tae-min shouted after him, noticing that the hunter didn't even have a weapon. He took off his sword and held it out. It was especially effective against Idol. The guy thanked him for his help, making sure that the weapon was strong and reliable. After that, he quickly climbed the trees, determining the direction of the next target. There was life in the air, many creatures ahead. About 24 people have been pulled into the portal, but so far only one has been pulled out. The protagonist was determined to save everyone trapped and close the portal today no matter what. On the portal's territory, the main task of any hunter is to destroy the central core of cosmic energy, a mechanism that starts the life processes of this pocket of reality and does not allow it to disappear. The portal's heart can take any form: a sentient being, a mystical artifact, or even an entire building. If the ruler of this world is destroyed prematurely, the structure will collapse and everyone in it will be doomed. Therefore, the young hunter must first save the survivors and only then go into battle with the main monster. Fortunately, time was not yet lost. Hope was still glimmering, and the boy had no intention of giving up. Although he had not held a blade in his hands for a long time, the man still remembered every movement honed over the years. The young man attacked the flower monster with fury, mercilessly cutting off the dense vines with his powerful weapon. Dash after dash, like a furious hurricane, he cut his way through the vegetation. A system window appeared before my eyes. The hero had reached a new level and activated the ability to fuse body and sword. In combat mode, the energy flow of chi was amplified by 50%, and the power of each strike increased by as much as 30%. It felt like the technique of the Huan Yi sword masters. Only a select few could achieve something like this. After some time, the young fighter went in search of the survivors. He ordered his comrades to hold the line and wait for his return with the survivors. One of the hunters looked at him doubtfully, not understanding whether he needed help after so many victories over Itel. Fortunately, the portal's area was relatively small, giving everyone a chance to be saved. The man promised to bring everyone who remained alive, but he warned that if people were scattered, they would have to find additional rally points. Separation became necessary, and safe zones required precise coordination. The guy unfolded the map, and at that moment, Han Tae-min offered to send the coordinates via the system messenger. The main character was genuinely surprised by the bracelet's capabilities. After all, no one had really talked about its functions before, which raised many questions. The transmission was successful, and although Han Tae-min regretted not being able to participate in the battle, he understood that not every hunter was fit for battle, and that was okay. For the young swordsman, it was already important that his comrades were not afraid, and decided to help. The guy suggested that they focus on finding and protecting the victims, and he himself rushed into battle again. The hunters' coordinated efforts bore fruit. The survivors were rescued quickly and without losses. Having introduced himself, the young man asked thoughtfully about the wounds and received words of gratitude and hope in response. After some time, Han Tae-min reported the good news. All 22 people were found and rescued. This news truly inspired the hunter, because now he could focus solely on the battle. All that was left for him to do was destroy the source of power that fed this portal and erase it forever. After a while, he came out to the boss. The creature towered before him, its petals stretching upward, each 3 meters long. But there was no time to waste. Everything was moving towards the end. The blade whistled through the air and slammed into the monster's flesh, but the result was disastrous. The enemy withstood the blow. The fighter realized that the technique of an ordinary swordsman was powerless here. The bosses were much more powerful than the other creatures. The guy wasn't a fan of forbidden power, but he had no choice. Before him was the opportunity to use a high-class technique, powered not by the body, but by the will itself. A demonic sword technique capable of not just killing, but tearing the soul from the body. If the young man succeeds in fully unleashing this power, he will become almost invincible. But the danger lay in its dark nature, and it had to be handled with care. Now his only enemy was a flower demon named Idol. It was to him that the deadly blow of the demonic technique was addressed, a blow that pierces the mind and breaks the threads of life. He killed the main boss of this portal with this one blow. The system notified us again about a level increase. The hero's strength had increased. Inside, he fought against the pressure of a sinister will. But his spiritual fortitude did not allow the darkness to take hold of him completely. A new passive ability granted him immunity to powerful mental attacks. This gift amazed the fighter, because with such skill the path to incredible opportunities opened. Now he had mastered the 5th rank martial art to perfection, and, having cleared the mind of darkness, he managed to single-handedly destroy this distorted world, earning the title of Destroyer. Meanwhile, outside, the comrades standing at the exit were beside themselves with anxiety. Every minute without him turned into an eternity. The protagonist conveyed the message that he was okay and soon came out, but one of the hunters was already beginning to prepare for the worst. Han Tae-min agreed. The delay was too long, which did not bode well. The main character, briefly thanked for the sword, proved to be a reliable and invaluable ally in battle. Han Tae-min admitted that he had invested all his savings into the weapon. It was a sword forged by dwarves, and he was glad that it had helped. But then the head of the KR Guild, a 7th rank hunter named Kim Min, approached the hunter. He reported that the group was about to enter the portal to carry out a cleanup and invited the hero to join, but their assistant stopped them, pointing to the disappearing funnel. The world froze. Everyone understood. This guy cleared the portal completely and single-handedly. It was unthinkable. He exceeded expectations and became a true battle beast. Kim Yoo-min was not happy that the main character not only managed to close the portal on his own, but he returned safe and sound, becoming a hero in the eyes of the assembled people, which irritated him. According to the official, all this was of course impressive, but the fact remained that the guy had broken the rules, because he was strictly forbidden to enter the portal alone, which was clearly stated in the laws. Han Tae-min had a hard time understanding this kind of logic, and simply ordered them to stop harassing the protagonist. Since he wasn't alone, he was accompanied. However, the man had no intention of backing down. He could barely contain his anger, as he was certain that he had indeed broken the rules, and, despite everything, had entered the portal alone. Han Tae-min quickly realized that there was no point in arguing with him, but Kim continued to insist that he had warned everyone that the guy was going to come in himself. But no one listened to him. He loudly protested, insisting that if everyone were to act at their own discretion, then the laws would simply lose all meaning. Citizens began to gather in the streets, watching the unfolding scene with amazement and unable to understand why, instead of gratitude, accusations were being heard. People couldn't hide their outrage. How could representatives of the association allow themselves to behave like this in front of everyone? These words deeply affected the already irritated Kim Yoo-min. His face darkened, and he became even more angry. In a fit of rage, the official decided to show the awakened one what happens to those who dare to ignore the rules, grabbed him by the clothes and growled a threat. The young man met his gaze calmly, without moving or showing any aggression in response. Kim Yoo-min said that if he dared to hit, it would be another violation, and he would personally ensure that the boy went to prison, and wrote letters of complaint to his mother from there. The protagonist silently listened to this stream of verbal aggression, until suddenly someone's fist slammed into the official's stomach. Kim Yoo-min doubled over and collapsed to the ground, losing control of the situation. It was Kim In-yoo, who was furious at the official's absurd behavior, and thought it would be better if he thanked the hero for saving lives and closing the portal. The man loudly declared that accusing a person who had saved dozens of people of a crime was the height of ingratitude. And in general, did he even know why the awakened exist? Kim Yoo-min didn't even realize that the person standing in front of him was the KR Guild leader himself, the one who had struck him. Meanwhile, another person came out into the street, Shin Woo, calling on everyone to calm down. He heard the entire conversation. This man, the vice president of the Awakened Association, he began by apologizing to the townspeople for failing to react in time, promising that this would not happen again. If someone is injured, they are entitled to free treatment at any hospital that cooperates with the association. All expenses will be covered. One elderly man, barely containing his emotions, said that without the young hero, they would not have existed, and asked not to punish him. Another man burst into tears, admitting that he had never even hoped to see his family again, and was convinced that the boy did not deserve blame. Shin Woo tried to calm him down, promising that no sanctions would be applied against the hero. He suggested that everyone update their bracelets so that they work properly, and added that if the association reverts to the old methods, no one will allow it to happen again. The young hero was surprised by such a fair decision, not expecting that everything would turn out exactly like this. Shin Woo reported that the status of a loner officially allows entry into the portal without a team, and the hero did not violate anything. Moreover, Soo Hee-yuk, who performed the feat, saved many lives, and therefore deserves to be awarded. He invited the crowd to applaud the hero, and the crowd responded joyfully, bursting into applause. Thanks to the intervention of the vice president, the conflict was quelled before it got out of control. For his behavior, Kim Yoo-min was temporarily stripped of his awakened license for 3 months and sent for retraining, after which he faced 6 months of service at the front. But the young hero was promoted to rank 8 and given a cash reward of 20 million won. Although the association has a modest budget, they have given as much as they could, which is quite generous. However, the guy honestly admitted that this amount also seemed excessive to him and asked not to worry. The only thing he asked was that his name not be mentioned in the news and that they not make a star out of him. Shin Woo was surprised by such modesty, but readily agreed to fulfill this request. The guy sincerely thanked him for his support, after which he went home. And soon he found himself on the floor, looking at rare mana stones. Each of them was worth about 80 million won, and he got 2 at once, an amazing bonus. He remembered that it was Han Tae-min who gave him the stones, since he himself did not have time to collect the loot while saving people. As a result, another 160 million were added to the money from the association after taxes were deducted, bringing the final amount to 200 million. And the main character received all this wealth in just one tense but fruitful day. Now all that was left was to save up another 300 million to finally take out a mortgage and fulfill the family's dream of buying their own home. The young man called up the system menu and began to study the stream of information that fell upon him after completing the mission. Suddenly he noticed that a simplified information display mode had become available and activated it. Now all the details were available at the command line, which made navigation much easier. The guy became interested in what exactly the title of Lesser World Destroyer provides, and received the answer. When entering the portal alone, his stats increased by 5%. This made him happy, because if such bonuses come with a low-level title, what awaits him in the future? It also opened access to a variety of new skills: 8 steps of Taiji, demonic sword, earth energy strikes, and others. The guy was surprised by such a number of techniques, especially the passive ability to resist mental attacks. In Huan, illusion magic and spatial manipulation were considered the most difficult. Now he could easily resist them. For an ordinary person on Earth to achieve something like this, it was necessary to achieve absolute harmony of spirit. And the main character got this state without any effort, just as a compliment to one of his new skills. If a guy can strengthen his harmony and increase his resistance, then even the strongest illusion will not be able to break his mind. Sua suddenly entered the room, which greatly frightened her brother, who was completely immersed in reading the information. According to her, the guy had been muttering something to himself for a long time, to which he replied that she should not pay attention. He wasn't quite sure why she'd even come in, but Sua had brought some sliced fruit. She thought it was time for a snack. After some time, everyone was sitting on the sofa in front of the TV, enjoying apples and relaxing. The news reported about a new portal that Sua was near today, and terrifying things were happening there. People fled in panic, and hunters rushed to the scene to stop the impending disaster. The protagonist was surprised, as if he didn't expect the portal to be so dangerous and unstable. He had asked not to reveal his name to the press, so there was no need to worry for now. But the guy understood that he couldn't hide his involvement forever. Sooner or later, the truth would come out. He instinctively touched the bracelet, and this immediately attracted his sister's attention. Perhaps it was time to tell everything, because hiding the truth from Sua was becoming increasingly difficult. But he understood that, even if he confessed, she still wouldn't be thrilled about his participation in such events. The girl suddenly grabbed his hand and asked what he had, looking closely at the bracelet. Sua was shocked, because she had long suspected something like this, and now, it seemed, everything was confirmed. She had a hard time comprehending that her brother was indeed the awakened one, the one who fought the portals. The main character recently ended up in a coma. It's so hard to believe that he's even capable of this now. The young man knew what he was getting into, which is why he decided to get involved in this story, despite any obstacles. Sua couldn't believe her eyes because on his wrist there was already a silver bracelet, a symbol of the 6th rank or higher. And this despite the fact that the guy had only recently experienced awakening. The man, as if in passing, said that he would soon have a gold bracelet. However, Sua immediately asked not to tell her such nonsense, not to try to deceive her. Even though the guy was telling the pure truth, his gift was rare and his abilities were enormous. Sua continued to dismiss the thought until the news reported some startling information, from which it became clear that a certain gifted awakened one played a key role in the destruction of the portal at Sinchon Station. Although the association has so far refrained from making official comments, the top brass has already openly stated that this guy can follow in the footsteps of Baek Muhak himself, the legendary 8th rank warrior. With bated breath, Sua asked herself, what if it really is him? And if so, how strong is he? The presenter said with a serious expression that this young man became the first in the history of not only Korea, but also the entire world, to receive the 8th rank on the day of his awakening. It wasn't just his abilities. The guy with an incredible sense of justice threw himself into the thick of things without hesitation. Sua was in complete shock when she heard about the 8th rank, not believing her own ears. Meanwhile, the awakened one himself looked a little dissatisfied, since he had asked the vice president not to talk about him. The man he was the first to rescue from a deadly trap said in an interview that at that moment he was thinking only about his family, his daughter and beloved wife, and wanted only one thing: to survive. When that young man appeared, tears welled up in my eyes, relief gripped my body like the warmth of the spring sun. He honestly admitted that he had not believed in heroes since childhood, and yet this time his faith was reawakened. However, the guy himself could not consider himself a hero. After all, he was sure that every awakened person is obliged to act exactly like this, without hesitation. From that day on, tension hung in the air, as if something was about to happen. This world might not be lost after all. Everyone hoped that this guy would succeed, because the news about the genius awakened flew around the entire globe. Shinwoo strictly followed the man's request and did not reveal his name, convincing even the survivors to remain silent. In response, the awakened one expressed gratitude to him, and Shinwoo remarked that he should simply enjoy the moment, because, despite the chaos and danger, he had accomplished an act worthy of legend. Shinwoo became a true fan of this nameless hero, And if he had fewer responsibilities, he would have founded a fan club without a second thought. When the man asked with a smile if he was the one writing all these enthusiastic comments, Shinwoo answered mysteriously, as if hinting that his identity was shrouded in mystery. Discussing all this with Sua, the guy didn't object. Perhaps it's worth confusing the parents a little. After all, if they find out the whole truth, they won't be able to bear it. Their nerves simply won't be able to cope with such a revelation. The next goal was clear. The gold bracelet must be obtained as soon as possible. After all, this is a symbol of the 9th rank and higher, giving the right to state protection and privileges. The third and no less important rule is to stay out of trouble at all costs. Even Sua understood that it would not be possible to hold this guy for long. But if he really listened to her words, then it really matters to him. Nevertheless, the young man understood that if everything continued in the same spirit, sooner or later those around him would begin to recognize him, and it would no longer be possible to hide. The decision came quickly. He decided to buy a mask. It may sound stupid, but it's better to look ridiculous than to become a victim of someone else's attention. Meanwhile, the internet was in complete disarray. Users were making theories, suspecting conspiracies, but for the man, it became something habitual, like breathing, which simply happens by itself. In the country of Huang, rumors always swirled behind him, like the ever-blowing winds. In just 1 month, the guy single-handedly cleared 20 portals, an achievement worthy of legend. Although the press didn't say a word about it, people couldn't help but notice the mysterious masked man silently leaving the portals, and the public began to ask questions. Because this nameless hero was no longer a myth. He had become a reality, stepping out of the shadows. All eyes turned to him. Who is he, this mysterious protector? Meanwhile, within the walls of the Baekdusan Guild, the guy couldn't find a place for himself. His thoughts were heavy, like stones that pressed on his head, giving him neither peace nor rest. Im Sa-yul, with a hint of irritation, advised him to stop constantly pressing the buttons on his phone. The young man did not understand what they wanted from him, because for him inaction was real torture, worse than pain. Im Sa-yul couldn't even imagine that the future leader of the strongest guild in all of Korea stood before him. He noted that if the guy was so impatient, perhaps it was time to think about a meeting. Otherwise, there would be no point anyway. The guy asked in surprise if this was a joke, to which Im Sa-yul nodded reservedly. It seemed the time had come. Sitting and tormenting yourself with anticipation is useless. If the meeting happens, then ignoring it will no longer be possible. Suddenly, the ice covered the young man's legs. Im Sa-yul's behavior made him angry, because no one warned us not to act so hastily. There were calls and messages, but no answer, which made it clear the guy had no interest in the guild. The young man was seething with anger. Were they really just going to watch the nameless one slip through their hands like sand seeping through their fingers? The name Bak Muhak sounded like a mockery. He manipulated the situation as he saw fit. The guy in the formal suit was sure that the nameless one was the very hero everyone was looking for. But even if this were not the case, the significance of this fact would not be diminished in the least. Soo Hyuk's potential was similar to what the nameless one had shown, which meant only one thing. Events would inevitably lead them to a collision. During training, Im Sa-yul noticed that the guy was too susceptible to the influence of other people's opinions, and this fit well with his character. This man could have made a contract with anyone. He was not subordinate to anyone, he was free. Trying to put pressure on him is a mistake worthy only of inexperienced amateurs. But there was one, Shahar Halafuriat. The boy was surprised. Why her? Why did her name come up? Im Sa-yul calmly explained that she was his mentor. Although the woman herself denied it, there was definitely a special connection between them, and their friendship was as strong as steel. The guy understood perfectly well that his charisma might not be enough, because she was not just a person but something much greater than one could imagine. Im Sa-yul knew that it was impossible to sway or persuade her, because she was the mentor of not only this man, but also other outstanding awakened ones. He handed over recordings of calls in which the hero's voice was heard, those who were actually in contact with him and communicated regularly. The guy studied the list and, without hesitation, noticed that the company's offer had already been sent to Eon. Im Sa-yul was well aware that, besides his family, she was the only thing that truly mattered to him. Maybe it was worth talking to her. The chance of success was worth the risk. The man gave permission, but he himself wasn't sure what the next step would be. Im Sa-yul assumed that she would sign a contract with their guild, and this would undoubtedly raise their chances of winning to a new level. The guy asked what would happen next. Would they contact the nameless man directly? The plan proposed by the intriguer Im Sa-yul seemed quite tempting to him, and he immediately gave the order to begin without delay. After some time, a man named Soo-hyuk stepped into the portal, with the obvious intention of earning some money. Fought giant praying mantises, wondering if the creatures are using space-time distortion. He used a fighting technique known as the Iron Fist, piercing his enemies with his unbreakable power. He ended the battle with a blow from destructive darkness. There was no hope left for the monster to save itself. Finding himself among a pile of corpses, the man received a system message. His level had increased. Full synchronization with the A-rank technique called Iron Fist was also achieved. Looking at the energy flows pulsating around his body, the man muttered about the need to grow. It was as far from ideal as the moon. The path was difficult and thorny. Soo-hyuk extracted the mana stone from the body of the defeated mantis using a dagger. A smile crossed his face. The day was clearly turning out well. The monsters, despite their size, were of no use. The only valuable parts were their front paws, which he took. I thought of craftsmen who were willing to pay 10 million won for a single pair. Such clients were valuable. He packed the trophies into 2 bags. The preliminary estimate was at least 50 million. A strange object hovered over the battlefield, emitting dangerous energy radiation. Apparently, this was the epicenter of the portal's cosmic power, a threat that needed to be eliminated. Without saying goodbye, the guy threw the dagger right at the target. The center burst into flames and crumbled into dust. He threw the bags into the ATV and took the driver's seat without wasting any time. The guy just drove away from there as if he was in the movie Fast and Furious. He left behind a destroyed portal where soldiers were on duty at the entrance. Their reaction was not surprising. Once again, Nameless carried out the purge alone. For them, he had long since become more than just a man, an embodied storm that had broken through into this world. While driving the ATV, the man reflected that the new purchase had justified itself. Now it was possible to haul tons of loot without fear of overload. Equipment is half the battle for a solo operator. The dwarven build of the vehicle inspired confidence. A sturdy frame, a powerful engine, and an enchantment for load capacity. Even if the price of 800 million seemed insane, with each raid it paid for itself more and more. Upon arriving at the required building, I heard Ocean Woo's voice on the phone. He was already aware of the successful cleanup. Soo-hyuk confirmed the information. He had 2 pairs of praying mantis paws and several mana stones on his hands. Ocean promised to send specialists for an assessment. The man, in turn, asked about rank 6-7 portals. The answer wasn't encouraging. All the good spots had long since been snapped up by guilds. Only low-ranking portals remained. Although, perhaps it's time to allow yourself a little rest. Work takes too much energy. Ocean offered to go up to the office for coffee, but the man declined, promising to stop by later. Ocean promised to personally convey the estimate of the production as soon as the figures were known. Soo-hyuk walked slowly down the street, mentally returning to his goal, to reach rank 9 as quickly as possible. Only then will he be able to reveal the truth to his parents, without fear and concealment. His gaze fell on the phone screen, a message from Soa. The girl told him to come back immediately. He swaps and sees a message from Baek Yi-yeon, too. She's received an offer from the Baek Dusan Guild. The terms are so favorable it's hard to believe. She asked for advice. Should she agree right away, or would it be better to first sort out the guild's internal politics? She was thrilled to the depths of her soul, and if everything worked out, she suggested celebrating it at a restaurant. Soo-hyuk replied with a slight smile. Let him let me know as soon as everything is approved. He'll try to be there. After a short correspondence, the man ordered food in one of the empty cafes. It was too early for lunch. That was the reason for the silence inside. He caught snatches of someone else's conversation. 2 people were discussing the nameless one. It turned out he'd recently visited the association, having donated his mana stones and paws. Even the vice president got involved in the sales. It's not every day you come across a newcomer with such power. No surprise. The guy, even though he had only recently awakened, had already attracted the attention of the powers that be. Apparently, influential forces are trying to secure his loyalty, as competitors are not sleeping. If he goes abroad, there's guaranteed to be a media scandal. Losing someone like that would be catastrophic. They even said that he was capable of eclipsing Baek Muhaka himself, a living legend. The interlocutors changed the subject and began talking about Tranon, a mysterious world that they had not been able to study. The portal has been open for 3 months, but the energy center remains unknown. People are nervous. It's strange that there haven't been any protests yet, given the tension surrounding the situation. But what's more interesting is that the association has made contact with the elves from Elfenheim. The new elf instructor had arrived quite recently. Her beauty was almost supernatural. The elves created a device capable of determining the center of portal energy within a kilometer radius. Having finished his meal, the man approached the cafe employee to pay for the order. The usual bustle reigned on the street. There were no more free portals left. Temporarily, no work was expected. However, going to Tranon alone was still too risky. But perhaps now was the chance for a breakthrough. He picked up the phone and dialed Ocean's number. The line was busy. Soo-hyuk chuckled, realizing that everyone was up to their ears in work. But if you hurry, you can bypass the guild hunters and hit the jackpot. Park Moo-ji approached the man. Soo-hyuk met his gaze. With so much fame at such a young age, it's no wonder the guy became a little arrogant. He called the young man by name, grinning. Nameless Hero is a very fitting nickname. The man said that he was a busy man, and added that he had little time, so he would speak to the point. The guy knows who's in front of him. Soo-hyuk was genuinely surprised and made it clear he didn't know. Irritated, Moo-gi stated his name, noting with a hint of bitterness that the other person seemed unwilling to communicate. The protagonist glanced at him with a slight grin, silently making it clear that he himself was not particularly fond of empty chatter. Is this all just complexes or a stubborn desire to prove something? In a world where force is everything, such questions seem naive. The mage suddenly began to emanate a dark, oppressive energy, with a hint that if this was how things were going, he would show what true power was. The boy summoned a dragon made of dense shadow, and he directed this creation straight at his opponent. Soo-hyuk deftly dodged the monster's first burst of rage, realizing that he possessed an ability that made him nearly invisible. A shadow shaman that moved at lightning speed. It is not surprising that such a technique became his main weapon in battle. Easily dodging attacks, he realized that he couldn't hold back. He would have to make a real effort, or just get out of here in a good way. Moo-gi continued to pump up his magic with a grin, noting to himself how deftly his opponent dodged the deadly blows. But, he added silently, tricks weren't everything. Eels couldn't be trusted. The guy felt anger boiling in his chest and, clenching his teeth, he broke into a rapid dash, intending to put an end to this farce. Concentrating his strength in his fists, he rushed forward. But the attack was not completed. A new burst of aggression from the creature was too close. Using an illusion technique, he created copies of himself, sending them into battle to surround the enemy from different sides. Slightly taken aback, the magician noted with surprise what was happening. He clearly had not expected this. He cast fiery spells, radiating passion. It looks like things are starting to take on the flavor of a real fight. The protagonist assessed the moment and realized that now, while the enemy was distracted by the deceptions, the time had come for a decisive attack. But Moo-gi quickly got his bearings and, changing the direction of the flame, managed to notice the real enemy. The guy noted to himself that even if the fire was magical, it was still fire, and therefore had a weakness. With a movement of his foot, he caused a deadly impulse, a deadly wind that can disperse even an enchanted flame. Visibly alarmed, the magician caught himself thinking that this newcomer had awakened only a couple of months ago and was already doing something like this. The guy assumed a fighting stance, and his entire figure was filled with a powerful aura, foreshadowing the release of a secret martial arts technique. He unleashed the divine fist of 100 steps, a legendary move that carried an air elemental strike. Moo-gi miraculously stayed on his feet, but when I opened my eyes, I saw, as 2 fingers of his opponent were already on his chest. With a serious look, he made it clear that this was the point of death. Touching it meant the end. The shocked magician froze, not knowing how to react. Such art does not belong to magic. It is something else. The guy calmly said that he didn't understand the reasons for his appearance, but hoped that their paths would not cross again. The relationship between them and his guild is no longer friendly. There will be no more warnings, only death. Mugi shouted out a defiant name of his enemy and asked if he understood that the entire structure of the 8 worlds was hunting him. Does he seriously think these groups are noble heroes? Perhaps he has the power, but handling such a colossus alone would be suicide. He needed to join them, and then any door would open. He's doomed alone, but with the guild's support he can achieve anything. They're waiting for this bastard. A short time later, Soo-hyuk staggered into the dark courtyard, coughing heavily as drops of blood dripped onto the stones beneath his feet. It felt as if an unknown force was bursting out from within, squeezing out all living things. Most likely he went too far in the final phase of the battle, and now he urgently needs to implement the next stage of the plan. After all, just before him stood one of the 5 awakened of the 12th rank of Korea, and a fight with such a fighter is not in vain. If the fight had dragged on, he would not have seen victory, but he had no regrets. The main thing was that he managed to inflict damage on the overconfident upstart. Moreover, the 8 worlds are now hunting for his head, which means it's time to prepare for a serious confrontation. Unlike Mugi, they will be much harder to stop. You need to do everything to have a chance in this fight. In parallel with these events, at the airport, Vladimir Andreev appeared accompanied by security guards. Baek Chu-moon hurried to meet him and addressed him with respect, calling him sir. The people around looked on in amazement. Someone in the crowd whispered that this man looked like an actor. No one knew exactly who he was, but his face clearly seemed vaguely familiar to many. Chu-moon regretfully apologized for the crowd, explaining that if he had known in advance, he could have warned. Vladimir reacted sullenly, noting that he didn't have time for the ceremony. He himself hadn't expected that everything would have to be done in a hurry. They drive to the car together, and on the road the man asked who was hiding behind the guise of the Nameless One. Chu-moon turned to him and told him that several months ago, the boy had come out of a coma in which he had been for a long time. He was registered as a casualty of the portal incident, but after awakening, he began to rapidly rise in level. Vladimir asked him about his age, and, having learned the number, he thoughtfully said that this was precisely why he had come here. The upcoming battle promised to be truly exciting. When will Baek Muhak appear? Chu-moon mentioned that he heard that we shouldn't expect this guy before next spring, so we'll have to be patient. Vladimir let out an irritated breath, showing impatience, and noted with a grin that he had apparently decided to disappear from sight again for a whole year. A true training maniac, no doubt, he's still the same. The driver glanced in the mirror, and he looked into the reflection, realizing that before him sat the Prince of the Blood himself, the legendary Lord of the Night, the Russian star of hunters. One of the most powerful representatives of the 8 worlds, and therefore there was no point in being surprised by his arrogance. Vladimir caught the young man's gaze, and, without hiding his irony, he asked whether his tone towards the gentleman had upset him. Chu-moon turned around and noticed that the driver was too young to get involved in conversations of this level. The man narrowed his eyes mockingly and added that, whatever one might say, he was right. That stubborn fellow had fled to the mountains, and now he had to fly here. Was the guy really against it? The driver shook his head reservedly, and Vladimir, with a lazy grin, patted him on the shoulder, adding that it wouldn't hurt for him to relax a little. His face had become completely stony. Chu-moon sensed that the situation was starting to escalate and hastened to declare that he would deal with this impudent youth himself later. Vladimir reminded them that he'd known Baek Muhak since the time he'd run under the table, barely reaching the seat. School was out of the question back then. And now some puppy of this former baby dares to contradict him? The driver frowned and sharply demanded that the man not dare insult his master. Magic began to slowly flow from Vladimir as he asked if that really sounded like an insult. The flow of energy reached the young man, and he immediately felt his body being paralyzed. He was completely immobilized. A little more and he would have simply disappeared. The body trembled with uncontrollable fear. And Chu-moon, noticing the change, asked what had happened. The driver stared ahead, unsure whether he'd really just stood at the very edge of the road, or was it just a trick of the senses. Chu-moon asked in a reserved tone whether there would be any objections if they made a short stop. Vladimir agreed with a lazy grin, noting that just look at this guy. He's as pale as chalk, still alive, which means the day isn't as bad as it could have been. The next morning, Soo-hyuk woke up in bed and immediately felt the painful echoes of yesterday's battle. His inside still seemed to be burning from within. It seems he's really gone too far. If he keeps jumping through portals and getting into fights at the same pace, this gnawing pain will drive you crazy. You need to stop and recover. His mother entered the room, and she noticed with surprise that he spent the night at home again. This hadn't happened for a long time, and now it suddenly coincided with her day off. Then my father came up and suggested a family outing. Since everyone was free, why not spend the day together? Sua ran up to them with a joyful squeal, beaming with happiness, and joined in the proposal. The guy turned his gaze to his loved ones and asked if everyone really had a day off today. They nodded in response, and he made a half-joking remark, "You could have informed us in advance." Then he would not have planned any other things for this morning. The father, smiling, noted ironically that he didn't even have a job. What other plans could he have? Soo-hyuk chuckled and replied that even the unemployed had their own things to do, albeit unofficial ones. The father continued with a thoughtful look that the boy returns home late every day and constantly talks about training. Is he hiding something? Soo-hyuk shook his head, but the mother gently slapped her husband on the shoulder, noting that you don't need to know everything, even if you're a parent. Let the guy have his own secrets too. She winked slyly at her son and asked if she had understood everything correctly. Her father nodded and admitted he was simply worried, especially now that she was feeling better for the first time in a long time and was eager to get out into the fresh air. He suggested taking a walk along the Hangang, maybe then going to a movie and ending the day in a cozy restaurant. Sua enthusiastically supported the idea. It had been so long since they had spent time together as a family. Soo-hyuk agreed with a slight smile, noting that in that case, Mom wouldn't have to cook today. The woman clenched her fist, squinting, asking with displeasure what he meant by that. Did he think her cooking wasn't up to par? The young man hastened to justify himself, adding that he was simply glad to have the opportunity to relieve her of the routine. Mother immediately cheered up, and Sua suggested that they at least take something to eat with them if they were going to the park anyway. As soon as the words left her lips, everyone simultaneously looked at their father, and the guy involuntarily admitted that he really was the best cook. The father, pleased with the attention, he said with a grin that he would now show what he was worth. For now they can watch TV, and he will get busy in the kitchen. The man started cooking, and Sua asked with admiration who taught him to handle food so well. After a short period of cooking, the father proudly placed the dish on the table and loudly announced, "Everything is ready. Today they will have omu rice for breakfast." Soo-hyuk got a big portion, and the guy asked himself in surprise, was it too much? My father explained that if I trained all night, then I needed to eat conscientiously. They began to eat, and the mother gently said that work is something that can be acquired, but her son's health is a real happiness for her. Everyone started praising the food, and the boy suddenly felt a warmth he hadn't felt for a long time. This house wasn't crowded, it was cozy, but the thought still wouldn't leave me alone. Maybe it was time to open up? The father, noticing that the boy was lost in thought, asked if he had anything to say. He had barely touched his food. Soo-hyuk put his spoon down on the table. He exhaled and admitted that yes, indeed, there is something important that he had wanted to talk about for a long time. Sua immediately understood what her brother was about to tell her, and with a quick movement she made it clear that she shouldn't say it out loud. The young man nodded to his sister, wondering where she got such insight from. It seemed as if she could read minds. If the boy reveals the truth to them, the parents will be afraid that they risk losing their son again, who has only recently returned from a coma. The young man had about 500 million won in his bank account, a fairly substantial sum. With another loan, he could have bought a spacious 30-peon apartment for his parents, just as he had dreamed. But Mugi's warning still echoed in his head. The world's top 8 would start hunting him. To stand up to people like them, you will need not only strength, but also influence. And influence, as we know, requires money. The boy decided to endure it a little longer. It was all for his parents, for his family. A short time later, the whole family got into the car and hit the road, enjoying the rare opportunity to spend the day together. Soo-hyuk watched the passing landscape and noted to himself how much the car was shaking. They needed a new one for a long time. The sister pointed her finger out the window, pointing to a bright advertisement. where the awakened ones showed off. It has now become a common sight. Being awakened has become prestigious these days. The profession is respected, less dangerous, and some have even become celebrities. If she had had the strength, perhaps the family would not be languishing in poverty and would live in prosperity and security. The mother nodded in understanding, but added that she did not want her daughter to carry other people's lives on her conscience. There were more important things. The guy realized that all this applied to him. Sua remarked with a sly smile that a mother's daughter's beauty was also an important indicator of happiness, wasn't it? The man blushed and asked with slight embarrassment what was happening to the girl today, as if she had been replaced. When they arrived at the park, the family had a small picnic, enjoying simple pleasures. Soo-hyuk looked into the faces of his family and understood that it was moments like these that were real life, not vanity and pain. It had been a long time since they had been able to get together as a family. Work, business, illness, everything interfered with these moments. The wasted years fueled the young man's resolve. He would do everything he could to make them happy. After the movie, they went to a restaurant, and the mother looked at the sign with doubt. The establishment was not cheap. The guy, without losing his good nature, said that since his sister had bought the tickets, dinner was his concern. The woman was surprised, not believing that her son could manage money so freely, since he had recently been unemployed. The protagonist, with a confident smile, explained that everything was under control. He would definitely find a decent job soon. The father asked with slight anxiety whether there was any need to hurry at all, since the body had only just recovered from a deep coma. Soo-hyuk assured him that he felt better than before. He had plenty of energy, and the rest had helped him recover. The mother warmly thanked her son for his efforts and noted that if things got tough, he should definitely tell her. When the plates were empty, the guy sighed with slight sadness, as if he didn't want to let this day go. The parent detected sadness in the boy's voice and asked with interest what exactly had upset him so much. It turned out that the man was depressed by how quickly this rare day flew by, like sand through his fingers. The wife laughed and said that her husband was becoming more and more sentimental, just like their son. She admitted that such displays of warmth are sometimes even frightening. They are too touching. The father glanced around the area and asked in surprise where Sua was. The girl still hadn't returned. Soo-hyuk stood up from the table, and he went in search of his sister, assuming that she might be lingering somewhere nearby. At that moment, Hana Rayum slapped Sua. The girl was with her friends, and they all made fun of Sua in unison, saying that there was no place for such people in the rich people's area. With contempt and disdain, they advised her to simply leave and not disgrace herself. And Rayum grabbed the girl by the clothes, and, raising her hand threateningly, she asked who she thought she was. At that moment, Soo-hyuk caught the girl's hand, looking at her with a cold, contemptuous expression. The guy pointed out that what was in front of him was just an illusion, a mask. She was not who she claimed to be. And Rayum narrowed her eyes and defiantly asked who he was to interfere in her affairs. The young man didn't try to hide it. He was Sue's brother, and he wasn't going to allow such treatment of his sister. Sua rose from the ground, persuading her brother not to get involved, saying that everything was fine, it would work out. But the young man was seething with rage. He was not going to turn a blind eye to the fact that someone had raised a hand against his sister. Dark magic fluttered in the air as he called the offender disgusting. Dark energy reached out to the girl, filling the air with tension. And she, gripped by panic, and with an evil aura around her, she began waving her arms, screaming as if in madness. Sue couldn't help but laugh, as if she was watching a circus, and asked if she had imagined it all. And Rayum, turning to her in a rage, was indignant. How dare she laugh at such a moment? Soo-hyuk's serious expression said it all. He discussed this with his sister privately later. He made it clear that if the girl didn't want any trouble, it would be best for her to back off. But Rayum only snorted and contemptuously reminded him that they were of the same poor blood. What could he do anyway? Soo-hyuk calmly remarked that poverty was no cause for shame. The girl, still sporting a mischievous grin, declared that in their world, everything is the other way around. The rich dictate the rules. They decide who can live where and who has the right to speak. If he wants to know why she can kill her sister and get away with it, let him listen. One call, and they'll raise the rent so much they'll be out on the street. Let him get up and apologize. The young man was about to answer, but his sister squeezed his sleeve, begging him not to interfere. The guy realized that in front of him was a representative of a rich caste with money and power. But for him, she remained just a spoiled, loud-mouthed fool who dreamed of seeming important. Neither her clothes nor her status could hide her cheapness. And Rheum jumped up in rage and hit him with her bag. The young man, without losing his composure, easily intercepted the bag, which made the girl even more angry. She screamed that he had no idea how much this accessory cost. If you damage even a seam, you'll die. The young man shook his bag with a grin and asked why he was waving it around like a rag. And Rheum said with disdain that this thing was worth more than he earned in a month. The guy said it was strange. She looks like a beggar, but humiliates everyone. He demonstratively tore the bag open right in front of her eyes, and a look of shock distorted the girl's face. This made her fall to the ground and with a trembling voice ask if everything that was happening was really real. Soo-hyuk looked at her calmly, smiling slightly, and assured her that this was not an illusion. This was real life. The girl froze, not believing her eyes. After all, her expensive bag had just been ripped apart in front of her. With fury on her face, she pointed her finger at the guy, sure that he should be punished. Two aggressive girls rushed towards the man, waving their fists, but Soo-hyuk effortlessly picked up his sister in his arms, and with grace, as if he were participating in some kind of dance, he dodged all their clumsy attacks. And Rheum turned pale, looking at him with real horror in her eyes, and thought, could it really be that this disgusting guy was awakened? The man took out his phone, which he had previously left on the recording, and he confidently declared that it was time to see what was captured on video. It turned out that all their mockery was captured on film. Just at that moment, a large, sparkling ball flew towards him, but the guy reacted in time, stopping him with one hand, without even flinching. With a grin on his face, he glanced at the girl, as if asking if she really had security guards in store for her. Since he keeps talking about his worth, I'd like to see how the public reacts to this video online. He made it clear that this was his last warning, and that it would be better for her to leave her sister alone. Let him be glad that he limited himself to just a torn bag, and not something more destructive. Later, when the tension had subsided, they sat down on benches. Yi-sua, with her head bowed, admitted that she felt a great deal of shame. She didn't want her brother to see her in such a pitiful state. It turned out that they had studied in the same class for 3 years, but no friendship had developed. From the very beginning, the girl had some kind of need to humiliate others. At first a little, but by the second year, it became unbearable. It seemed like her father's business was improving, and it was starting to irritate her, especially after Sue's brother woke up. Besides, Sue herself was not only smart but also beautiful, and irritation in such situations is quite natural. The boy remembered how, upon waking up, he immediately noticed how beautiful she was. He just exhaled heavily, asking not to take his words to heart. His emotions were literally seething. Sua raised her head and, trying to remain calm, said that she didn't really care about Rheum. She was too arrogant to deserve even a drop of real anger. However, perhaps it was not so simple. There was more than just envy in her gaze. When exchange students came to the school, one young man became interested in Sua and later confessed his feelings to her. But a week before that, it was Rheum who decided to confess to him and was refused. Sue, despite the guy's feelings, rejected him. Her mother was sick, her brother was in a coma, and there was no time for love then. And all that was left for her then was to quietly laugh at that girl, thus taking revenge for all the insults, albeit petty, but from the heart. The guy irritably remarked that he should have torn out the girl's hair, not the bag. Sua blushed, embarrassed, but admitted that his action was indeed funny. She even smiled, saying that at that moment, he seemed like a real hero to her. They say this can be considered a small setback before a great victory. Such days never happen again. If the boy became stronger, he would have a chance for real, serious revenge. But it was time to go back. His parents were probably already starting to worry. They headed back, and Soo-hyuk said that he would walk his sister home, and he himself will stop by the store on the way. As the man was already walking along the sidewalk, suddenly, Rheum appeared in front of him again, accompanied by 2 bodyguards. The guy chuckled slightly. He didn't expect to run into her so soon. The girl irritably extended her hand, demanding that the phone be returned to her, promising that in that case she would forget about the incident with the bag. The guy couldn't help but grin, looking at her with slight contempt. Surprisingly, she still didn't seem to understand that the situation had already gotten out of her control. Ariom's voice became sharp as a knife blade, making it clear that her patience was running out. And if he continues, the bodyguards will deal with him without further ado. Besides, she reminded, awakened ones are not allowed to attack ordinary people. Soo-hyuk calmly raised his palms. He had not broken any rules. The man admitted that he used force, but only against an object, without touching any people, while his sister was indeed hit. The anger on Ariom's face became even brighter, and she moved on to open threats. She pointed her finger in his direction, demanding that they take the phone away from him, even if they had to beat him. Two men rushed towards him, but the guy instantly dodged and reminded, if he was attacked first, he has the right to self-defense. Without wasting any time, he delivered a powerful blow to the knee of one of his opponents, and he, unable to bear the pain, screamed so loudly that it could be heard throughout the area. The man didn't stop. He ran on. At the same time, he noted that the technique of acupuncture is an excellent means for temporary paralysis. He quickly jabbed his fingers into the second opponent's vulnerable spots, and he immediately began to choke, and blood began to flow from his throat. The remaining guard, a man named Kim Man-soo, did not intervene immediately. He only said that he had long wanted to try out his black marble. Soo-hyuk smiled, seeing that he had made an impression. Man-soo asked with a hint of anger, "Doesn't he know who he is? After all, he's this girl's personal guard." The guy chuckled again. "So what? Does that mean anything? Or is it just another stupid nickname?" The man wondered. Maybe this was really someone who didn't follow rumors? After all, he himself almost became vice president of the deportation device company. The aura he began to emanate spoke of serious intentions. After all, only luck had saved the boy from the ball. And it seemed he had become too arrogant. The guy made it clear in advance that if he didn't back down, he would face not just an injury, but something much more serious. The man threw the ball with all his might, putting all his anger and determination into the throw. But Soo-hyuk, acting as if he had anticipated the blow, deftly dodged the flying cannonball. Looking closely at the iron projectile, the boy remembered Man-soo's nickname, Iron Sphere, which sounded like an ominous title. The man was once the head of the Chunye Guild and was considered a 10th-rank awakened being. After losing the vice presidential election, he left his post and stopped participating in hunting, but retained his rank. If the man had continued his career, he could have reached heights that others are not even given the chance to look at. Rumors whispered that his throwing power surpassed even Mugi's, becoming legendary. Man-soo admitted that the guy impressed him. After all, at first he thought that he had accidentally reflected the ball. Now the man realized he had been mistaken. Standing before him was none other than Soo-hyuk. He put away his fears, saying that he did not desire enmity and would prefer not to interfere with the path of this young man. The girl raised her eyebrows with an irritated look and shouted at him to ask if he had lost his mind. Her tone sounded like an accusation of betrayal. Who gave a man the right to decide when everything should end? But Man-soo firmly refused to follow her orders. He had neither the desire nor the need to enter into conflict with the one standing in front of him. Although their meeting was not the most cordial, the man nevertheless admitted that he had long wanted to meet this guy again, even if not under such circumstances. The man expressed hope that everything would go smoothly at their next meeting. However, Soo-hyuk only chuckled. After that, it was hardly possible to pretend that they were friends. In the same calm voice, Man-soo replied that there was no need to rush to conclusions. Perhaps he had an offer that was hard to refuse. But the guy immediately refused and asked, hadn't he heard that he refused everyone? Man-soo chuckled in response and confirmed. He had heard this too often not to believe it. The man reminded him that the guy had apparently fought with someone from the Emoji Guild, hadn't he? Before leaving, he added that one shouldn't underestimate him. He has his own sources. At first it seemed like he was looking at an ordinary newbie, but it turned out that he had stumbled upon a real big fish, albeit one without a name. He called the young man a friend, promising that their paths would cross again. The girl was at a loss, not understanding what to do next. The only thing that came to her mind was to run away. But Soo-hyuk instantly stood in her way like a wall. The question hung in the air. Where was she going? If the guy had wanted to kill her, it would have been over long ago. The girl's eyes showed horror. She froze in place, and the next moment the young man, with a precise movement, hit her in the throat. As a result, Arim fell to her knees, realizing that she could not make a sound. With a slight grin, the guy explained that he had blocked the voice points, and now the girl can only silently beg for mercy. He could easily hurt her, maim her, or break something without thinking. But he didn't do this. He left the right to punish to Sue. Trembling on her knees, Rim felt an unbearable tension, and the guy, emitting an incredible aura, firmly ordered her to stay and wait. Very soon she will understand that her whole life, all her beliefs and pride, are just rot and ashes. The young man turned around and left the place, leaving the girl and the bodyguard in a silent stupor. After some time, National Assembly member Han Ki-jae asked one of the security guards with annoyance, was it really that he couldn't get the video? The guard remained silent, and the deputy, with anger in his voice, declared that he should have drowned himself rather than return with such a result. After all, the task was ridiculously simple. Where is Mansu now? The response was that he had resigned from his position. Chi-soo slammed his fist on the table in anger. How dare he act like he was above him? When he, Chi, takes the presidential chair, the first thing he will do is gather all the awakened ones. What did that guy even say? The guard replied that he had heard the girl talking to him, but was too far away to make out the words. Chai, in irritation, ordered to call Rim, to which the guard noted that she refused to talk to him. At this moment, Mansu himself got in touch. The deputy raised his eyebrows in surprise. Had he really given up? He reminded him that he had given him a simple task, but it turned out that this task was beyond his abilities. They should have found out who they were dealing with first. No amount of money was worth the trouble. The deputy expressed doubts. Could beating up some newcomer really be so dangerous? Mansu replied that sometimes a newcomer is more dangerous than an old wolf, especially if it is someone like this young man. Gi-ja expressed bewilderment, saying that he didn't expect such weak words from him. Let him tell him directly what happened. Mansu replied that he was only calling to warn everyone. If he didn't care, he wouldn't have bothered. The guy turned out to be that nameless one. Now everything should be clear. It's best not to try to stand in his way. It's better to pretend this meeting never happened. With these words, Mansu ended the conversation. Gi-ja, overcome with rage, threw the phone on the floor. A scream, full of anger, broke the silence. How dare he? How dare this boy threaten a member of the National Assembly? The next day, Ocean Woo dialed Soo-hyuk's number and said that he apologized for the long silence. He was just busy. I asked him how he was doing. He said he was having some difficulties, but he was coping. Ocean noted that he had heard about the fight with Mugi. He didn't expect him to be so brave. He apologized for finding out about it too late and asked if the young man had been hurt. Soo-hyuk retorted, if he had been hurt, would he have been able to talk to him on the phone now? Ocean poured himself some coffee and let out a sigh of relief. This was good. He was worried because he had an important matter and didn't know if the guy could help. The conversation was about the world of Tranen. Soo-hyuk confirmed that he was familiar with it. Then he must be aware that the association is planning to close the portal at any cost. The largest guilds have already begun issuing permits to hunters to obtain magical weapons. Officially, everything starts in a month, but in reality, it will take 2 weeks at most. Now more than ever, Korea needs a hero. A nameless hero. It sounds like a symbol. Doesn't the guy want to become that hero? Soo-hyuk, having thought it over with composure, he made it clear that he would try. The guy's thoughts returned to his past, realizing that he was in no way fit to play the role of a hero. The man felt no love for people and never sought to do justice. Despite this, those around him endowed him with the title of hero. The title seemed alien and out of place, like a dress uniform that was not tailored to his measurements. And yet, for the sake of peace in his homeland, for the protection of his loved ones, he was ready to play the role assigned to him. There were only 15 days left before the opening of the interworld portal, Tranen, and there was almost no time to strengthen it. The foundations of martial arts have always been built on 3 pillars: body, ability, and a clear mind. Since his body had already reached the highest level of mastery and his powers were under control, there was only one peak left. The next frontier was mastering the mind, mastering the energy that raged within. Qi, the most stubborn of all the elements. To reach the rank of a bodhisattva, he needed to accumulate a volume of qi equal to 60 years of labor. The usual paths would have required 5 years of grueling practice before he could reach such a level. But time was not an ally, and the only hope was the great Shaolin potion, powerful and rare. The man reached a building called Cosmo Sales, and I was surprised to realize how long it had been since I had been in these places. Here they traded not only earthly ingredients and artifacts, but also trophies from other worlds. On the home planet, such potions had almost disappeared. But in this place, filled with goods from other dimensions, the chance was higher. Manhwa potions were especially valuable. They could instantly restore internal energy reserves. One potion was so highly prized that it was considered equivalent to 30 years of qi accumulation. Almost a miracle. When he looked at the shop windows, his eyes stopped on the first floor. Luxury was concentrated there. It was here, many years ago, that he acquired an all-terrain vehicle created by the hands of gnomes. Not a thing for the poor. Having climbed up to the 3rd floor, the guy immediately found himself in the center of attention of many traders. He glanced around the crowd. The atmosphere was reminiscent of a noisy oriental market where everyone wanted to sell something. But amidst all this fuss, there was only one thing to find: the treasured potion. A figure near the wall caught his attention. A cat girl hidden by an invisibility spell. The man's cheeks flushed. Before him stood a representative of the Beastmen, a rarity in these parts. To others, she remained invisible, but he clearly felt her presence, like a slight ripple in the air. Coming closer, the guy noticed that she was using magic to hide from the eyes of others. With a slight smile, the girl noted that he turned out to be quite observant, since he managed to notice her in the crowd. Soo-hyuk made it clear, without further ado, that he possessed the corresponding abilities. He saw her through magic. The beast woman gestured for him to enter the shop, where he found exactly what he was looking for. The guy was surprised. How did she guess the purpose of his visit if he hadn't said a word yet? The girl took out a bottle of potion from behind the counter and offered it to the man, hinting that it was just what he needed. He nodded mechanically, still not believing in such quick success, his facial expression betraying confusion. The cat girl asked with a sly smile what exactly surprised him so much. After all, she was the best shaman in her tribe. She proudly stated that her psychic abilities were among the strongest among her people. The man asked how much such a rare and powerful artifact cost. The beast woman raised the corners of her lips and replied that the price was 300 million won, a considerable sum. His insides sank. Such a high price seemed like outright robbery. The girl noticed his reaction but only winked, saying that this potion was of the highest class, brewed by her personally. She insisted that its effectiveness was beyond doubt, as the creation process was incredibly complex. And now she only has one bottle left in her possession. Everything else has been sold to customers. The guy suddenly began to wonder, could she really read minds? The beast woman shook her head, but noted that she had a good sense of people's desires and aspirations. She felt that in front of her stood not an ordinary client, but a person with a much higher status. Soo-hyuk wondered warily. Could she even see through his previous lives? Of all the creatures he knew, only the ancient monk from Black Mountain was capable of this. He exhaled heavily and, waving his hand, decided to believe. After all, he had nothing to lose. The girl giggled softly, noticing how his voice was trembling, as if he was nervous. The man became embarrassed, trying to explain that his anxiety was not caused by the purchase, but by another question. He plucked up his courage and asked if he could touch her fur, as it seemed very soft. The beast woman was taken aback by such a strange request, and looked at him with an expression of slight disgust. Looking at him sternly, she asked if he was one of those who loved exotic things. The man quickly began to justify himself. He didn't mean anything bad at all. He just thought that her fur looked amazingly silky and pleasant to the touch. With a sigh of relief, she suggested at least exchanging names. It would be easier to communicate that way. After a short introduction, she noted with a smile that she would remember his name, despite its oddity. But in exchange for trust, he had to confirm that he had no bad intentions. Soo-hyuk nodded with such conviction that there was no doubt left. The truth was on his side. The girl hesitated, then extended her hand to him, offering a simple gesture of friendship. The man shook her soft paw and asked curiously if they could now be considered friends. She admitted that, in general, yes, but added that she chooses her friends carefully. The man noted with delight how soft her paw was, like a silk pillow. She narrowed her eyes, as if checking to see if he was joking, and asked if he was too fond of all things fluffy. The man admitted with a slight smile that, yes, he has a weakness for everything soft and cute. The beast woman shook her head doubtfully, unsure whether to trust such strange confessions. A little time passed, and now the guy was already lying in his room, remembering everything with a kind smile. He was amazed. These creatures, the beast men, were truly something special and almost fabulous. He knew he wouldn't forget her appearance or the touch of her soft fur. In the future, when he bought an apartment, he would definitely get a cat. Sue, accidentally hearing him muttering out loud about cats, couldn't believe her ears and asked where he was and what he was doing. The guy took out the potion he had purchased earlier, thoughtfully noting that such artifacts are usually used by magicians and shamans in particularly critical moments. The power of these potions lay in the instant restoration of magical energy, which could be decisive both in battle and in a healing ritual. Just one bottle for that amount is an unthinkable price, but no other artifact amplifies chi so quickly and powerfully. The man downed the potion in one gulp, hoping that its properties would live up to his expectations. When he directed the energy through his body, it became clear that what he was holding in his hands was not a fake, but the genuine elixir. No sign of cheap substitutes, just pure power that demands complete absorption without a trace. The system issued a message stating that the 5th rank technique, Art of Unification of Heaven and Earth, had been upgraded to 4th rank. From this moment on, the path of development opened up even wider. The purification of the body was completed. The energy within it doubled. By completely cleansing the body, the Unity technique reveals hidden potential, accelerating recovery significantly. The process of bone tissue renewal is activated. The first of 2 stages has begun. The guy grinned, realizing that he only needed 3 years of chi energy to accumulate to reach the rank of Bodhisattva. It was this system message that first caught the man's attention. The bone renewal was a true miracle. Inwardly, he realized that the purification of his body had completely opened up paths for him that had previously seemed inaccessible. Every martial artist secretly dreams of energy flowing through the body without the slightest obstacle. The myth of bone renewal has long been considered nothing more than a beautiful legend, inaccessible to the living. In the country of Huan, those who achieved this were called demigods. He was never able to get close to them in his past life. The man was interested in what else was needed to fully complete such a rare process. And then a system window opened before him, filled with new conditions. After reading the text, he realized that all parameters, strength, endurance, and agility, must exceed 200. To reach such heights, it was necessary to reach at least level 180. Not an easy task. However, the man did not feel disappointed, knowing that he still had to go through this path. In exactly 15 days, Soo-hyuk raced down the street on his ATV, feeling that the moment of testing had arrived. During this time, he managed to strengthen himself with another 2 years of chi, and the Unity technique called to test its limits. The quad bike approached the fortified complex, the Tranon portal, where a soldier stopped him for inspection. The man calmly raised his hand, showing a hologram of his ID card confirming his identity. The guard confirmed the authenticity and added that the license must be registered before entry. Soo-hyuk was about to head towards the registration area when he suddenly heard someone calling his name. A mature man stood before him and introduced himself as Kim Yun-soo, the vice president's assistant. He explained that he had received an order to accompany Soo-hyuk personally, and that he would now be his guide. The guy turned his gaze to the giant structure of the portal, mentally noting that the stories weren't lying. It really was colossal. Yun-soo explained that another assistant was already waiting inside. Equipment will be provided on site. The guy remembered the rumors. Supposedly, this equipment was produced in Elvenheim. Perhaps he would even see Shahar. The guy stepped on the gas and started to drive into the portal, which very quickly sucked it in and left the others to simply watch the emptiness, and found himself in a dead desert, instantly feeling the difference in air composition and pressure. He remembered that his new assistant was supposed to be waiting for him on the 3rd floor of the saloon. Looking around, the guy wondered where all the hunters had gone. It seemed like they just disappeared. Having reached the establishment with the pioneer sign, he realized that this was the right place. It was surprisingly crowded inside, and he realized why the streets outside were so empty. A bartender named Kim Chi-woon noticed the new customer and immediately apologized that all the tables on the first floor were occupied. In second place, everything is more expensive, but even there was not a single free table left. Too many customers. Soo-hyuk calmly said that he needed the third floor. The bartender was surprised, because this floor was only accessible by reservation, and the prices there were the highest. However, it is there that there are separate rooms with magical soundproofing and comfort for special guests. The third floor was mainly used by VIP clients, so you should check the list first. The guy said they were already waiting for him there. That was enough. The bartender was just surprised he didn't tell him right away. He escorted the visitor to the stairs, asking his name to verify it. After checking the list, he reported that his companion had already arrived and he was ready to take him to her. The guy followed him, wondering if there really was a separate manager for just one floor. As they climbed up, it became clear that this floor was truly radically different from the others. The bartender opened the door at number 328, and he pointed to the call button in case anything else was needed. The guy saw a hooded figure. The girl sat on the bed as if she knew for sure that he would appear. Soo-hyuk thought that this must be the assistant he was promised. When her face was revealed, he momentarily mistook her for Shahar, but quickly realized he was mistaken. Taking off her hood, she expressed her respect, indicating that it was an honor for her to meet Soo-hyuk in person. Sereniel introduced herself as the second apprentice of the Kal Ilyrioth clan, also known as the First Finger. Bowing gracefully, she expressed her joy at hearing of his exploits and merits. They say he possesses courage, justice, and will one day become the greatest hero of his time. It's a great honor for her. She is too frank in her words, and if they made him uncomfortable, she asks for forgiveness. The guy replied that this was not entirely true and invited her to sit down. They sat down at the table, and he asked what kind of tea she offered him. Sereniel explained that it was a tea made from the leaves of the golden moon, a rare plant grown by the Elaine clan. In his world, such a plant is extremely rare, and she decided to bring it as a sophisticated gift. The boy drank a cup of tea, and after thinking, realized that the gifts of the elves from the Elaine clan were tea, the cost of which exceeded the price of the purest gold. For a moment, he felt like a part of high society, almost like an aristocrat. He placed his cup on the saucer and remarked that it was time to get down to business. He heard that she had a magical artifact, capable of determining the center of cosmic energy. Sereniel took out the crystal, from which a bright glow emanated, and she reported that this was the very same artifact. Testing has not yet been completed, but the device can already function within portals up to and including the 7th rank. This crystal is called In the Shadow of the World Tree, but due to its long name, it is often simply called the Shadow. The guy noted that, judging by her words, the artifact is not yet capable of scanning portals above rank 7. Sereniel carefully placed the crystal on the table and replied that the team was continuing to work on the settings. She was confident the problem would be resolved soon. The guy asked her with a smile to activate the crystal, and added that the scanning radius was still quite large, which meant that there was a lot of work ahead. She placed her hands on the crystal, directed my energy, and she began to cast a spell in the ancient elven language. The crystal activated and released its energy around, dividing the room into 2 worlds, and showing it to everyone in the room. The guy was amazed watching this process, and I wondered, is this really a map of the world of Trenon? He noticed one mountain that stood out against the landscape, but, not knowing the local geography, I couldn't figure out exactly where to look for it in reality. He noticed that Sereniel's face had turned pale, and her body was shaking slightly from fatigue. As he approached, he saw concern in her eyes. She replied that she was fine. She just needed some rest. The main thing is that the center has been found. It's only 300 kilometers away by human standards. Doesn't he want to go there right now? She looked at the guy in surprise when he suggested waiting until tomorrow. With a displeased expression on her face, she asked if it was because of her that he decided to postpone the trip. The guy again refused, adding that he was not going to go immediately since he himself was tired. He was about to leave, but she asked him to wait. Having said that this was his room and hers was next door, she left, promising that they would see each other early in the morning. Then the door closed. The guy spent the night in meditation, but he was interrupted when someone knocked on the door. He got dressed, opened it, and greeted Serenial, and asked if she felt better. She agreed and thanked him for his concern. They went outside and approached his ATV. He thought he had forgotten about it, and realized that it would be a little cramped for 2 people on it. He asked if she would mind if she had to sit in the back. She didn't understand what the problem was. After that, they sat down. The guy reminded her that she better hold on tighter, otherwise she might fall out. He felt a little awkward, but they went. At this time, Chi-un told the bald man that he saw them leave on an ATV. He coldly replied that he would receive his reward when they were finished. Chi-un was indignant and reminded him that he had been promised money in advance. The man calmly replied that it was nothing personal, but he didn't take his word for it. He might have seen them leave, but he can't prove it. Only words. If he has to eliminate the elf as well, he'll get another billion on top. Chi-un wanted to say something, but didn't have time, as the man hit the wall next to his head with force. He asked if he hadn't told him before that he rarely kept his promises. It was better not to risk his life because of stubbornness. After this, he and his accomplices left the premises. Chi-un looked dissatisfied and thought that he had given him information, and now he was going to screw him over. We'll have to see how things turn out with these two. The boy and Serenial were riding through the desert, and she said that they only had 17 kilometers left in a straight line, and then they needed to turn right. After that, another 20 kilometers of travel, and they will find themselves in the right place. He saw acid rats right in front of them, and he announced it loudly. Serenial calmly used magic, summoning the spirit of the earth. With its help, she created a large wave of sand, and she pointed it at the monsters. Then she called upon the spirit of water, Undine, and attacked another group of rats. The boy turned around and wondered if she was a spirit summoner. Did she have such a rare power? Suddenly, a giant rat crawled out from under the ground, and this surprised him very much. Serenial noticed a huge monster, and immediately she summoned the spirits of the earth. She created a powerful wave of sand, but the attack had no effect on the monster. What struck her? The guy resolutely jumped forward and declared that he would deal with this rat himself. He used the wind fist technique, and a powerful stream of energy instantly destroyed the monster. After the threat was gone, he asked what the difference was between him and his 800 million. Serenial wondered if it was the wind spirit, but she immediately realized that a human could not use such magic. The guy turned around and explained that it wasn't actually a wind spirit. He simply gathered the air around him into a fist and directed it into a single stream. It was like an explosion of chi energy. Serenial was stunned. He spoke so calmly and confidently about such a powerful technique. This ability requires tremendous skill, but he uses it without hesitation, growing ever stronger. Now she begins to understand why women admire him so much. The guy noticed a huge fireball flying towards them, and he loudly warned her of the danger. The ball almost hit them and exploded very violently. He managed to grab her, jump to a safe place, and ask if she was okay. Serenial thanked him and replied that she felt well. She noticed the approaching cars and asked if he knew who it was. The guy calmly replied that he would like to find out from her himself. He noticed a magical barrier on these machines, and I realized that it was useless to attack now. He asked if she knew how to drive an ATV. Serenial nodded and reported that she had an interdimensional driver's license and 3 years of driving experience. She got behind the wheel, and the guy asked if she could drive between the cars. Serenial readily agreed, and he said with a smile, "Then let's go." One of the men leaned out of the window, began to concentrate his energy, and declared that these idiots decided to jump straight into the tiger's mouth. It was their mistake. He fired an ice crystal, but missed. Another man used earth magic, and Serenial, looking at him seriously, advised him to hold on tighter. She began to maneuver from side to side, avoiding magical attacks. When they were close enough, the guy jumped onto the roof of the car. The men inside noticed his movement. He grabbed the roof of the car, and with maximum force, he began to pull her towards him. The bald man sitting in the next car laughed, and he asked if this idiot knew what he was trying to break with his own hands. It was tempered steel made by the dwarves. He was stunned when he saw the guy tear off most of the roof with ease. Enraged, he loudly ordered them to attack him. The man climbed out of the car window and started using fire magic, declaring that he would smash it. The guy blocked the attack with the roof of the car and calmly asked, "Are you using that again?" Then he pulled out the driver of the car. and quickly delivered several blows to his acupuncture points. The bald man, seeing this, asked in surprise what kind of monster was standing in front of him. When his gaze turned forward, he saw a large stone wall that appeared right in front of them. Sereniel watched with a slight smile how their car crashed into a wall and began to flip over. The bald man thought in confusion, was he really going to lose that easily? He felt his strength growing and decided that he could not afford such a disgrace. Gathering all his strength, he jumped out of the car and, landing on not quite human legs, he covered his body with stone, promising to kill him. Soo-hyuk encounters a monster of unusual appearance. His opponent taunts him, claiming to be a werewolf of rare power. The man calmly assesses the threat, preparing to attack. His gaze betrays confidence despite the obvious danger. The monster makes a loud roar, trying to intimidate the enemy. Soo-hyuk remains unperturbed as he analyzes the enemy's weak points. The guy sharply dodges the blow, demonstrating lightning-fast reactions. The monster's body is covered with strange stones, making it impenetrable. The girl arrived in a vehicle and said that it was time for Soo-heku to retreat from the battlefield. The guy decides to change tactics, since the monster is most likely higher than rank 10, and he won't be able to cope with it one-on-one. The monster suddenly disappears from the enemy's sight. Soo-hyuk looks around in confusion, trying to spot him. The monster appears behind the man, delivering a precise blow to his back. He strikes, but two people jump back sharply from the place of impact. The guy looks at the impact site and is very surprised. He regrets his money. A boulder broke his ATV. The guy is furious. The monster has destroyed his months of effort. He tells the girl to stand and look, and turns to the bald man. The guy offers to help the bald man restore his losses with his blood. The young man challenges his opponent without wasting words on empty threats. His posture speaks for itself. He's ready for a fight. He leaps forward straight into the monster's forehead. He kicks him with an aura, but there is no boulder at the site of the impact. Soo-hyuk looks at his opponent with obvious disbelief. His opponent displays a strength that seems to defy all laws of logic. The boy clenches his fists, preparing to retaliate. There's no fear in his stance, only a cold determination to continue the fight. A bald man emerges from the sand, mockingly commenting on Soo-hyuk's actions. The man analyzes the new opponent, noting strange abilities. Soo-hyuk watches as the enemy pierces the earth as if it were made of paper. The technique resembles drilling, but with the destructive force of the elements. The boy notices his opponent's dual ability, control over earth and fire. This complicates the fight, but doesn't stop him. He hits the ground near the guy again, but he manages to dodge. The guy realizes that the only chance to win is to pierce his skin. He thinks that there is a person under the stone and tries to hit him in the stomach. The guy activates the technique of destroying the insides, creating aura spikes around yourself. The man smirks, calling his opponent a fool. His words are a provocation, designed to throw his opponent off balance. The guy below already sees a swing aimed directly at his head. The boulder hits and cracks crawl across the ground. The girl in shock calls out to Soo-hyuk. She thinks that he is finished. The boulder grins and says that now it is the girl's turn. He declares that he is tired of the protracted battle. Otherwise, he would gladly be alone with her. The girl interrupts the monologue, attacking with renewed vigor. Her goal is to save the boy. She uses spirit techniques, and looking into his eyes, the monster says that he is finished. But in the next second, the fist comes towards her. The attack turns out to be very powerful, but for some reason it doesn't affect her. The guy protected her by stopping the huge monster with his hand. The enemy is shocked by the unexpected turn of events. Soo-hyuk calmly quotes the proverb. The guy demonstrates how his attacks, like water, destroyed the enemy's stone defense. Soo-hyuk admits his mistake in underestimating his opponent's strength. The man coldly asks his opponent's rank, emphasizing the difference in their levels. At that moment, the stone is swung. The enemy suddenly loses the ability to move. Soo-hyuk reminds him that just recently he considered him weak. The boy approaches the immobilized enemy, his steps measured and merciless. The tension of impending retribution hangs in the air. Soo-hyuk explains that space is permeated with invisible lines of force. His hand points to one of them, as if drawing a line in the air. The man demonstrates how these lines can be used in combat. His fingers tremble slightly with concentrated energy. The lines begin to warp, creating chaotic patterns. Soo-hyuk shows how their breaks become vulnerable points. The boy suddenly brings his hands together, causing a wave of energy. The space around him vibrates, amplifying the effect of the attack. The rock with the ancient symbols cracks under the force of Soo-hyuk's power, sending rock fragments flying in all directions. A man stands at the epicenter of destruction, his gaze fixed on the distance. Even the chaos around him doesn't break his concentration. The hard stone begins to crack. Soo-hyuk announces that the enemy's days are numbered. Soo-hyuk faces an opponent using a technique called Arjeej. The monster falls to his knees, powerless. The boy watches the unexpected turn of events. His opponent stands frozen in shock, unable to believe his own eyes. He can't believe that his ability is gone. The opponent screams in rage, demanding the return of the lost power. But at the same time, he begs him. The man calmly observes his enemy's emotional outburst. His silence contrasts with the chaos unfolding around him. Soo-hyuk looks over the entire gang of pathetic criminals. They've all been captured. Information about the international organization Mantis flashes on the screen. Soo-hyuk studies the tattoos. He understands that they are all members of this group. The organization's fraudulent scheme is being uncovered. Most members aren't even officially registered, complicating the investigation. Soo-hyuk notes Mantis's connections to criminal groups. His hand grips the pen, ready to act. The young man discusses with an ally the impossibility of solving the problem without infiltrating the agent. His voice is firm, but not nervous. Almost all the bandits are already loaded into the car. Soo-hyuk reflects on the difficult conditions of the operation. The enemy is operating covertly, leaving minimal traces. He sees how Serenial is also concerned about this. She looks at him and orders him to go. He is surprised. Are we going to Black Fang? The message about the mission to find the Cosmo Energy Center makes Soo-hyuk frown. He has some doubts about this decision. But the woman bloodthirstily says that the criminals deserve harsh punishment. The bandits themselves are, of course, in shock. Soo-hyuk nods affirmatively, confirming his readiness to follow the plan. His gaze is fixed ahead, as if mentally replaying each step. The man makes a hand gesture, signaling his allies, and begins to move forward. They have a long journey ahead of them through the desert. After some time, they arrive at the saloon again. Someone in white shoes comes inside. It turns out it's Vladimir and his guys. He was informed that the Nameless One was here. Where is he? People notice him and are shocked. What is a member of the Eight doing here? He tells them not to be afraid. Everything will be fine. Don't pay attention. He climbs up the stairs. Walking down the third-floor corridor, someone approaches Vladimir with a request for support. His tone is polite, but there's a hint of urgency beneath it. The boy says he has information for Volodya. Vladimir ponders human frailties as he plays with the ring on his finger. His smile conceals his true intentions. The guy doesn't quite understand what he's talking about. Vladimir listens to the target's movement data. His eyes narrow as he instantly analyzes the new data. The guy marks the route of the pursuit and says that the bandits are with them too. He also says that the young elf will appeal to the Russian. Vladimir comments sarcastically on the unexpected encounter. His posture conveys superiority, but there's a glimmer of interest in his eyes. The man catches his interlocutor's gaze, assessing the potential of an alliance. The silence between them speaks louder than words. At this moment, the guy in white cuts off the informant's head. Soo-hyuk grins at his opponent, who is covered in the dust of his own blood. His posture projects superiority, as if he had foreseen the outcome in advance. The man coldly comments on the futility of his opponent's ambitions. He asks another guy from the staff to clean up this abomination. The action moves to Black Fang Rock. A young man explores a cave marked with monster clusters. His gaze lingers on an area where his search has so far yielded no results. Soo-hyuk wonders about the location of the Cosmo Energy's center. Disappointment in his voice mingles with determination to continue the mission. An unexpected flood of water blocks the group's path. Soo-hyuk analyzes the source of the anomaly, trying to find a logical explanation. The man takes a step back, avoiding being hit by the stream. He sees a bat with red eyes in front of him. It scares him. The mouse takes off and activates his voice, shaking the walls. The girl can't stand this sound. It hurts her. The boy activates a sound barrier, blocking the enemy's attack. Waves of energy radiate outward, creating a protective sphere around his allies. Soo-hyuk adjusts the barrier's strength, monitoring the monster's reaction. His concentration never wavers for a second. The monster's body radiates cosmic energy, distorting the space around it. Soo-hyuk detects the anomaly, preparing for a counterattack. The girl notes the creature's connection with external sources of power. Soo-hyuk faces the main monster, whose armor resists even the blows of the wind. The guy changes tactics, looking for the enemy's vulnerable points. Wind energy concentrates around Soo-hyuk's hands, forming a vortex. His eyes sparkle with determination, his body tense for the final blow. The man releases a bolt of energy, directing it toward the monster's core. The explosion of light momentarily obscures everything around him. She's dodging and sends back its energy. The guy barely manages to dodge this fireball. Soo-hyuk watches as the mouse activates its defense mechanism when threatened. Its shields absorb attacks, forcing it to find a new approach. The man approaches the mouse, studying its structure. Each movement is careful, as if solving a puzzle. Soo-hyuk prepares to attack the flying abomination. The man pauses for a second, assessing his striking technique. A slight weariness is visible on his face, but determination burns in his eyes. He showers her with a hail of blows, and the mouse takes too much damage. She literally evaporated. The girl looks at this in shock. The guy's strength has surpassed all her expectations. The enemy, with its wings damaged, hovers in the air, flying over Soo-hyuk. The boy notes the enemy's lack of options. Wings were the basis of his attack, and now he gathers his energy into a fist and prepares to finish her off. He deals a crushing blow to her. The screen displays graphs of chi energy. Soo-hyuk analyzes the data, comparing it with previous readings. Soo-hyuk demonstrates the multiple wind fists technique. After a series of strikes, his energy remains at a critically high level. The boy tests the speed of his chi recovery, amazed at his own capabilities. His body responds faster than he expected. A man examines his battle scars, noting their rapid healing. His gaze is fixed on the distance, contemplating new goals. Soo-hyuk tests the limits of recovery and is pleased with the results. The guy sits down in front of the mouse, and it turns out to be much larger than usual. A young man stands before a huge structure radiating cosmic energy. His shadow dissolves in the artifact's glow. Soo-hyuk reaches out to the center, feeling the vibrations of the space. His face betrays a mixture of curiosity and caution. He thinks that he should destroy her right now. A man discusses with his allies the need to gather all the participants in the operation. Her finger points to the mana stone. Soo-hyuk proposes a meeting to coordinate forces. Every word sounds like an order that brooks no objection. Soo-hyuk holds a raw mana stone in his hands, studying its structure. His gaze expresses respect for the power of the artifact he acquired last week. He's already looking at where to sell it. The man hands the stone to his ally, emphasizing its value for future missions. Every movement is careful, as if he's afraid to damage the relic. A young man lays out 6 star stones on the table, noting their energy potential. His goal is to collect the 7th one to activate an ancient mechanism. Soo-hyuk compares the stones' readings, looking for patterns. Each artifact emits a faint glow, confirming its uniqueness. He understands that selling all the stones will bring him 2 trillion won. The man understands that this will cover all his expenses and the broken ATV. The girl refuses the additional share, demonstrating modesty. The elf explains the specifics of her worldview to Soo-hyuk. Her speech is calm, but her eyes betray a slight disdain for earthly values. The boy nods, acknowledging her point. However, his gaze is fixed on the horizon. He's already making new plans. An ally offers to teach Soo-hyuk martial arts. His posture conveys confidence, but there's a hint of doubt in his voice. The man politely declines, reminding them of his specialty. His response sounds like a diplomatic refusal, not a sign of weakness. The girl repeats that miracles are not her element. The girl shifts the conversation to tactics, avoiding further questions. She also becomes embarrassed. A man discusses plans with an elf woman to visit her home country. His tone is friendly, but there's a hidden curiosity about new knowledge. They decide to go back, and the car is already driving on the ground, or more precisely, on the sand in the desert. The guy talks about almost arriving at dawn. The girl looks thoughtfully out the window. She tells her to stop. She will get out here. The guy turns around sadly, realizing it's time to say goodbye to her. He stops where she asked. The elf girl thanks her ally for his help. Soo-hyuk says that even without her, everything would not have gone as smoothly as they would have liked. Soo-hyuk exchanges farewell words with his ally, reminding him of his promise to visit Elvenheim. His posture expresses confidence, his gaze directed toward the horizon. The young man nods briefly, confirming the agreement. There's no doubt in his voice. He'll keep his word, even if the journey is difficult. The girl expresses hope that the next meeting will take place in a calmer atmosphere. Soo-hyuk thanks her for their adventure together, waving briefly. His words sound sincere, but without unnecessary emotion. The elf says that her real name is Riel. Let him call her that. The guy admires her and agrees to her request. The girl turns towards the exit, signaling that the conversation is over. She waves her hand at the boy. The guy puts on his mask, presses the gas pedal, and he says that now he will create an entourage for them. The car roars and rushes straight into the portal, jumping up with speed and flying into the portal, flying out from there at high speed. Everyone around is shocked. They surrounded the car. The masked guy took out his trophy and showed it to everyone. Everyone is shocked at how he got the Cosmic Energy Center out of such a dangerous place. He comes out and raises the artifact above his head, showing off in front of everyone. People are happy and shocked that the nameless man managed to do it faster than Vladimir. The man exchanges a glance with his ally, questioning the artifact's authenticity. The questions remain unanswered, but time is running out. The allies thank the nameless hero, offering to submit to the center's authority. Their voices sound convincing, but there's a hidden anxiety beneath them. The boy nods, accepting the terms. His decision seems hasty, but it's based on cold calculation. After determining the authenticity, the main character praises the hero. He takes his hand and celebrates his victory and the success of the mission. But people are not happy. They are shocked. Someone angrily shouts the nickname, Nameless. Now the entire crowd is chanting his name. The news of the target's sudden disappearance makes Vladimir frown. He rereads the lines, searching for a catch in every detail. The man notes a discrepancy in the report. His intuition whispers that the enemy is closer than it seems. The enemy cleverly covers his tracks, leading Vladimir down false routes. Every turn is a new trap, but the boy remains vigilant. The man slows his pace, analyzing the patterns of deception. His patience is a weapon against his enemy's haste. He discovers the portal's connection to the Korean Association. His fingers glide over the map, connecting the dots into a coherent web of conspiracy. The guy decides to leave the area. If the target is left, there's no point in staying. He is walking along the first floor, and suddenly he hears something. A couple of scuffs are discussing the fact that there is nothing special about the guy. The enemy leader contemptuously calls the men pathetic plebeians. The man turns to leave, ignoring the taunts. His goal isn't winning the argument, but completing the mission. An ally warns Backfly of danger. His words sound like a threat, but the boy only grins. He's already accustomed to risk. The man thanks him for the advice, but continues on his way. Danger is his element. The action switches, and in a camouflage environment, the bodyguard meets someone. It turns out it's the vice president. The ally invites Soo-hyuk to begin working together, pointing to a hidden entrance. His gesture is confident, as if he'd been waiting for this moment for a long time. The man nods, following him. His gaze is wary. He doesn't blindly trust new proposals. A stranger in an expensive suit approaches Soo-hyuk, mentioning his recent exploits. His smile is filled with hidden meaning, and his eyes assess his every reaction. The guy remains neutral, neither confirming nor denying what he heard. His posture says, "I'm not seeking approval." The opponent asks ironically if Soo-hyuk enjoyed the attention. His voice is provocative, but underneath it, there's fear. The man shrugs, demonstrating indifference to other people's opinions. His silence speaks louder than any words. Information about an association linked to a secret organization flashes on the screen. Soo-hyuk highlights a key name, noting its criminal connections. The guy switches to the next document, his fingers quickly flipping through the pages. Time is working against him. The ally acknowledges the group's affiliation with an international organization. His gaze avoids Soo-hyuk, as if he's hiding something. The man abruptly ends the conversation, sensing a trap. Trust is a luxury he can't afford. The official tries to convince Soo-hyuk that the Magnus organization is not involved in the terrorist attacks. His words sound like a rehearsed speech, devoid of sincerity. The guy interrupts the monologue, demanding facts. His patience is wearing thin. He's not interested in playing politics. The news of the leak gives Soo-hyuk pause. He rereads the text, noting the threats to his superiors. The man closes his file, realizing he's become a pawn in someone else's game. His next move must be flawless. The ally apologizes for involving Soo-hyuk in political intrigue. His voice trembles, but the boy doesn't believe his remorse is genuine. The man leaves, almost silently, but wants to ask a question at the end. Soo-hyuk receives information about the loss of abilities by Magnus members. He confirms that it is his work. The guy nods briefly, not revealing his role in this. Some secrets are best kept in the shadows. The news of the secret-keeping possibilities makes Soo-hyuk chuckle. He carefully folds the documents, hiding them in the safe. The man switches the topic to his promotion and the fact that it's time to give him money. He is happy, remembering his cool ATV. Vice says the association will legalize the transport of criminals and give it to the boy. A young man inspects a jeep donated by the association. His fingers glide over the hood, assessing the quality of the illegally modified vehicle. Soo-hyuk nods, accepting the gift. His silence speaks louder than words. He knows the obligations behind it. An ally demonstrates the machine. Soo-hyuk examines the techno shell, noting its value in the billions. The man asks about the transfer of the artifact, maintaining a businesslike tone. His interest is hidden behind a mask of neutrality. Vice says this is still a small reward for a national hero. He says he will call him back when the car is ready. Soo-hyuk accepts the title of national hero with irony. His smile is fake, and his eyes are as cold as ice. Now he gets on the bus. He says he hasn't used public transport for a long time. A guy buys food and comes home. Soo-hyuk's mother asks about her son's sudden return. Her voice trembles. The man hugs her and invites everyone to try the chicken. Soo-hyuk contemplates the nature of happiness as he watches the sunset. His shadow dissolves into the twilight, as if he himself were part of the landscape. The guy leaves, leaving questions unanswered. Tomorrow will be a new day, and with it, new battles. The first thing we see is the cry of, "Hooray, Korea!" The guy raises his hands and laughs. The bank account shows a balance of 1.644 billion won. The association promises to compensate for the damage to the ATV, which leaves the guy with mixed feelings. Soo-hyuk decides to spend the money on his family, closing the transaction tab. His expression remains neutral. Money has never been his primary goal. The system notifies you when leveling up is complete. The hero views their updated stats, noting increased strength and endurance. The man closes the interface, ready for new challenges. Every achievement is a step toward greater goals. Soo-hyuk achieves Gold Squad status after his latest promotion. His armor now has a metallic sheen, highlighting his new rank. The young man checks out the changes to his gear, noting the improved stats. Even his outward attributes have become part of his legend. Newspaper headlines extol the heroic deed of the nameless hero who entered the Granin portal alone. The text is accompanied by a blurry photo of the scene. The man puts down the newspaper, avoiding publicity. His name remains in the shadows, as intended. News reports are full of mentions of the arrest of a level 10 criminal. Soo-hyuk reads about his heroism with irony, not recognizing himself in the description. The young man notes the appearance of a representative of the World 8 on the portal. His interest in the matter grows, but he maintains a mask of indifference. The action switches to a business center. An ally displays an ancient ring, once owned by only 5 Koreans. Soo-hyuk examines the artifact, noting its fine engravings and aura of power. The boy had heard legends about this object, but holding it in his hands was a different reality. His silence was more eloquent than his delight. A ring crafted from mithril, it combines magic and technology. Soo-hyuk is surprised that such an artifact was given to him, despite his rank being below 12th. The man asks about the reasons for the choice but receives no answer. The trustworthiness of the giver remains questionable. Soo-hyuk has been officially recognized as the 7th most awakened person in Korea. The announcement comes with the hint that this is only the beginning of his journey. The boy nods his thanks, expressionless. His gaze is fixed on the future, where there are no limits. Soo-hyuk studies the status bar about Korea's top 10. His gaze lingers on the phrase, national treasure, but his face remains impassive. The man notes the benefits of his new position, but doesn't allow himself to relax. Prestige is a tool, not an end. The young man reviews the contract with the association, which outlines the terms for providing a personal secretary and driver. Each clause is carefully analyzed. Soo-hyuk eschews unnecessary luxury, emphasizing minimalism. He'll give the car to his dad. An ally complains about high taxes, waving a financial report. Soo-hyuk listens in silence, noting the irony in his words. The man offers to work together, but his tone remains businesslike. Money is just a resource, not a reason for emotion. Soo-hyuk nods approvingly as he reads the association's terms of cooperation. He's satisfied with the balance between freedom and commitment. The young man signs the document, finalizing the deal. Every movement is confident and deliberate. Soo-hyuk's sister is shocked by his new rank. Her eyes are wide, and her hands are clutching a newspaper with headlines about the hero's achievements. The man shrugs, avoiding unnecessary explanations. Fame hasn't changed his attitude toward his family. His sister insists on public recognition of Soo-hyuk's accomplishments. Her delight contrasts with his reserved smile. The boy asks to tell his parents the news first. Even in moments of pride, he remains tactful. Soo-hyuk warns his sister about the risks of being too open. His fingers tap the table nervously, betraying a slight tension. The man suggests they forget the conversation, but the sister is already determined. As always, her words outpace her thoughts. The boy ponders how to tell his parents about his status. His gaze is fixed on the window, where the sunset paints the sky crimson. The sister chooses a moment when mom is in a good mood. Even heroes fear their parents' gazes. The man sits in silence, waiting for the right time to speak. His posture is relaxed, but his thoughts are racing. Soo-hyuk considers possible phrases, rejecting each one as too pompous. Simplicity is his guiding principle. Training schedules and new techniques are displayed on the screen. Soo-hyuk concentrates on practicing his skills, ignoring the outside noise. The boy repeats the movements with his eyes closed, bringing each one to automaticity. Mastery requires sacrifice, and he's ready to make it. Soo-hyuk studies the energy absorption technique, noting its moderate effectiveness. His intense training allowed him to achieve maximum strength gains. The man ponders the existence of more advanced methods. His ambitions drive him to explore new horizons. The young man is pleased with the decision to develop one skill instead of superficial training. This accelerated his progress in critical situations. Soo-hyuk continues to focus on the essentials, ignoring the unimportant. Discipline is his greatest ally in battle. The man has mastered martial arts to the highest level, but he has no intention of stopping. His goal is to surpass his own limits. Soo-hyuk plans new training sessions to maintain his lead. Every victory is just a stepping stone to greater heights. The young man compares the human body to brittle steel, emphasizing its vulnerability in combat. However, the right pressure enhances strength. Soo-hyuk ponders the limits of the body's endurance. Even steel can be strengthened if its secrets are known. A man faces the unknown limits of human capability. His opponent is shocked by the hero's incredible resilience. Soo-hyuk continues to test himself beyond his limits. Every challenge is an opportunity to grow stronger. Suddenly, Vladimir appears in front of him, greeting the boy. The boy listens to ridicule about his monstrous nature. His calm contrasts with his opponent's panic. Vladimir ignores provocations, maintaining his composure. Words lose their power before his determination. A man realizes that his true nature is difficult to fathom. This gives him a tactical advantage in battles. Soo-hyuk uses his enigma as a shield. His opponents underestimate him until it's too late. The boy notices that the enemy has realized his maneuver. His attempt to use magic fails, causing confusion. Soo-hyuk instantly changes tactics, adapting to new conditions. Flexibility is his main weapon. He asks him to wait, but Soo-hyuk quickly grabs him by the scruff of the neck. He's shocked that the kid has paralyzed him. It only makes him more curious. The man is annoyed that his opponent has escaped the trap. His interest in the battle grows, fueling his excitement. Now he is ready to fight for real. Soo-hyuk activates the technique, his body enveloping in a reddish glow. Energy concentrates in his palms, preparing to be released. The man maintains a steady stance despite the pressure of the force. His eyes narrow, controlling every aspect of the spell. The guy slowly raises his hand, gathering energy for a counterattack. Every movement is calculated down to the millimeter. The opponent challenges him, demanding to prove Soo-hyuk's strength. His stance is aggressive, his fists clenched in anticipation of an attack. The enemy's energy strike approaches Soo-hyuk. The hero's spiritual level exceeds the norm, creating a protective barrier. A man analyzes an anomaly in his enemy's power. His karma, contrary to expectations, neutralizes the threat. Soo-hyuk deflects the psychic attack using the immunity skill. The energy waves dissipate harmlessly. The guy pinpoints the weak points in his opponent's technique. His next move will be decisive and precise. It emits a blue aura that suppresses Vladimir's demonic powers. Soo-hyuk becomes completely resistant to his attacks. Vladimir doesn't understand. How is this possible? And immediately gets punched in the face. The enemy is shocked that Soo-hyuk survived the magical attack. His face is distorted with a mixture of fear and rage. The man coldly observes his opponent's reaction. Even mortal threats don't break his concentration. The guy swings and hits again, but this time the guy in white blocks the blow. The opponent screams, accusing Soo-hyuk of using a forbidden technique. The blood on his hands confirms otherwise. He lights up his red aura again. The enemy vows to demonstrate his true power. His aura sharply intensifies, distorting the space around him. He sends a bunch of spikes towards the protagonist. The boy is shocked by this, but he activates the technique, and now all bullets pass through him. Soo-hyuk counterattacks by running towards the guy. Vladimir is in complete shock. After some time, Vladimir opens his eyes and sees the main character in front of him. The enemy scoffs, doubting Vladimir's abilities. His words are full of disdain, but the man remains unfazed. Soo-hyuk demonstratively provokes, focusing on controlling his energy. Every movement emphasizes his superiority. Vladimir says he has never heard such words from a person. The message about the vampire makes Vladimir grin. The boy ponders the enemy's unexpected strength. His gaze glides over the map, noting the coordinates of the last battle. Soo-hyuk decides to continue his investigation. Every detail could be a clue. The enemy demands an answer to the nature of Soo-hyuk's powers. His voice trembles with a mixture of fear and curiosity. The man turns away silently, demonstrating that his secrets will remain his. Some secrets are not for prying ears. Soo-hyuk examines his unarmed opponent, noting his naivety. Even in his weakness, his opponent tries to save face. The boy retreats, giving him a chance to surrender. His mercy is a rare but strategic gesture. Soo-hyuk accuses his opponent of stealing his life force. His words are full of hatred but lack evidence. The man shrugs, dismissing the absurd claims. Truth is always revealed in battle, even though he really is a vampire. Soo-hyuk listens to accusations of his categorical actions. He calls him a vampire, trying to provoke fear. The man counters that his true nature has nothing to do with mysticism. His calm gaze betrays his confidence in his own rightness. The boy is confronted with the question of his origins. The enemy assumes he's using his precious body for travel. Vladimir denies any malicious intent, insisting his actions were pure. His words sound like a challenge to further dialogue. The man explains that blood theft is a myth that only breeds hatred. His speech is rational, devoid of emotional outbursts. He invites Soo-hyuk to trust him, emphasizing the lack of risk. His body is a tool, not a source of evil. The boy analyzes the imbalance between the opponent's physical and magical power. Attempts to sever the connection with the energy fail. Soo-hyuk notes that even in consciousness, the enemy remains dangerous. His conclusions are accurate, but further action is required. The man satisfies his opponent's curiosity by offering a mutual exchange of information. His tone is friendly but conceals caution. Soo-hyuk reminds us that he saw through the enemy's essence at first glance. Trust is a two-way street. The action takes place on a city street. Soo-hyuk rejects the idea of a deal with a vampire who wanted him dead. His principles do not allow for compromise. The man offers a peaceful solution, but the enemy is already losing patience. Every word increases the tension. The boy realizes that the enemy is increasing the pressure through the connection with the clone's body. His own abilities are limited by this anomaly. Soo-hyuk acknowledges the enemy's strength but refuses to retreat. Even in a trap, he seeks a way out. A man reflects on the need to become stronger to avoid challenges. His goal is to be beyond the reach of any threats. Soo-hyuk realizes that his current rank is just a stepping stone. The path to the top requires sacrifice and time. He remembers his goal. He is moving towards the pinnacle of martial arts. The guy understands that becoming stronger is the only way out. The announcement of joint action makes Soo-hyuk frown. Vladimir's speech is filled with contradictory appeals and hidden hints. The scene changes and now Vladimir Soo-hekum is walking across the square, surrounded by many people. The vampire suggests that Soo-hyuk stop the confrontation, emphasizing his respect for his confidence. The man praises the boy's uniqueness, comparing him to other Asians. His voice oozes genuine admiration. Soo-hyuk is not interested in this dialogue at all. It puts him in an awkward position in front of many people. Suddenly, the girls in the crowd spot a silhouette resembling Vladimir in the distance. They are shocked to see a member of the World 8. The young man shows off his perfect appearance, delighting the crowd. Vladimir appears on screen, radiating charisma. People notice the attractiveness of the person next to Vladimir. Soo-hyuk still feels uncomfortable. Vladimir asks about their cooperation, but Soo-hyuk threatens reprisals if the persecution continues. The interlocutor justifies himself, calling this the only way of dialogue. Observers are discussing the strange closeness between Vladimir and the man, raising doubts about the man's motives. Someone in the crowd says that perhaps the main character is Vladimir's type, which makes Soo-hyuk very wary. He sees people who have already taken notice of them and photographed them from all sides. Soo-hyuk understands that now he has nowhere to go. Soo-hyuk interrupts the conversation, demanding to know what he really wants. His posture conveys impatience and a readiness for conflict. Vladimir stops and says that he just needs to talk to him and tell him how he found the main character. Soo-hyuk suggests changing the location, irritably mentioning his dislike of noisy places. The man agrees. The main character notes that the current situation is attracting unnecessary attention. He glances at those around him, as if anticipating trouble. He needs to run. The guy suddenly starts running, intending to leave first, and demands to follow him. The interlocutor is outraged by the sudden decision and tries to stop him. The crowd runs after them. The scene moves and both characters catch their breath. Vladimir remarks that they seem to have broken away from the crowd, and Soo-hyuk confirms this. But suddenly he raises his head and sees something. He sees a crowd of school children in front of him, and one of them is squatting in the middle of the crowd. Vladimir mocks the young people, comparing them to just a bunch of punks on the street. Gopnik orders the group to leave because they are too old for his company. But girls notice men's attractiveness. Their interest increases. A girl in the crowd confidently declares that the boys look like actors. Apparently, they're popular on TikTok, and Soo-hyuk is surprised by Vladimir's popularity. A group of girls discuss the attractiveness of men, and their boyfriends persistently ask the main character and his friend to leave. The vampire suggests stopping interaction with the youth, emphasizing the importance of other matters. Suddenly, a stone flies at them. Something is about to start. An irritated man mutters about the group's imminent departure. Every word is imbued with a desire to get rid of the annoying onlookers. A menacing grin spreads across the other man's face. His fingers clench into fists, betraying the mounting tension. A sharp exclamation breaks the silence. The thug is outraged by the absurd sigh. The situation teeters on the brink of conflict. The aggressor hisses about his readiness to inflict violence and makes caustic comments about the idol's self-confidence. He rushes forward, but Soo-hyuk quickly stops him by simply stroking his hand on the thug's face. He's stunned by the display of force. His eyes widen in surprise, registering the force of the blow. And the very next second, the guy sends the Gopnik with force into the wall, almost breaking through it. The girls on the sidelines are simply shocked by this turn of events. After a while, 3 guys are lying near the wall and asking to call the police. But our heroes just stand and look at 3 self-confident losers. Vladimir says that today's youth have no understanding of boundaries at all. They attack someone who is too much for them. Finally, the guy in the hat recognizes the formidable Vladimir in front of him. And he, covered in a red aura of evil, says that they finally understand that it was useless for them to fight. They look at him and are very scared by this aura. The entire gang of schoolchildren runs away in fear, leaving the protagonist and Vladimir alone. Now Vladimir throws his arm around Soo-hyuk and declares that they are now friends. The protagonist's silence speaks volumes. No agreement will follow. The man interrupts the conversation, demanding to get to the point. A sharp gesture removes Vladimir's hands, and his opponent's smirk only irritates him. The interviewer limits himself to 3 questions, raising a finger. His gaze studies Soo-hyuk's reaction, as if trying to anticipate the answer. The first question concerns escaping magical captivity. Soo-hyuk averts his gaze, making it clear that the secrets will remain his. The hero's silence prompts the second question. Tension hangs in the air, but the man maintains an icy calm. The second question about its origin makes Soo-hyuk frown. The protagonist says he doesn't know what it is. The opponent analyzes Soo-hyuk's past, pointing out anomalies in his health and abilities that cannot be acquired through training. Comparison with ordinary enhanced types only emphasizes the guy's uniqueness. The question about magicians hangs rhetorically. Soo-hyuk suggests a connection with magic, or something like that, but receives a categorical refutation. The interlocutor shakes his head, as if correcting an amateur. The clarification about the difference between mages and awakened ones makes one wonder. Magic appeared on Earth before portals. Vladimir explains that magicians do not receive power from awakening, but only from another magician or from ancient manuscripts. They call such people pure-blooded or natural-born magicians. Soo-hyuk is shocked that such people are simply born with superpowers. But why is that? Vladimir smiles, because he understands that Soo-hyuk has apparently never heard of natural-born people, and therefore is not one. And now it's time for the last question. Vladimir is intriguing before the most important part of their dialogue. He asks the protagonist if he wants to join the World 8, the strongest people in the world, and the last hope of humanity. Soo-hyuk is shocked by this proposal. Why would such an important and cool organization accept it? Vladimir throws up his hands and says that they don't hire just anyone, but he fits their criteria. He asks if Gigi knows where this name came from and how the organization came into being. Suddenly, the hero realizes that Vladimir was the one who created her. Soo-hyuk raises an eyebrow, as if checking to see if this is a joke. Vladimir smiled and snapped his fingers. That's exactly what he wanted to say. There is irony in this situation. After all, it was the monster who founded humanity's last hope. The interlocutor reiterates his sympathy for people, justifying the need for protection for all of humanity. The story of the consequences of the portal's opening is accompanied by grim statistics. Since then, the Earth has changed dramatically. Vladimir began to talk about his early attempts to negotiate with weaker neighbors. Gradually, a team was assembled. This is how the World 8 was born, Soo-hyuk realized. Vladimir said that he initially wanted to collect 10, but the mass refusals of candidates killed his idea. A rhetorical question about the future of the 8 is cut off mid-sentence. The hero opens his eyes, realizing there will be more people in the 8. Soo-hyuk ponders the existence of beings whose strength rivals that of the World 8. His gaze lights up with excitement, as if challenging himself. He chuckled skeptically, surprised that such creatures still exist in the world. His hand reached lower. The hero realizes that the fighter's instinct has awakened within him unnoticed, and has been pointing out the danger nearby all this time. Impatience permeates Soo-hyuk's every gesture. He's literally eager to fight, barely containing his desire to test his strength. Vladimir notices the fighting spirit emanating from the boy. His eyebrows shoot up, mixing surprise with approval. Excitement breaks through the vampire's voice. The hero's power has surpassed all expectations. Now he is definitely ready to accept it. Vladimir restrains his enthusiasm, gesturing to get down to business. His tone suddenly becomes businesslike, as if cutting off any unnecessary emotion. The mention of internal conflicts within the organization causes the hero to frown. His fingers cover his face, expressing irritation. The discussion of how power changes people is interrupted by a pause. Vladimir looks thoughtfully at Soo-hyuk. The question of Magnus's leadership hangs in the air. The protagonist had never considered it until this moment. Vladimir smiles and says that he knows about the head of the Mangus. His name is Albert Crespo. The name Crespo evokes an immediate reaction. The interlocutor recalls legends of the mad alchemist. The idea of Albert's leadership in Magnus seems absurd. Confirmation of Crespo's secret role is accompanied by the news that he has lured away an ally from the Eight. A skeptical chuckle interrupts the conversation about humanity's strongest. The hero realizes it's empty talk. The proposal to reform the G8 sounds like a challenge. Vladimir is confident of the operation's success. The invitation to join the elite and help shocks the hero. The protagonist's gaze is fixed on the distance, as if weighing every word. The other person extends his hand, promising unlimited support. Soo-hyuk studies the gesture, as if searching for a catch in the generous offer. He smirks and is already preparing to say his final word in response to Vladimir. A refusal rang through the air. Vladimir was shocked. How could Soo-hyuk turn down such a great offer? The refusal sounds firm. The other person is already ready to make him a hero. Soo-hyuk shrugs, making it clear the choice has been made. The interlocutor speaks dismissively of Oceanwoo's influence, which is limited to Korea. Vladimir frowns, comparing the scale of their ambitions. The proud declaration of world-class status sounds like a challenge. Vladimir tries to persuade Messrs. The display of power through the mention of the Aztec group is accompanied by a generous offer. A curt refusal interrupts the negotiations. The hero stands up, demonstratively placing his hand between them, and he turns around to leave quickly. There's nothing more for him to do here. The other man tries to stop him from leaving, but Soo-hyuk compares the offer to poisoned honey. His steps don't slow. The main character clearly refuses to participate in other people's games. He says he will live only the way he wants to. A chuckle through clenched teeth betrays ambivalence about the boy's stubbornness and intelligence. The other man's head bobs in bewilderment. Vladimir notices the guy's great ambitions, which makes him like him even more. The scene changes and we find ourselves in the city again. Reflections on the meeting with Vladimir are replaced by a slight sense of relief. Open conflict was avoided. Mistrust of Vladimir grows, fueled by memories of his manipulations. The white guy is a snake by nature. The temptation of convenience pales before the realization of dependence. Vladimir's conditions are like cheese in a mousetrap. Confidence resonates in every movement. Soo-hyuk looks up and into the distance. He finally sees his home in front of him and continues moving towards it. The door creaks, letting the hero into the silence of the house. Mom waves from the doorway, her smile a contrast to the question of sudden departure early in the morning. And she offers him something to eat first, and informs him that his dad and sister have gone to work. The suggestion of a walk after the meal sounds like a breath of normal life. The hero nods. The clatter of dishes mingles with his mother's voice. Soo-hyuk lingers in the doorway, drawing his mother's attention. Before the conversation, the guy is silent, collecting his thoughts. What he wants to say is very important. We see the clock and time slipping away as the protagonist's story unfolds. The story that began that day turned out to be full of unexpected twists. The boy decides to reveal the truth about his awakening to his family, starting in the hospital room. The story of superpowers, registering with the association, and the first missions is interrupted by a pause. The hero lowers his eyes, avoiding the topic of the Haijian continent. The weight of silence weighs more heavily than monsters. Soo-hyuk hides his true fears to avoid seeing the worry in his parents' eyes. The mother turns to the hero and says that she understands that he has been through a lot in his life. His mother takes his hands, as if trying to share the burden of his worries. Her gaze speaks louder than words. She guesses a lot. The guy laughs it off, denying his inner struggle. A playful smile masks the shadow of fatigue flickering at the corners of his lips. Mentioning his sister's support sounds like gratitude. Without her support, he would have definitely gone crazy. The mother approvingly praises her son for sharing and for the thoughtfulness of his plans. But there's a hint of sadness in their voices. Even heroes need support, which they rarely acknowledge. The main character says there's no need to worry. The achievements of rank 12 pale in comparison to the new challenges. He's one of the most powerful hunters, but his mother says that the stronger he is, the stronger the enemies in front of him are. This shocks the main character. Soo-hyuk's mother sadly notes that the world's dangers aren't limited to the city. Her words sound like a warning, but there's no reproach in them, only concern. The woman cautiously mentions demons that surpass humans in strength. Her fingers grip the edge of the tablecloth, betraying concern for her son. The question of whether sacrifices for family or money are reasonable hangs in silence. Soo-hyuk looks away, as if avoiding a direct answer. The guy firmly denies feeling pressured by circumstances, but in his mind, he realizes he lied to her a little. He remembers that he was once different and did not communicate well with his family, or did not help at all. But after a series of losses and the realization of the most important thing in this life, he understands that he was wrong. Tears stream down Soo-hyuk's face, and he calls family his most important value. He asks his mother not to say that. He reminds us that happiness lies not in wealth, but in the support of loved ones. The mother's smile mingles with tears, which she quickly wipes away. The word beloved son sounds like a hymn to their relationship. They hug tightly. Soo-hyuk asks his mother to take care of herself, wiping away her tears. His gesture is gentle, but his gaze is fixed on the window, where new trials await. A mother watches her grown son with pride, noting how he has become a real man. Her eyes glow with a mixture of sadness and joy. The woman gently reminds him that the family is ready to share any difficulties. Her hand rests on Soo-hyuk's forearm. The boy nods, echoing his mother's words of mutual support. His voice is firm, but a warm smile flickers at the corner of his lips. Soo-hyuk promises to seek help, and his mother pats his hand approvingly. The room smells of freshly brewed tea. Her son's happiness is her top priority. The woman straightens his collar, hiding the trembling in her fingers from the overwhelming emotion. A short thank you sounds sincere. The hero bows his head, avoiding direct eye contact to avoid showing tears in his eyes. The last thing we see is a framed family photograph, symbolizing their complete reunion at last. The scene moves to a road along which a luxury limousine is racing at high speed. He drives through an expensive area among luxury cars and houses. Vladimir takes Baek Jae-moon's advice and announces his imminent return home tomorrow. The old man turns back and reminds about the planned meeting with the Nameless One. A brief confirmation of the meeting sounds like a death sentence. The guy turns away, avoiding further questions. The old man understands that the meeting apparently did not go so smoothly and lags behind the boy. Finally, the limousine arrived at Vladimir's mansion, and everyone except the driver got out of the car. Before parting, Vladimir admires Soo-hyuk in front of the old man. Fantastic is the only word he can find to describe him. He calls his new acquaintance cool, and this makes him fall in love with their small country. The vampire admits defeat when he fought with Soo-hyuk today. The interlocutor freezes in shock, not expecting such a turn of events. The old man apologizes, but the boy immediately clarifies that it was a joke. A smile plays across his lips, mixing irony with a hint of embarrassment. Even if his body was a clone now, he couldn't think that anyone other than the old man could defeat him. Vladimir asks the old man to get Soo-hyuk into their organization by any means possible. The old man says that their clan leader will be against it. The master's order to wait until the training is over sounds like a test. Vladimir says to never provoke the Soo-hyuk into hostility, and if someone decides to do it anyway, Vladimir will perceive it as personal enmity. The message will be delivered personally, the old man promises. Vladimir turns toward the exit, demonstrating determination. A final order before departure interrupts his thoughts. Gather all the media outlets before his flight tomorrow. The agreement is automatic. The old man bids Vladimir good night. The vampire goes home and does some pull-ups. Spending the whole day in the sun has a very detrimental effect on the clone's health and strength. The old man stands there at this time and thinks about what he should do with this nameless man. What seemed like a gentle breeze turned into a hurricane. Beads of sweat trickled down the man's face as he realized the complexity of the mission. An attempt to enjoy peace in old age is thwarted by new obligations. The old man's gaze sweeps across the mansion. The scene changes to Korea International Airport, which is where Vladimir will be flying from. He walks towards the gangway, and people around him take pictures, blinding him with multiple flashes. The vampire has 2 bodyguards with him, and waves to all the journalists, saying goodbye to him. Finally, he approaches his stand and prepares to begin his speech, welcoming everyone who has gathered there. Already on the phone, we see his recognition of the nameless man's exceptionalism ringing out like a challenge. The man crosses his arms, assessing his opponent's hidden potential. Before us appears a Suhek with this very phone. Rumors about it are spreading across the internet at incredible speed. Vladimir, Russia's most powerful man, gave an interview that rocked the media. His words transformed public opinion. The global audience is thrilled with these new developments. Bezimyany's fans are already approaching 1.5 million subscribers. The debate is raging online, with some predicting the end of Bezimyany's fame, while others fiercely defend his reputation. The situation is getting out of control, but the hero understands. This is just the beginning of a long journey. His gaze is full of determination. A ringing voice interrupts his thoughts. Suhyuk answers, maintaining his usual restraint. When asked how things are going, the guy answers briefly, "Everything's fine." He then mentions that he's been busy looking for a place to live lately. The vice chairman expresses concern, but the hero assures them that their worries are unfounded. His tone remains impenetrable. The question of emigration hangs in the air. Suhyuk sighs, saying that they have already discussed this topic. The conversation returns to the topic of trust, where the interlocutor carefully hints at possible changes in Suhyuk's decisions. The anxiety is heightened by Vladimir's activity. The interviewee justifies his anxiety by citing the morning's events, which were beyond expectations. Despite the lack of concrete proposals, the humorous remark diffuses the tension. Laughter masks the awkwardness, indicating that there are no serious grounds for conflict yet. Suhyuk emphasizes the importance of maintaining the current agreements. His words sound like a promise, but they also hint at the conditionality of the agreement. A joke about Bezimyany's manager status ends the conversation. The vice president still doesn't believe it. The invitation to visit the association is presented as an informal request. The intrigue is heightened by the mention of undisclosed details. The idea seems promising to the other person, but he insists on meeting in person. The pause before his answer reveals underlying misgivings. The question of urgency remains unclear. Suhyuk agrees to consider the proposal later, demonstrating his control over the situation. The request for exclusive rights to the portal comes as a surprise. The response is delayed, creating a moment of uncertainty. The statement about the imminent use of rights brings the interlocutor back into the dialogue, but the vice president is still shocked by this statement. Exclusive rights to portals are usually only available to awakened beings of rank 12+. Few find true use for them. The reason for the restrictions is simple: a monopoly on resources. On the table in front of him are the distribution charts for the magic stones. Control over the portal means power over all the world's resources. The warning about conflicts between guilds reminds the main character of the danger. The vice president asks the protagonist if he's ready. It's a big risk and a big danger. Danger doesn't frighten anyone. The nameless one's name has become a shield. A nod in response to doubt confirms a willingness to take risks. Consent is given without hesitation. The contract is signed, the seal is imprinted on the paper, as if settling the dispute. Preparations for the confirmation of rights are in full swing. Suhyuk thanks his manager and says that their next conversation will be postponed until after the portal is cleared. The scene changes to a treetop. After a call from Oshinwoo, his training intensified. He spent a lot of time training and gathering information about portals. Routine inspection of rank 1 through 3 portals is straightforward. Suhyuk reviews the reports, noting the absence of anomalies. Suhyuk rejects small goals, focusing on the big prize. His demands grow in proportion to his ambitions. Level 80 seems insignificant compared to the standards for rank 12. He compares his progress with guild expectations. Martial arts have helped me get to this point, but now a quantum leap is needed. My gaze is set on new horizons. Leveling up requires risky moves. Capturing high-ranking portals becomes a priority. The rarity of powerful portals is irritating. Suhyuk combs through the reports, searching for even a hint of a suitable target. A 6th-tier portal isn't ideal, but there are no alternatives. Disappointment mingles with a determination to seize the opportunity. Doubts flicker before him as he decides whether to enter the 6th-rank portal or wait for more. Suddenly, a system screen appears before his eyes. He can't believe his eyes. A notification about a rank 10 portal in the city of Pyonan pops up on the screen. The protagonist can't believe his luck. The interlocutor is surprised by Soo-hyuk's absence again. The question about the reasons sounds more like a rhetorical reproach. The timing of his trip to the provinces remains uncertain. The young man dismisses his worries, trying to minimize the concerns of his loved ones. The request to keep an eye on the parents is accompanied by a curt nod. The voice carries a familiar sense of responsibility, devoid of emotion. Consent is given reluctantly, through clenched teeth. The sister covers her face with her hand, as if resigning herself to the inevitable. Finally, Gigi gets into the car and steps on the gas. Now he ends the conversation by saying that it's time for him to go on business. His Geländewagen continues on its way. Soo-hyuk is very focused on his route. He is smiling because his goal is Pohang. The scene changes, and for some reason, we see a huge hand sticking out of the ocean. The portal size astonishes even an experienced hunter, and the crowd of ordinary people is completely shocked by such a spectacle. Someone from the crowd shouts out that such a large portal definitely requires a person of at least rank 12. The noise increases near the edge of the restricted area. Guards block the way, demanding immediate evacuation. A soldier shouts, demanding a retreat. Panic grips the group, and they beg for anything to be done to ensure their safety. The document check search process drags on. A security officer stops Soo-hyuk's car and demands his documents. A border guard looks into a car window, and before him appears Soo-hyuk in his superhero mask, showing his ring, which symbolizes his rank. The soldier recognizes the nameless one and salutes him. He says he'll quickly open the way to the portal for him. He opens the barrier, and we see our main character's white Geländewagen heading straight towards the portal. The portal's hostile classification is confirmed. The data on the screen flashes red, warning of an increased threat. The biggest dilemma in his life is that even 12th rank does not guarantee victory over an equally powerful portal. Standard tactics recommend choosing portals 3 ranks lower. Exceptions are rare and require special preparation. Monsters of rank 10+ exhibit a non-linear growth rate. The graphs show a sharp increase in their power after a certain threshold. 3 years ago, a group of 3 rank 12 awakened ones risked entering a level 11 portal. Their story became a lesson for all guilds. Of the 3 participants, only 2 were able to return after the portal's closure. This case is still being discussed in professional circles. A call from the vice president appears on Soo-hyuk's phone screen. His warnings about the risks sound like he's only concerned about national treasure. The vice chairman insists on revising the plan, but to no avail. Soo-hyuk's question about the connection between high ambitions and future success leaves the vice president perplexed. Gigi mentions that he could even become a World 9, but even now he is not satisfied with this title. Soo-hyuk rejects the path of moderation. His goal is to become an exception, transcending the ordinary capabilities of awakened beings. The vice chairman capitulates to the hero's resolve. A nod and a brief, "I believe in you," become formal consent. The order to immediately prepare for portal entry is given without hesitation. Activation mechanisms are launched in real time. The portal officially comes under Soo-hyuk's control. The hum of energy grows, heralding the beginning of a dangerous mission. Suddenly, the ground around the portal begins to crack and shake violently. This greatly surprises the protagonist. He has never seen anything like this with any portal before. Suddenly, the portal contracts, and some kind of black entity appears from it. The first thing that shows is his huge paw, which creates even more cracks in the ground. We see a huge red reptilian gas. It is directed at all the people in the area, and especially at our main character. People look at this action in shock, because they recognize this huge creature. The black salamander emerges from the portal's shadow. The squad members freeze, recognizing the legendary creature from survival textbooks. The creature is attempting to break through the portal. The squad captain signals the snipers to take up positions for immediate intervention. A barrage of fire descends upon the target, illuminating the area with bright flashes. All forces are thrown into attacking the reptile. Even tanks were deployed to repel the reptile's attack from the portal. They fired powerful salvos at the dino. There was probably nothing left of the reptile's power and number of attacks, Only smoke surrounded the area around the portal and the creature. But suddenly 2 glowing eyes appear from the smoke, and the very next second she opens her mouth wide, and a howl is heard, because of which soldiers cannot even turn around and run away from the battlefield. The paralysis attack attributed to draconic creatures robs the victim of the will to resist. It is often called fear due to its overwhelming effect. The ability affects lower life forms, blocking rational thought. Victims become easy prey, incapable of escape or attack. A powerful blow stuns the target, eliciting a muffled groan. An attempt to counterattack is interrupted by a sudden weakness in the legs, and at that very moment, a huge salamander's mouth falls upon all the soldiers, ready to eat them with one bite. But suddenly, the reptile is stopped by a cry from behind. She immediately pays attention to it, and now she sees Soo-hyuk in his mask and with energy in his leg, who is already falling from above right on top of her, preparing a powerful blow. And with one blow he knocks the huge monster to the ground. His strength has increased significantly. The Nameless One appears suddenly, his presence halting the enemy's advance. The soldiers are shocked by his power, but the monster calls into the air, growling and preparing a new blow, this time aimed at the main character. The main character understands that the monster's tough hide can withstand even the most powerful blows. Every blow bounces off as if it were steel armor. He looks ahead and sees a huge black salamander already running towards him with its mouth open, ready to eat him at any second. He squeezes his kulan and says that it is time to show his new technique, which he has been practicing for a long time before. Soo-hyuk demonstrates a new technique, Divine Fist of 100 Steps. His movements merge into a single stream, ending with a crushing blow to the epicenter of energy. The reptile stands in shock and can only watch as the flow of energy flies straight at it. And he is too strong. He knocks her down with one blow, almost reducing her to dust. Between them, there remains only smoke from a very strong energy. The salamander is defeated, and in place of the huge monster, we see only a huge hole through which the main character is visible. The skill level soars. A sigh of relief escapes the chest. The 5th level of the martial art has been reached. The Divine Fist reaches the 3rd star, confirming its status as a legendary technique. The Nameless One is recognized as an utterly destructive force. The crowd rejoices. His name is now associated with irreversible consequences in any battle. Energy gradually dissipates around him. Suddenly, he notices something important around him. There's some kind of red splinter sticking out of the salamander's body. It's really cool, but it's not clear what it is. He quickly takes it out, and now this red thing is in his power. The magic stone explodes with a bright flash. The hero sees that it is rank 10. The first step toward his goal turns out to be unexpectedly successful. He can make even more money by selling it. The hero realizes that a creature, capable of becoming a boss under other circumstances, appears without warning. This means that there are even more powerful creatures inside the portal. A rumble from the depths of the portal warns of new threats. The rank 10 portal lives up to its reputation. From this moment on, the real battle begins. The rules of the game change, requiring maximum concentration and readiness for the unpredictable. Breaking news: the Nameless One storms the Dragon's Nest. A 12th rank Awakened One challenges a zone where even elites doubt success. The debate over the portal's exclusive rights is reaching a fever pitch. There are calls to send a rescue team, but doubts about the adequacy of this decision are growing. The order for immediate rescue is met with a heavy sigh. The situation has clearly gotten out of control, requiring unconventional solutions. Chaos reigns within the portal. The sounds of boiling magic merge into a menacing roar, foreshadowing catastrophe. The vice president reflects on all this over a cup of delicious coffee. The chaos in the Dragon's Nest is understandable. Even experienced guilds avoid such challenges. The threat level is off the charts. The rank 10 portal lives up to its reputation as a deadly trap. Soloing such dungeons is a rarity among Awakened. Only 5 of the legendary 8 were able to replicate such a feat. The Nameless One risks joining this exclusive circle. Success at Dragon's Nest will place him among the elite. However, his meteoric rise raises more questions than admiration. Just 6 months since his debut is too short a time for such ambitions. The distance to Universal 8 remains an insurmountable chasm. He needs to grow. The scene changes, and we are transported inside a portal into some wild jungle. We see movement in the forest. The leaves are moving, which means there is movement nearby. A huge reptile runs through the forest, shaking everything around it. We see a huge volcano in the middle of this strange wild world. And from below, you can already see a huge dinosaur running straight towards this volcano. Suddenly, one of the dinosaurs was hit in the face and blood splattered onto the screen. All the other dinos noticed this and backed away warily, sensing danger nearby. Suddenly, the attacking energy of the main character appears in front of them and is ready to hit them. But the blow strangely misses them, leaving all the dinosaurs confused. One of them turns around and, in bewilderment, tries to understand what it was. Suddenly, the main character's blow returns, and with monstrous force flies into the side of this dinosaur's head. This throws him very far, literally destroying everything around him with the dinosaur's body. Soo-hyuk looks with satisfaction at how his fist, charged with energy, was able to create such a powerful blow. After a while, he steps on the carcass of the defeated dinosaur. He realizes that his attempt to capture his target with magic is failing. The difficulty of the task forces him to reconsider his tactics, but he's not used to giving up. A month in the dragon's nest has left its mark on everything from his gear to his movement. Time is working in his favor. Gigantic dragon carcasses are now butchered with cold precision. Every claw and scale is a valuable resource, and there are more of them here than expected. Ideal hunting conditions present a new challenge. Even skill can't protect against unexpected obstacles en route to the target. The voluminous inventory suddenly overflowed. A rare case where the loot exceeded even the wildest estimates. Greed is a hunter's eternal companion. The more you get, the more acutely you feel the lack, a lesson Soo-hyuk learns the hard way. Hundreds of dragon-like creatures were destroyed in a month. Mountains of trophies became proof of skill, but also a source of new dilemmas. An idea comes to his mind that he needs to quickly buy unlimited storage. This is the next step to absolute freedom of action. The bag's ad entices with the promise of limitless space. The typo in the name doesn't hide the essence. It's a holy grail for hunters. The artifact, crafted by elven masters, is unique. Its price is justified. Boundless magic costs a fortune, but it opens up incredible possibilities. It really is simply limitless. But the price of 30 billion won will shock even experienced guilds. For that kind of money, you could buy a skyscraper in Seoul. But the hero is confident that the game is worth the candle. The determination to buy an artifact sounds like a vow. The plan is simple. Earn it. Overcome all obstacles and obtain the coveted item at any cost. A Tyrannosaurus Rex carcass is prized above ordinary trophies. Every piece of meat, every bone is carefully packaged. Nothing is thrown away. Unnecessary items are thrown aside. The process is reminiscent of sorting diamonds and dirt. Only the valuable ones deserve a place in your inventory. The scene shifts to evening, and we see a large fire, and the dinosaur carcass next to him in the car. That's how the guy survives all these days. A sizzling sound emanates from a roasting pan filled with poisonous meat. Each serving is a step toward immunity, but the risk of poisoning still hangs in the air. Poison resistance skill has reached micro rank. A month of experimenting with toxic food is beginning to bear the first tangible fruit. Gradually adapting to poisons transforms the body into a fortress. Now even lethal doses are no longer a threat. Immunity grows with every meal. Immunity to 100 poisons has become an intermediate step. The plan to reach the 1,000 mark seems ambitious, but no longer impossible. The dream of invulnerability to 10,000 toxins is shattered by reality. There simply aren't enough threats in the world to test the limits of our abilities. A mysterious exclamation interrupts my thoughts. Perhaps the answer to all my questions lies in the next danger zone. The gaze turns to the area of the volcano with enhanced poison. Even after all the achievements, there's still plenty to challenge here. The determination to explore new territory resonates in every word. The pause before action only emphasizes the seriousness of their intentions. Soo-hyuk's stats are impressive. Level 86, Strength 112, Wisdom 131. His progress in the portal over the month exceeded all expectations. Harmony of body and spirit was achieved without special training. Effective use of internal energy yielded stunning results. 2 years of inner strength in a month, the result of using the divine technique. We'll make up for the shortfall with elixirs, but there's no rush. Money decides everything. Artifacts, potions, resources. An environment where every advantage is available continues to entice, but doesn't lead astray. Refusing external support is a conscious choice. Self-empowerment and alternative growth methods make regret pointless. He remembers that all that helps him win is magic, and he remembers the monk with a shiny, bald head from the previous world. He returns headlong to the journey between dimensions that began on the Huang continent. There, in the distant past, the foundations of the hero's future achievements were laid. The Age of Chaos divided the continent into warring states. Endless wars turned the lands into arenas of bloody conflict. Borders shifted daily, and rivers of blood became a symbol of that era. No corner remained safe from the fighting. By uniting the continent with the power of martial arts, Su Hyuk made an unexpected discovery. It turns out that wars are won not by fists, but by strategy. Magic surpassed hand-to-hand combat on a battlefield scale. Its destructive power rewrote the rules of any battle. Yuksonja's name was first heard at that turning point. It became a symbol of a new stage in the hero's evolution. On the battlefield, magic proved more terrible than any sword. This forced the guy to master it, despite his loyalty to martial traditions. The bitter truth reveals his limitations. A martial arts genius has proven helpless in magic. Doubts gnaw at him, but giving up isn't in the boy's nature. Yuksonja is merciless in his assessments. Even after a century of training, Su Hyuk won't master basic spells. The comparison to whale fishing with a stick only intensifies the bitterness. A loser's only chance is to trust in luck. That's exactly what the bald master thinks. The cruelty of reality requires no comment. The question of the role of luck in life hangs like a rhetorical reproach to circumstances. Rage explodes into a blow. The test of luck turns into a crude experiment. Either he'll succeed or he won't. The bald man asks him not to fight. The scene changes to a starry sky. Now all he can do is reminisce about those happy times. He misses them so much. Suddenly the scene shifts to the bushes, from which 2 dinosaurs are looking at the hero. Or a little more. Try counting pairs of evil eyes. The scene moves again as close to the fire as possible. The hero lies on the rocks and enjoys a long-awaited rest. Suddenly, he notices the sounds around him. A rustling sound in the darkness signals intruders. The invisible threat makes the boy freeze, analyzing the source of the sound. The raptors, who escaped during the day, showed up at night. The main character smirks at this. Their silhouettes flicker among the trees, confirming the worst assumptions. The scene changes, and now they have decided to attack him. A multitude of dinosaurs run and roar, intending to defeat the main character in a crowd, but he merely smirks and says he's ready to meet them. At that moment, he prepares his favorite move, the magic fist. The scene switches back to a landscape with a volcano, and from a bird's-eye view, we see how the main character's magical blows shake the forest. After a series of precise strikes, only 3 targets remain. The hunt enters its final phase, and every second counts. The hero smiles, already knowing his next step. The magical barrier explodes under a series of precise strikes, sending energy flying precisely at the opponents. They all hit the mark. Dinosaurs fall to the ground dead. A system notification announces each level increase. Progress is steady, pleasingly effective. The thought of mastering magic is haunting. Even basic spells could be a significant addition to one's arsenal. The foundation of martial arts is the energy of the lower dantian. Magic, however, is born in the middle, requiring a fundamentally different level of control. Learning magic is compared to fishing. A premature hook ruins the entire process. Patience is key. Impulsiveness leads to failure. A real catch is only possible when the float is completely submerged. The search for a method for basic spells continues. Even weak magic opens up new tactical possibilities. Low-level spells are useless against armies. Their value lies in targeted use and practicing control. Magic is effective against single targets. The system signal opens access to the Akashic records, the repository of universal knowledge. The system confirms authorization. A greeting from the dimensional library loads on the interface screen. Soo-hyuk is shocked. Soo-hyuk studies the terms Akashic Records and Dimensional Library. He doesn't believe he was able to access them. He recalls the bald man who said that magic cannot be mastered by brute force. The emphasis is on intellect. Analysis and precise calculation replace physical effort. Hyuk-sanja was right. Magic requires erudition. The Akashic Records contain all the world's knowledge, confirming the theory. And now, the main character has access to them. An attempt to directly access the Akashic Records is blocked. A low authority level warning, level 1, occurs, and the request is stopped. Access to information is strictly limited. The system prompts you to ask a specific question to obtain fragmented data. At level 1 access, only viewing is possible. A secondary profession, mage, has been created, but the restrictions are annoying. He looks at his specialty and is simply shocked. The system already knows he's a mage. Then he notices that awakened ones have two abilities. The Esper's dual gifts, fire and flow, awaken. An unexpected discovery changes the rules of the game, opening up new possibilities. Park Mugi comes to mind, an example of such a gift. His case confirms the reality of dual abilities in the world of the awakened. The spell's effect exceeds expectations. Surprise is reflected on the face, although no specific numbers are given. Magic testing begins immediately. The decision to test the spell's power in practice feels like a challenge. The strength enhancement spell is activated by clapping. Its simplicity belies its powerful effect. Strong magic covers his body starting from his feet. System notification. D-rank enhancement magic has been acquired. The new ability is instantly available upon command activation. Statistics increase instantly upon activation. The ability to reuse spells changes the way we understand magic, and for the sake of such powerful effects, he decides to activate the power one more time. His hands clap, but the spell's recasting is blocked by an active effect. The boy switches to testing other abilities to circumvent the restriction. D-rank speed boost registration is successful. System notifications confirm the addition of a new skill to the arsenal. The system blocks the learning of new spells. The requirement to advance a profession is displayed in red on the interface. The restriction is puzzling. The guy rereads the error message, checking the access conditions. The promotion term requires hidden conditions to be met. The instruction redirects to the status menu to check the parameters. A check of registered skills shows 6 positions. He decides to look at the 6th one. The list of buffing skills includes strength, speed, endurance, and magic. Defense and deterrence are highlighted as untested options. A defensive skill is useful for preserving loot. On the Huang continent, these skills remained unused. Deterrence can change the course of a real battle. Practical application of this skill unlocks tactical advantages. The interface records progress, 5 stars, creation of an A-rank linker, and learning of a D-rank defense deterrence skill. Strengthening skills are registered. Young Soo-hyuk's status is level 88, with a mage as a secondary profession. The promotion check window shows unmet criteria. The requirements for promotion to mage are 1 billion experience points and an angel/demon heart. The system asks for confirmation to initiate the upgrade, causing confusion. Advancing a profession can block level progression. The risk is obvious. The difficulty of obtaining components exceeds current capabilities. Hunting angels or demons seems suicidal. A clenched fist reflects tension. A mistake will lead to fatal consequences. The current force is clearly insufficient for such tasks. An early promotion looks like a strategic mistake without proper preparation. The angels are inviolable as the leaders of the interdimensional alliance. Any conflict with them threatens catastrophic retribution. The decision to postpone the increase has been made. The first step is clearing a rank 10 portal to accumulate resources and experience. He looks at the volcano and understands that his next opponent is right there. We see a huge, scaly tail floating in the lava, and then the eye of this monster, in which lava and fire are reflective. Before us appears a monstrous, fiery snake, the next enemy of the main character. Before her we see the remains of those brave people who decided to kill her before. The scene changes to a volcano that is already erupting vigorously. Soo-hyuk instantly recognizes the target lurking near the volcano. His gaze registers the characteristic movement of the poisonous creature. This giant snake has not yet reached the level of Imugi, but its size already inspires serious awe in the observer. The monster's length clearly exceeds 20 meters, making it a formidable opponent in the upcoming battle. Despite its terrifying size, the boy confidently believes the creature is just a large snake. The mage is confident that activating the stat boost will guarantee him victory in this battle without any unnecessary complications. But suddenly the snake begins to beat its tail on the ground and wriggle in place. Soo-hyuk notices the snake's unusual sensitivity to the flow of chi emanating from him. The hunter understands that even a master of harmony could fall victim to such a monstrous creature. And now he decided to try how far he could go to defeat this scaly monster. He began to gather all his energy into a fist. It rushed towards him in streams. Soo-hyuk released a crushing blow of the divine fist of 100 steps towards the snake, and a huge flow of energy began to push back the snake. After all, he is quite a strong fighter. But suddenly the snake simply opened its mouth and absorbed all the energy. It did not receive any damage. The boy was amazed to see how the attack was easily absorbed by the creature, without any visible damage. But the snake had already begun to surround him from all sides, and its double tongue was touching the protagonist's hands and feet. But he managed to jump powerfully and bounce back from the attack of the huge snake. The man realized his mistake. In front of him was clearly not an ordinary snake, but something much more dangerous. Soo-hyuk urgently requested data from the Akashic records to understand the enemy's true nature. The system identified the creature as Nephalano, the cursed ancient dragon of the fallen world, a hatchling. The boy was amazed to realize that he was fighting a real dragon, and only a small cub at that. The dragon suddenly spoke, asking Soo-hyuk the reason for wanting to destroy this world. The man was shocked by the dragon's ability to speak, but the snake still expected to hear an answer to the question asked. The guy briefly explained his destructive actions as simple necessity, without unnecessary details. The dragon asked Soo-hyuk a direct question about the possible benefits of destroying this world. The guy called the question obvious, and explained the need to protect his world from invasion through portals. The snake was slightly perplexed. The guy expressed doubt about the danger of most people to the dragon world. The dragon accused people of aggression, and proclaimed the law of the strong as the natural order of things. Soo-hyuk agreed with the rights of the strong, but emphasized the inherent right of the weak to life and survival. The dragon repeated his main question about Soo-hyuk's intention to destroy this world. The guy confirmed his goal, acknowledging that there were compelling reasons on both sides of the conflict. Licking his lips, the dragon stated his own reasons for protecting the world and the need to stop Soo-hyuk. Soo-hyuk suggested ending the conversation and moving on to decisive action, which the dragon called presumptuous. The dragon dismissively called the guy a weak person and intended to quote a famous saying. The guy smiled and said that the true scale could only be assessed by direct measurement. The fight began and Soo-hyuk ran headlong on his super energy towards the mouth of the huge snake. But suddenly it disappeared right from under his nose. The jump was lightning fast. The boy asked if the dragon knew of a certain advantage of being larger in size in combat. He explained that a larger target gives the attacker more points to strike. The snake was shocked by such an attack from an ordinary person, and Soo-hyuk struck with all his energy straight at the dragon's head, pressing it to the ground, and pressing it with more and more energy. After the blow, the snake looked at the huge bump left by the main character, and was clearly upset by it. The monster, enraged by the man's insolence, let out a howl of rage and launched projectiles of its poisonous slime and acid around him. The guy covered himself with a shield and contemptuously called the snake's actions a cowardly spit, unworthy of a serious opponent. But suddenly he looked ahead and was amazed at what the dragon was preparing. The creature noted Soo-hyuk's agility, comparing his dodges to those of a pesky fly. A deadly charge was being prepared within its mouth. The enraged dragon declared his immediate intention to completely destroy his impudent opponent. The boy barely dodged the beam. Only the energy helped him move faster. He didn't understand how the dragon had done it. Surprised, Soo-hyuk recognized the enemy's true nature, realizing the power of a real dragon. The dragon demonstrated its destructive breath, highlighting the difficulty of countering its power. The guy noted the incredible vitality of the dragon, which withstood the blow of the divine fist of 100 steps. The man realized the limitations of ordinary chi against such protection, which required a different approach. And now he activated 100% of the energy and made a sharp leap forward. Soo-hyuk announced that he would take serious measures, intending to show the true power of his skills. The boy activated the first form of the Emperor's martial arts technique for a decisive attack. The penetrating palm technique was applied with maximum concentration of internal energy. Soo-hyuk gathered chi from all 3 dantians, exceeding the normal level of energy compression by 1 gapja. The boy issued a challenge, declaring the possibility of digging his claws deep if he successfully broke through the defense. The creature immediately roared and counterattacked, raising its head and opening its mouth in a cry of pain. The boy realized that it was time to use his own claw technique to defeat the dragon. Using the second form of the Emperor's Dragon Slayer claw technique, Soo-hyuk intensified his attack. The creature's roar turned into a sharp command to stop, pain spreading throughout the snake's body. Blood began to flow from all the cracks in the body and from the mouth. The snake begged to stop. He cast a last, pitiful glance at his killer, and he fell with all his might to the ground, shaking everything around him with his enormous body. The boy made muffled sounds of pain, demonstrating the physical strain of the fight. The dragon's lack of movement from its original position made the hunter wonder about the reason for these actions. Why didn't it move? Soo-hyuk suggested that there was valuable cosmic energy inside the creature's ball. The man was determined to finish the fight, gathered his strength and sent out a powerful beam of swirling energy. But suddenly something behind him caught his attention, and he turned towards the sound. He saw a huge mouth, full of energy, rushing towards him with all its force, trying to strike as quickly as possible. And he succeeded. The guy flew into the wall, crushing stones and, perhaps, even his spine. Already, with half his body in the wall, he began to wonder, what was that? He began to get angry, thinking about how this bastard could strike so meanly. Such a sneak attack in the back. But what he saw surprised him greatly. A girl with red eyes emerged from the dust in front of him. It was she who hit him. The main character tried to get to his feet after such a powerful blow from the little girl. Her white hair was fluttering about. It didn't look like human hair. And even paler skin contrasted with large red snake eyes. When the dust cleared, he saw her in full growth. She was wearing some strange clothes and had a strange appearance. Soo-hyuk was surprised to realize that the girl in front of him was the evil demon dragon Nephalano. The dragon girl desperately and shakingly begged for the attacks to stop, clearly experiencing severe pain or discomfort. The creature explained its defense of the world by the need to save someone's life from imminent death. She gritted her teeth and leaned forward, explaining that if he didn't do this, the hero would die himself. She needed to protect this world. She jumped on the spot, pushing off the ground forward with force, and she raised her hand to deliver a powerful blow to the main character. The guy was completely shocked by such an attack from the little snake girl towards him. And at the last second, Soo-hyuk managed to jump back from the powerful blow, leaving cracks in the ground and a shockwave. The guy noticed a strange process, reminiscent of the shedding of skin or the transformation of a dragon. The complete unexpectedness of what happened caused the man to exclaim, causing the Akashic system to begin investigating the situation. The Akashic records have revealed information about the cursed ancient dragon Nephalano from the fallen world. The girl expressed aloud her desire to kill the guy and flashed her red eyes in his direction. At this point, the boy began to doubt her status as a cub after the changes. The boy witnessed the dragon's transformation from a hatchling into a menacing form in a matter of moments. She attacked. The girl said that if she didn't kill him, she would die herself, and began to attack the main character with even greater force. The boy's misunderstanding of the dragon's motives arose from his statements about protecting the world at any cost. The girl growled that she was told to protect this world, or she would die, and attacked again. The creature demonstrated terrifying speed and strength with primitive combat tactics. The main character chose the perfect moment and grabbed the girl by the hair, and he hit her on the ground with all his might. After all, in front of him was not just a girl, but a real dragon monster. The dragon squealed as the force of the GG's blow forced him to slam his face into the ground. He placed 2 fingers on her neck, starting some kind of ritual. Standing over her, the GG said that the dragon's long hair created a hindrance in close combat, limiting its maneuverability. At this time, red smoke began to pour out of the dragon's neck, and the girl clearly wasn't happy about it. She was screaming in pain. The guy was just trying to immobilize her through her chakra points. Stimulating acupuncture points could provide an advantage by forcing the dragon to adjust its defenses. Desperate repetitions of "protect" merged with the distorted name of Soo-hyuk. The girl scraped her hands on the ground. The dragon desperately asked for the destruction of this world, begging for the end of existence. And she desperately hit the ground again, accelerating her chakra and starting to move. The release of acupuncture points surprised the guy, and it was accompanied by screams and demands to put an end to the terrible world. The creature went on to make a direct threat to kill, demonstrating a complete loss of control. The repeated death threat was made with increasing fury and determination. She rushed at him sharply and screaming, preparing to kill him with one blow. But attacking with the same techniques wouldn't achieve much. Soo-hyuk remembered them and quickly dodged. The guy recorded a sharp change in the behavior of the dragon, who originally protected the world. But now she asked to destroy it, and this greatly surprised the protagonist. While he was thinking, a fistful of energy was already flying towards his head, and he barely managed to dodge it. He was lucky. He would have been turned to mush by such force. He landed on the ground a few meters away from the girl, and he stopped with his foot on something. This caught his attention, and he turned around. Behind him, he saw a huge dragon carcass, and among all the balls, some kind of red glowing object. He looked closer and saw a red object that looked like a small tombstone. Soo-hyuk took it and hypothesized about the nature of the object, but suddenly heard a sound. He turned towards the sound, and he saw a girl who was already on top and was trying to hit him from top to bottom. He barely dodged him again. It was clearly not he who was fighting, but just running away all the time. The guy instantly realized the critical mistake, a loss of vigilance in the heat of the fight. He dragged himself along the ground for another couple of meters. Probably all his clothes were torn and his back was covered in wounds. But the girl didn't want to stop, and she jumped again, full of energy, and she struck the ground with renewed, deadly force. This was where the main character should have been, but he was not there, and she began to look around. Suddenly, Soo-hyuk's hand fell on her head, and he began to pierce all her chakra points with great force and speed, forcing her not to move for a long time and not to attack. The girl started screaming. Soo-hyuk's urge to kill the dragon was aroused by the escalating conflict, but the creature's childish features made the guy doubt that she really should be killed. He must force himself to focus on the destruction of cosmic energy. It is this action that will allow this conflict to end. He began to gather energy in his hand, and the decisive attack of the 100 Steps Divine Fist was immediately used by the man to destroy the energy of the cosmos. But the attack did not pass, but dissipated near the red stone itself. Soo-hyuk was surprised because he didn't expect such a strong barrier around the cosmic energy. Meanwhile, the girl around her was becoming more and more imbued with it, and was freed from paralysis. The urgent need to destroy the power source spurred Soo-hyuk's actions. He began to smash the stone with his bare hands. He punched faster and faster, and he saw how the stone cracked. Finally, his actions bore fruit. Seeing this, he began to hit with his fists even faster. The stone became hot, and now sparks flew from each blow. And finally, the stone split, and a strong red glow appeared from it. It illuminated everything around with its light, including the face of the main character. The system notification confirmed the destruction of 100 dimensions and the assignment of the title of Intermediate Destroyer. The boy was surprised by the message, which indicated that Nephalano had been partially freed from the curse of submission. The scene changed, and we now see Soo-hyuk from above and the dragon girl lying on the ground. Suddenly, she started growling and trying to crawl towards the main character with her hands. The girl's eyes showed despair as she crawled and begged Soo-hyuk to save her. Gigi looked at all this with great bewilderment. He put his hand on her head and said that it would be very problematic if she somehow survived. Soo-hyuk raised his hand to strike and told her only one thing: don't be upset with him. But Nephalano begged Soo-hyuk to save her, her voice trembling with despair and physical pain. She said he didn't have to kill her. The creature offered an alternative to killing, promising eternal gratitude for sparing life. The dragon added that he would also remember the insult if Soo-hyuk chose a cruel decision. In desperation, the girl was ready to swear anything just to make him believe her. Suddenly, she asked the main character if he had the Akashic records. Gigi was shocked by how she found out about this. After all, she was seeing him for the first time. Nefelano told him about the awakening of the dragon's eye, which is why she knows everything. The main character was surprised. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the ground. Soon, this world would be destroyed. Nefelano grabbed the main character's hand and shouted an oath in dragon speech, begging the guy to just let her live. The girl burst into tears and swore in the name of the ancient dragon that she would never betray Soo-hyuk. The Akashic system has notified the ancient dragon Nefelano of his desire to enter into an oath of friendship, with consequences for anyone who breaks the oath. While the main character was thinking about such conditions, the volcano on the top of the mountain began to spew out a bunch of lava. Having already decided what he would do, Soo-hyuk rushed forward, and he took Nefelano with him, who asked in shock what the man was doing, her voice expressing obvious confusion. Soo-hyuk ordered the dragon to remain still, declaring his temporary decision to spare her life. But he added that the final decision regarding her would come later. The scene changed, and now we see a white car parked in the forest. The man announced his immediate departure, demanding the dragon prepare for an extreme ride. But there was no answer. Gigi turned around and looked at his companion. She sat dirty and depressed in the passenger seat, silently staring at the main character and tucking her legs under her. Soo-hyuk exhaled and said that he couldn't take her out like that. I wonder what he'll do. But in the next frame, he was already stepping on the gas, and the car was driving rapidly through the forest, digging the ground with its tires. While they were trying to quickly get away from this world, huge clots of lava reached the forest, almost touching the car. The girl was already wearing Gigi's jacket and mentioned Nezer's condition, who, according to her, had collapsed. The girl asked the boy where exactly they were heading now. Soo-hyuk put on his mask and announced his return to his homeworld, and at that very second, they found themselves in a portal, barely escaping from a world that had already been almost completely destroyed. At this point, the scene switched to a huge military checkpoint right next to the portal. One of the soldiers noticed that Bezimiani had been missing for a month, while another suggested his possible death. But suddenly the warrior's face lit up with surprise, and he turned his gaze to the portal. At that very second, the main character's car flew out of the portal above their heads. As soon as she stopped, other soldiers immediately arrived, eager to ask what had happened inside. The sudden appearance of the car from the portal raised a big question in everyone around. But upon closer inspection, they recognized Nameless's car. This caused a wild joy among the crowd. They shouted, rejoicing at how the main character managed to clear this portal. Looking at this whole crowd, the military breathed a sigh of relief. All this commotion would cause them a lot of problems. The scene changed, and now multiple reporters were taking pictures of the performance in front of them. The Vice transmitted the official message confirming the triumphant return of the Nameless One after his great feat. The audience discussed the achievement. Some admired it, others boasted about their predictions about the fate of the main character. The discussion moved on to comparisons with other hunters, Beg Mukak, Vladimir, and Manfred Rosenberg. Now everyone has recognized Soo-hyuk as the third strongest on this list. The scene changed again to the main character's car, which was driving fast along the highway. Soo-hyuk sighed as he removed his mask, noting the difficulty of his recent exit from the test. He suggested that the dragon conclude their postponed conversation right now. The girl agreed. The guy asked to explain the essence of the dragon speech that Nefelano had mentioned earlier. The girl defined dragon speech as a special treaty between the dragon and the world. Soo-hyuk demanded a simpler explanation. Nefelano repeated the definition, looking at her hands in embarrassment, not knowing what else to say. Soo-hyuk compared the explanation to a meaningless proverb. The man clarified the difference between ordinary promises and the dragon's speech oath. The dragon declared that it was impossible to break such an oath without complete self-destruction. Soo-hyuk asked if this vow was similar to the curse of Nezer's world that had previously bound Nefelano. The girl sadly lowered her head and silently thought, remembering her terrible situation. Nefelano categorically rejected the comparison of Nezer's curse with dragon speech. The girl emphasized the fundamental difference. Nezer was a forced enslaver, and the oath was her choice. This dimension imposed a false consciousness, completely controlling her will. Breaking the dragon speech oath entails the consequences materializing in reality, Nefelano explained. Soo-hyuk suddenly remembered her earlier words about dying when Nezer fell. The boy compared this curse to hypnosis, forcibly altering the dragon's consciousness. Nezer's control was a suppression of the will, and an oath is a conscious vow. Dragon speech is a mutual vow, however, the violation of which entails complete punishment and the destruction of the world. Soo-hyuk acknowledged the supreme reliability of such oaths, demonstrating his understanding. The man steered the conversation toward the main issue at hand, demanding clarity. The girl tensed. The boy demanded the precise details of Nefelano's proposed oath of friendship. The girl hesitated, warning him that the necessary explanations might take a long time. Nefelano suddenly stopped herself, feeling a strange discomfort in her body. Soo-hyuk noticed her tension and asked about the problem, but the girl started to fuss and said that she urgently needed to go. Soo-hyuk was shocked and asked, "Where?" The dragon girl cried out in fear, feeling a strange, tingling sensation in her lower body. She couldn't hold it in for long. The guy was shocked that she hadn't told him about this before. Soo-hyuk cursed the unexpected complication that had interrupted their serious conversation and slammed on the brakes. And the car began to stop abruptly right on the highway. The boy panicked at the thought that someone would pee on his carpet, which was worth over 3 billion won. He was overcome with rage because he couldn't find a suitable place for the girl right away. Soo-hyuk shouted encouragingly that they were almost there, asking if she could hold back. She said no, not really. The guy roared that she would die if she peed herself right in the car. The scene changed. The hero stopped near some huge shopping center. The visitor indignantly pointed out to Soo-hyuk that the dragon had been brought to the men's restroom. The man indignantly asked why they chose the men's room when there was a perfectly good women's room. Soo-hyuk calmly stated that Nefelano belonged to the male gender, despite his appearance. The interlocutor retorted that anyone would see the girl, accusing the guy of bullying. Soo-hyuk insisted on the dragon's male sex, remaining unperturbed. Baldi acknowledged the impossibility of personal verification and his own uncertainty about the creature's gender. Gigi stood and understood that sending him to the women's restroom also seemed like an unsafe decision. Soo-hyuk explained the potential danger of Nefelano, especially due to her recent unpredictable transformations. The man concluded that it was easier to endure the discontent of some people than to risk the lives of others. The bald man, in turn, stood and, closing his eyes, was angry, because the youth of the present time are not at all well-mannered. Already in the restroom, the girl was sitting on the toilet and peeing with all her might. With a sigh of satisfaction, Nefelano emerged from the restroom and announced her return to life. Soo-hyuk ordered her to move and told her that she better not behave like that in public places. The guy admitted that he himself does not know the gender of this dragon, and explained the increased attention to her due to her unusual appearance. The man asked directly about the dragon's gender, receiving a counter-question about what gender is. Soo-hyuk rephrases the question, clarifying whether the creature in front of him is a girl or a man. Nefelano smiled and declared herself genderless, neither one nor the other, or both. And all this is because not much time has passed since the dragon was a cub. Sexual characteristics have not yet fully appeared. She recounts how the elders predicted that the final determination of gender would occur within the next few years. Nefelano asked Soo-hyuk about the importance of her gender. He explained it as simple curiosity, and he offered juice, hiding his embarrassment with laughter. The dragon supported this idea. Soo-hyuk added that a creature's value is not determined by gender. All that matters is its practical utility. They drank coffee and Coca-Cola on a bench. The man returned to the question of the essence of the oath of friendship, which he had interrupted earlier. Nefelano recalled their earlier conversation about the oath before the toilet incident. The dragon clearly defined the oath as a mutual vow of friendship and unbreakable loyalty. They would never betray each other. Soo-hyuk acknowledged the lack of traps in the conditions, given the nature of dragon speech. Nefelano emphasized the dragon's reluctance to befriend creatures weaker than themselves. That's why the girl named Soo-hyuk is the only person who impressed her in her entire life. The dragon admired Soo-hyuk's achievements despite his modest physical attributes and lack of mana. The man noted the difference between Nephalano and the stereotypical proud dragons of legend, especially when the girl solemnly swore, in the name of the ancient dragon, never to betray the guy. Soo-hyuk asked if the vow would become the basis for a permanent partnership. He wanted that so much. The boy formally accepted the offer to swear an oath of friendship and extended his hand to the dragon. The girl was surprised that the guy finally decided to enter into an agreement with her. Nephalano swore a full oath of allegiance in the name of the ancient dragon. This promise of friendship was lifelong, cementing the union of dragon and human. The system granted Soo-hyuk a new title, Friend of the Dragon. He also mentioned several additional conditions to the contract. The guy's first demand was to shorten the impractically long name Nephalano. Nephalano immediately suggested the shortened name Feli for everyday use. Soo-hyuk moved on to the second condition, which concerned making their relationship public. The dragon was surprised, and the guy reminded him of the 1,000-year age difference between them. The guy explained the need to avoid strange looks from people around him. He asked Feli to exercise caution when interacting in public places. The girl assumed he was referring to the use of polite expressions. Gigi clarified that formality was only necessary in front of other people. Feli immediately insisted on training. The guy considered the discussion exhausted and suggested continuing to move towards the goal. The scene changed to the view of a huge metropolis with a lot of people and cars. Then it moved on to a huge, tall building. Our heroes were standing there too, and Feli was delighted, assuming they had arrived home. The man said he only had a meeting there. Someone in a yellow suit walked down the corridor and asked about the purpose of the visit to the building. Having stopped, the vice president finally confirmed his arrival at the training complex by telephone. But immediately Yellow was shocked by what he saw there. The vice president was simply shocked by the sudden appearance of the snake carcass and piles of dragon trophies. Gigi greeted the vice chairman. The man apologized for being forced to call due to the enormous size of the hall. Soo-hyuk handed over the byproducts of the raid to O Shinwoo Guild for processing. The guy explained his choice of a trusted person to sell damaged dragon scales and skins. He expressed confidence in the practical application of the materials, despite the defects. The man moved on to the final question of the meeting, pausing. The topic of discussion was the human body of Nephalano and its nature. The girl explained that the dragon's observable form is merely a shell. She emphasized the importance of a living being's essence over its outward form. The vice chairman acknowledged the dragon's strength, which surpassed most awakened ones. He assured her that completing the paperwork and finding a place to live would be straightforward. The man expressed hope for fruitful cooperation with his vice president in the future. Before leaving, he asked Soo-hyuk to set aside a day soon. The reason is the readiness of what was previously agreed upon with the guy. Soo-hyuk recalled a similar request before entering Nezer's dimension. He doesn't remember what he was even talking about, but he agrees. He asked the dragon to stay here and confirmed Oh Shin-woo's assistance in matters of contacts and the current situation. Soo-hyuk asked the vice chairman to arrange mobile phone service for himself. Yellow nodded and said he would do it. The man suggested that Feli write down his number after receiving the phone and call immediately. She hesitated, looked embarrassed, and agreed. The guy patted her on the head with warm feelings. He assured the dragon that he had no plans to abandon him, asking him to remain calm. Feli briefly confirmed her complete trust in Soo-hyuk's words. The scene changed to a sunset street with cars and private houses. The main character finally crosses the threshold of his home. He stretched his arms inside, feeling the long-awaited relief after a long absence. Soo-hyuk's father looks at the newcomer with surprise, hesitantly pronouncing his son's name upon meeting him. The young man answers his father in surprise, asking the reason for his unexpected presence at home during the day. The father explains his unplanned day off and late rise by immediately offering his son a shared meal. Soo-hyuk confirms his hunger, admitting that he expected the apartment to be empty and planned to eat alone. The man mentally notes the emergence of an unforeseen factor that changes his initial plans. Soo-hyuk decides to take advantage of the moment and tell his father the important news right now at the table. After some time, the table was already set. After all, my father loved to cook and did it very well. The young man is pleasantly surprised to recognize a familiar dish, plain rice with soy sauce and egg. The father notes with a touch of nostalgia that they haven't eaten this favorite dish together in a long time. But he warns that it only seems simple. It still requires skill to prepare. He explains the subtleties of cooking to his son in detail: the amount of rice, the consistency of the egg, the balance of sauces. The father proudly presents his signature recipe, perfected over years of practice. Soo-hyuk takes up the spoon with gusto, preparing to taste his father's culinary skills. And after the first bite of the dish into his mouth, it was as if lightning struck him. Genuine delight is reflected on the boy's face. He highly praises the dish and his father's skill. They ate together and chatted. Their father advised them to complement the perfect taste of noodles with a piece of spicy kimchi. The father, pleased with the reaction, suddenly asks about the details of his son's recent trip to Pohang. Soo-hyuk recalls the calm sea and the general atmosphere of the seaside town of Pohang with a slightly embarrassed expression. The father expresses bewilderment at his son's sudden change en route from a hike to a visit to a friend in another city. Father reminds him of the brief text message instead of a meaningful conversation. Soo-hyuk justifies it by citing the rush of the situation. The man suspects his son of harboring a hidden grudge and carefully prepares to ask an important personal question. The boy tenses up internally, fearing that his father has most likely already guessed about his unspoken secret. The father smiles and admits the obviousness of his guess. Has Soo-hyuk finally found a girlfriend? Genuine surprise is reflected on the father's face after his son's negative answer. Soo-hyuk counters the question with a joke about not having time for romance, trying to ease the tension. Father insists that dates are needed during free moments, before adult life completely consumes them. The man immediately reassures his son, suggesting that he forget about financial obstacles to the relationship. The father's quiet voice sounds guilty as he vows to make up for past inaction as the head of the family. Soo-hyuk gently stops him, forgiving his father for his past mistakes and urging him to look forward. The boy reminds us of his adult status, which does not require his father's full financial support. The father agrees, proudly admitting that his son has long since become an independent man. He shouldn't have treated him like a child. Soo-hyuk says that this is not what he meant, because from now on they will overcome all family difficulties together as equals. The boy takes a deep breath and confesses to his father his awakening as a system player. The father, hiding his anxiety, advises extreme caution when using new abilities, because it is very dangerous. Soo-hyuk apologizes with a trembling voice for keeping silent for so long about his true nature. But then he looks up and tells the truth about himself. He is the nameless one. The father was shocked by such a confession. But now everything fell into place. The son's frequent absences were connected to his awakened status. Everything made sense. Time passed slowly. The father was silent and only sighed. Soo-hyuk internally acknowledges the irreversibility of the revelation that occurred at the table. If only his father would accept this. Finally, the father broke the silence, laughing at the enormity of the news. He assumed his wife and daughter had known the truth before he did. The guy apologizes for the prolonged silence. After all, he could have told me this earlier. The father interrupts the apology, acknowledging the difficulty of the situation and his son's right to independence. He reaffirms his trust in his adult son by allowing him to act at his own discretion. This touches the boy. Pride and a hint of sadness echo in the father's voice as he watches his son grow into a man. There was much he didn't understand until today. The son's sincere gratitude is accompanied by tears of joy, and the father immediately suggests finishing the meal before it gets cold. The boy calmly agrees to return to their interrupted dinner. Some time passed. Finally, it was deep evening. Soo-hyuk lay in bed and felt the heavy burden that had been pressing on his heart for a long time disappear. He approves of his decision to come out, rejoicing in the family's seamless acceptance. And he mentally prepares for a new stage in his life once the final barriers are removed. Suddenly, the telephone on the table next to the bed rang. New messages from Baek Yi-yeon caused slight confusion in the guy. Baek Yi-yeon's message asks about her weekend availability and reminds her to meet up. Soo-hyuk is surprised to realize how much time has passed since their last conversation. The girl insistently specifies a specific day for the meeting, Saturday or Sunday. She suggests Saturday, receiving the guy's laconic consent. Soo-hyuk studies the unfamiliar number on the screen, without recognizing the sender of the new message. Feely asks to save her contact information, introducing herself with a short name for future communication. The guy notes the surprisingly quick response after saving the number. The message received from Vice President Oh Shin-woo raises eyebrows and raises suspicions about problems. But when he opened a chat with him on Messenger, the guy was in complete shock and didn't understand. What is this, and how is this possible? The Vice President announces the start of processing a massive shipment of trophies from the world of Nether, valued at 3 billion. He clarifies that the price does not include the Nephalano shell, and Soo-hyuk mentally calculates his total net worth. He already has 1.5 billion. He anticipates a sharp increase in his fortune after selling his remaining assets. And then, after making a couple of calculations, he stared in shock at the phone screen. A quick calculation showed that his account balance was almost 10 billion. Soo-hyuk was simply overjoyed by this amount. Soo-hyuk's sister watches her brother's strange behavior in the room with bewilderment. She notes his complete absorption in himself, which is why he didn't even notice her arrival. The guy is overwhelmed with joy when he realizes his new financial situation. The night passed, and finally the sun rose beyond the horizon. Morning had come. Breakfast was already ready in the kitchen of their house. The father once again demonstrated his culinary talent. The family was gathered around the table, and the father called Soo-hyuk to the table, noting the appetizing aroma of the finished dish. Entering the kitchen at the table, he immediately addressed all family members in order to tell them the good news. The guy proudly tells his family about his wealth, admitting to insomnia from happiness. All family members were shocked by this news, and also by the appearance of the main character. The father asks incredulously if it is true that his brother earned 10 billion as an awakened one. Soo-hyuk confirms the amount, clarifying that the final payment will take place after the sale of the remaining items. The man announces the end of the family's financial problems and promises a life of luxury. The father thanks him, but doubts his right to accept such money. The boy insists on family ties. Soo-hyuk suggests moving to a better house. His father acknowledges his son's accomplishments, who says this is just the beginning. His mother thinks it's a dream, and his sister offers to pinch her. Some more time passed, and the guy was already walking down the street at full speed. Soo-hyuk looked at his phone and thought about wanting to focus on portal hunting, but he reminded himself of the unfinished business of trophies and other obligations. The most important matter is an urgent visit to Oh Shin-woo, requested by the vice president. The young man decides not to postpone the visit, since the route leads past the guild. Suddenly, a strange guy in a business suit and in a strange pose stands in his way. The stranger politely introduces himself to Soo-hyuk and looks at him. He was standing and waiting for him here. The guy hands him a business card and introduces himself as Abe Tadayoshi from the Japan Awakened Association. The diplomat expresses his desire to speak with the protagonist alone. Soo-hyuk acknowledges the fact that his identity as the Nameless One has been exposed even in Japan. The boy openly expresses bewilderment at the reason for the Japanese guest's visit. Why are they coming? To look at him? Abe assures him the conversation will be brief and suggests changing the location for a private conversation. Gigi says he's fine with it as is. Soo-hyuk rejects the offer, and the Japanese man asks if Soo-hyuk is ready for the Nameless One's identity to be revealed to the world. Suddenly, a light blast of energy hits his face. Soo-hyuk's raised fist stops the guest's speech, signaling a change in the tone of the conversation. The guy declares his integrity. Mutual respect guarantees peace. Aggression, a response. The Japanese man loses his composure, irritated by Soo-hyuk's tone. But then the main character's hand falls on the diplomat's shoulder. Soo-hyuk asks sharply and menacingly, full of energy, whether the guest understood his position after a clear warning. Convinced of the futility of the dialogue, the guy announces his immediate departure. But suddenly something stopped him again and surprised him. What was going on? A bunch of other cars from companies and their representatives appeared in front of him. That's the price of popularity. The appearance of a new stranger causes Soo-hyuk to exclaim in bewilderment. The woman introduces herself as Isabella Johansson, blocking the guy's path. She immediately reveals her affiliation with the American Association of Awakened People. Soo-hyuk dryly acknowledges the obvious fact of her origin. The guy notes the beginning of a series of visits and anticipates an extremely busy day. He abruptly pulled out his phone, and he began to stare blankly at it, ignoring all external factors trying to distract him. Isabella politely inquires about Soo-hyuk's other appointments, receiving confirmation that the guy is very busy right now. The American woman apologizes for the suddenness of her visit to her boyfriend. She suggests choosing a convenient time, but Soo-hyuk immediately rejects the idea of moving to the United States and passes her by. Isabella, shocked by the refusal, tries to at least offer to have lunch together. The woman persistently begs for a short meeting over a cup of coffee. Soo-hyuk agrees with one caveat. The meeting will take place much later. Isabella agrees to wait until dawn for the opportunity to talk to Mr. Yang Soo-hyuk. The guy calls her back late in the evening and politely ends the current conversation with the American. But as he continues down the road, he realizes that the problem is not solved at all. Everything remains the same. Soo-hyuk is thinking about how to solve this problem with numerous uninvited visitors. He decides to work with all visitors at once to save time. Suddenly, he jumps up and rushes forward. He quickly makes his way through the crowd of stunned scout agents, leaving a trail of energy behind him, and he soars into the air with his energetic jumps. A quick analysis reveals that they are all foreigners. The man rejects the very idea of wasting precious time on such intrusive contacts. Suddenly, Soo-hyuk notices an unusual presence that has gone unnoticed for a long time. A guy in a suit started following him, and the agents decided to act more decisively. The guy jumped onto some balcony and decided to stop to negotiate with this agent. The guy notes his high speed of movement, which is inaccessible to ordinary pursuit. The Chinese man enthusiastically confirms Soo-hyuk's unique ability and talents. The stranger excitedly introduces himself as Na Xiaozhong of Shangxi, recognizing the nameless one. He expresses respect when they meet, and the main character notes the agent's combat training by his movements. The Chinese guest happily confirms the accuracy of the observation about his mastery of martial arts. Soo-hyuk notes with interest the rarity of practitioners of traditional martial arts in our time. The guy remembers Vladimir's theory about the origins, when he directly asked about the main characters belonging to them. Na Xiaozhong confirms rumors about the heirs of ancient styles, and speculation about the status of Soo-hyuk, a Korean martial artist. Soo-hyuk clearly identifies the guild as the guest's true affiliation. He is not from the association. The visitor timidly asks for a demonstration of his skills, but is politely refused due to Soo-hyuk's busy schedule. The Chinese man politely hands Soo-hyuk his business card after receiving preliminary consent for further communication. The boy reads the name of the guild Chonmumun, Heaven's Gate of Martial Arts, on the business card he received. Na Xiaozhong mentions belonging to the 8 Universals, an elite group of Chinese guilds. He clarifies that the guild is led by Chun Yuhan and is the largest in China among the awakened. The envoy emphasizes Chonmumun's deep interest in Soo-hyuk. The Chinese man conveys the desire not only of the leader, but also of the guild elders to invite him to Shangxi. Na Xiaozhong offers the opportunity to establish camaraderie between martial arts practitioners. Soo-hyuk thoughtfully connects China and the concept of origins mentioned earlier. This proposal sparked genuine interest in him. The scene changes, and now we see some kind of skyscraper and people around it. Inside the building itself, there were also many people. Pavilions, pillars, and halls. Passers-by notice an unfamiliar child in light clothing, surprised by his choice of outfit for cold weather. It was the dragon girl Nephalano, who was sitting on the floor in her light white dress. Suddenly, someone approaches her and mentions that the guild vice president has arranged temporary housing for a new companion. It was Soo-hyuk. He asked how long she had been waiting at the entrance to the guild building. Soo-hyuk notes the dragon's new clothes. She happily asks him how the outfit matches her appearance. Nephalano explains the choice of practical clothing from the many options purchased by the guild. The guy expresses concern for her health because she is wearing a summer dress in the middle of the winter cold. The dragon is genuinely perplexed, not understanding the very concept of cold as physical discomfort. And then, remembering what it is, she confidently declares her complete immunity to low temperatures thanks to her nature. And to high temperatures, too. Soo-hyuk recalls the term Hanso Bulchim, a state of immunity to temperature extremes. This is characteristic of dragons. The guy points out the complete visual identity of the dragon to the human girl for those around him. He emphasizes her lack of understanding of social norms, leading to her provocative appearance, and throws his jacket over her. Soo-hyuk asks to change her outfit because of the stares people are giving her in a public place. The scene changed and we saw a man in his signature yellow suit walking down the corridor. The guild vice president greets Soo-hyuk and Nefelano at the entrance to the office building. The man is surprised by the guy's early appearance because the vice president himself was a little late and was late. The vice president, inquiring about the couple's joint arrival, Soo-hyuk clarified that the dragon had been waiting for him at the entrance long before his arrival. The protagonist suggests finding a teacher to help Nefelano adapt to human society. The vice president agrees with the dress code comment, but expresses doubt about Feely's current outfit. He gets to the heart of the matter. The vice president invites Soo-hyuk and Nefelano to follow him deeper into the building. They were already in the elevator, and the vice president was pressing the button for the 8th floor. The man reveals the exclusivity of this location, accessible only to select members of the association. The group descends to the 8th underground floor, where the vice president activates the door mechanism. Soo-hyuk looks around the unfamiliar high-tech space beyond the threshold in surprise. The vice president confirms the guy's guess. This is a secret research laboratory. The association's expanded functionality extends beyond administrative tasks. Most strategic projects are implemented in this hidden area. The unfamiliar scientist happily greets the vice president and Soo-hyuk. The guy was shocked. This is a real dwarf. The researcher notes the guy's neatness, contrary to the rumors circulating about him. The bearded man studies with interest the legendary Nameless One, about whom he has heard so much from his colleagues. The vice president formally introduces Soo-hyuk to the scientists, and Wade states his name. The young man introduces himself briefly, wearily noting the string of acquaintances he's made that day. Soo-hyuk mentally notes the abnormally high number of new contacts in a short period of time. The scientist turns his attention to the girl next to them, trying to politely inquire about her identity. She turned around sharply and said contemptuously, "Her name is Nefelano." Soo-hyuk then thought that he should definitely teach the dragon some basic manners after she ignored his greeting. Wade interrupts his colleague, reminding him that business matters take priority, and urges the group to move forward, announcing that the equipment is fully prepared for the project demonstration. And several pairs of legs in different outfits moved forward. Soo-hyuk is impressed by the unexpectedly large scale of the association's underground laboratory. The young man asks about the logistics of building such a complex near Seoul without making any public announcements. The vice president acknowledges the complexity, but insists on the facility's strategic value. It reveals the years of preparation for the project, which began long before current events, and speaks of humanity's helplessness in the face of extraterrestrial threats before the awakening. Scientific developments became a key response to the crisis, facilitated by favorable circumstances. The vice president emphasizes the danger of being completely dependent on a limited number of awakened ones. He cites his acquaintance with Wade's genius as one of the decisive factors in the success of the enterprise. Wade impatiently demands to stop the drawn-out conversations and move on to the practical part, and they went further through the huge advanced scientific underground center. Suddenly, Wade shows them a new invention, a huge robot in a glass capsule. Soo-hyuk recognizes the design as advanced power armor, familiar from technological fantasies. The vice president confirms the guess, and reveals the official name of the development, Hyper Armor. Scientists invite the young man to test the equipment, despite it being a prototype. They claim the revolutionary power of the prototype is capable of changing global standards. The vice president offers Soo-hyuk the honor of becoming the first operator of humanity's newest invention. Wade stood at the terminal at this time and activated the armor. The doors to the capsule swung open, and before Soo-hyuk, this new hyper armor, a universal powerful weapon, stood in full view. Suddenly, the robot armor's eyes lit up, and it flashed red sensors at the main character. The terminal screen displays the registration procedure for the operator under the codename First. Soo-hyuk smiles and compares the process of donning the armor to becoming a futuristic Iron Man. He reaches out his hand to her, and then, in the chest of the armor, a huge blue reactor full of energy flares up. Suddenly, the armor flew towards the main character, sticking to his body. He was already completely inside her. Only her face remained exposed. It was really cool. And then the helmet slammed shut. It was very dark inside the armor. Then some piece of light began to penetrate into the eyes, and the hero saw the outlines of his hands on the monitors inside. Now he could see everything around him. He couldn't believe his eyes. The robot armor on him sparkled with energy. An incredible feeling. He clenched his fist and felt all the strength and power. This invention was simply incredible. The dwarf immediately asked the protagonist, "How's it going?" "Isn't it amazing?" The guy expressed admiration as he assessed the high-tech suit presented to him. The hyper armor appeared bulky and inconvenient at first glance, but once put on, the suit felt like a natural extension of my own body. With its help, the hero could do a lot of things. The scientist immediately invited Soo-hyuk to follow him, promising to show him something more. He opened the door with the imprint of his dwarf hand, and the hermetically sealed armored door opened in front of them. A man shows Soo-hyuk a spacious testing ground, waiting for his assessment. The scientist laughs at the boy's stunned reaction and asks him to be careful. Vice reminded them of the location right below Yagido, and Soo-hyuk calmly confirmed that everything would be fine. And a second later, another door opened. A bunch of combat drones flew out of it. An important clarification: the drones will fire live ammunition during the tests. The signal to begin the test sounded, and good luck was wished to the operator in the armor. Immediately, the drones began shooting at the hero with all their guns, but he ran quickly in his new super armor, avoiding their bullets. In response, quickly destroying a bunch of drones at once in a few seconds. In his new armor, he managed to do this with one deft blow. One of the observers is amazed by the speed and the result. Only 5 minutes. Asking the vice president about his time on this test. Answer: it took 50 minutes to destroy 300 targets last time. And Soo-hyuk completed a similar task in just 5 minutes, causing shock. Now the drones were finished, and the GG's hands and armor were even smoking from how hard and fast he was destroying them. A pile of broken equipment surrounded the perfect technological armor and the perfect operator in it. But despite the impressive power, the guy still criticized the armor design, suggesting improvements. He immediately turned towards his stunned comrades. Later, the scientist justified himself by admitting that he was consumed by admiration for the productivity. The researcher took a serious approach when asking about specific complaints about appearance. The guy notes the overly heavy and inhuman appearance of the suit. Realizing the vagueness of the wording, Soo-hyuk asks not to attach any importance to his words. But the scientist couldn't ignore the design comment, declaring the armor his greatest masterpiece. The boy's sudden confusion after the harsh reaction to his words. The researcher acknowledges the importance of Soo-hyuk's opinion and is ready to take into account his preferences in the refinement. The guy suggests improving the armor's portability for ease of storage and quick use. The scientist is inspired by the idea, considering modifying all the contours to make them more compact. The project will require the help of magicians and expensive materials, and perhaps even alchemical interventions. But the association guarantees full support. That's what Vice promised. This was followed by the scientist's joyful reaction to the prospects for improving hyperarmor. But Vice in Yellow moved on to a new topic concerning Nephalano. He addressed the dragoness, mentioning her shed scales. The diplomat in Yellow confirmed the talk about dragon scales as a material. He put forward his proposal to use the scales to upgrade armor and create equipment for sale. The guy calmly agrees, since she brought the scales precisely for these purposes. The dragon girl doesn't see the problem, calling the scales simply a trace of her past. Soo-hyuk requests that a hidden weapon storage compartment be added to the armor. But the vice president can be sure of the technical feasibility only after consulting with a colleague. And now the guy could already formulate specific requests for improving the armor. Soon the sun had almost set behind the horizon. A wonderful view of the skyscrapers. The guy walked slowly down the street and looked at his phone. Although there wasn't much time, the sun had already set behind the horizon. Apparently winter would soon arrive. And then he turned to Nephalano, who interrupted her thoughts. He immediately asked the dragon a direct question about her plans for the near future. The guy reminds the dragon of her new status, housing, registration as an awakened one, and Earth citizenship. Soo-hyuk asks if Nephilano has any specific life goals in his new place. The dragon girl admits that she doesn't have any grand life plans as she sees it. Nephilano's main desire was to escape from the old world, to survive and avoid loneliness. The dragon emphasizes that her thoughts never went beyond these basic aspirations. This shocked the main character. But Nephilano states that all of her initial goals on Earth have already been achieved. The dragon's question unexpectedly turns to Soo-hyuk's own plans for the future. It directly indicates his pragmatic interest in its possible usefulness for his purposes. Soo-hyuk reveals a long-standing idea about creating his own guild for systematic work. The guy explains the need for a guild by the impossibility of covering the entire world alone, or being forever dependent on Shin-woo. Soo-hyuk names the current key task as passing through portals above level 10. He is confident in his abilities to solo the 11th level portal after his experience in the Dragon's Lair. The guy points out the real problem: a sharp jump in difficulty starting with level 12 portals. Soo-hyuk soberly assesses the current chances of success in passing through such portals as extremely low. He sees the necessary condition as the growth of his own strength to the level of harmony. Soo-hyuk's sudden question concerns Nephilano's ability in magical arts. The dragon is confident in the possibility of mastering magic through training, which the guy immediately takes into account in his plans. Soo-hyuk realizes the strategic advantage if Nephilano truly masters magic, and the scene changed to a huge shopping mall, in which, as usual, there were a lot of people. The cat seller Nay is surprised by the question about the magic book, and by Soo-hyuk's question to him. The guy asks about the possibility of learning magic without textbooks, hoping for her knowledge. The saleswoman sits and chuckles because she has one thought about them. She guesses that Soo-hyuk plans to teach magic to someone else. For example, this girl. Soo-hyuk honestly admits that he has no talent for learning magic. Nay suspects the riskiness of the guy's plan, causing his bewilderment. The merchant identifies Nephilano as a young but high-ranking dragon. Her originally noble origin of dragon blood is noted. Nay is interested in the world Nephilano came from. The dragon refuses to reveal information about his homeland. The guy immediately softened the atmosphere, joking about the dragon's coldness towards strangers and reminding her that she is now an earthling. And the cat explains this behavior by their traditional closed magical traditions, and it emphasizes the exclusively oral principle of transmitting magic without written sources in their culture. Soo-hyuk understands the difficulty of learning through oral transmission. Nay mentions the existence of rule breakers, and that she has to deal with such rule breakers on a regular basis. She's willing to help for a fee. The price she's quoted for a recommendation is 100 million won. The guy is shocked by the announced amount of the reward. Nay clarifies that we are talking about 1 billion won. Soo-hyuk is shocked by the tenfold increase in the cost of services. The guy doesn't believe that even between them such a rate for services applies. Nay calls 1 billion a preferential price, given their acquaintance. Nephilano offers to earn the required amount for Soo-hyuk himself. The dragon explains his desire to study magic in order to become more useful to the boy, which stuns the boy. Soo-hyuk promises an official contract and a large share of the profits for the girl after creating a guild. The guy increasingly notes his brotherly attitude towards Nephilano, comparing her to his younger sister Suyu, and then a hairy, fluffy paw hands them a phone and asks the main character for his number. The merchant promised to contact him after the magician was ready for training. After some time, they were already home. It was evening. Soo-hyuk remembers the business card he received earlier. The guy finds Isabella Johansson's contacts and decides to call her. He apologizes for calling the American representative late. Isabella insistently assures him of her readiness to communicate at any time, calling him special. Soo-hyuk suggests meeting, mentioning his new free time. The American woman confirms his location, intending to come herself. She estimates the travel time at about 30 minutes and confirms their imminent meeting. The guy is surprised by her willingness to make a personal visit, anticipating generous conditions. And it confirms the traditional American principle of investing only in the best. After some time, the expensive car was already driving along the highway. Inside, Isabella happily greeted Soo-hyuk upon meeting him, who was shocked by such an expensive car. The woman praises him, repeating his message of exceptionalism. The representative emphasizes that the U.S. doesn't waste resources on futile endeavors. Soo-hyuk repeats his morning refusal to immigrate despite offers. Isabella suggests that Soo-hyuk retain his Korean citizenship and obtain American citizenship for dual citizenship. It confirms the agreement of the proposal between the U.S. and Korean governments, with a positive reaction from politicians. The guy notes the ban on dual citizenship in Korea except in special cases. Very special cases. Isabella acknowledges the uniqueness of the situation, pointing to the Korean authorities' ignorance of his identity. The American is confident that it will be possible to formalize the registration without revealing his identity as the nameless one. Soo-hyuk doubts the wisdom of such a large-scale effort for his sake. Isabella insists on the exceptional value of the nameless, justifying all measures. The United States estimates his strength to be at least that of an awakened 8th universal rank. The guy expresses sincere surprise at such a high assessment of his abilities. He recalls that he has only been awakened for 3 months, emphasizing the uniqueness of his talent. Despite an offer of $100 million in advance and better terms, Soo-hyuk firmly rejects the contract. Isabella, in shock, points out the limited opportunities for his growth in Korea. The guy retorts that the United States is also incapable of becoming a vessel that can accommodate his ambitions and power. This message from the main character finally finishes off the American representative. He politely ends the meeting, and Isabella wishes the hero a safe return home. The American woman acknowledges yet another refusal, noting it in her report. Soo-hyuk acknowledges the uniqueness of her decision, compared to the expected reaction of anyone else. The guy explains his refusal by his connections with Oh Sin-woo and his desire to maintain independence from any forces. Now it's time to find your balance. The guy suddenly notices something behind him. Suddenly he turns to the invisible pursuer, demanding that he stop following him. The man who was hiding acknowledges Soo-hyuk's discovery with a slight chuckle. The Chinese agent apologizes for the covert surveillance, explaining it by his impatience to meet. The guy suggests immediately ending negotiations with the Chinese delegation. The messenger thanks and offers to move to the prepared place. Soo-hyuk agreed, allowing the representative to act as a guide, and they ran across the rooftops using their abilities. The massive structure was presented as an overseas training base for the Chinese Guild. The representative proudly demonstrates the unique capabilities of their infrastructure. The guy interrupts the conversation, inviting them inside to share combat experience. As he enters the building, he makes eye contact with 2 security guards and steps over the threshold. Immediately, Soo-hyuk feels the effect of the formation, increasing his skill by 20%. He learns the training formation by recalling past knowledge. The thought of the benefits of the bald hyuksanage when working with such techniques brought him back to pleasant, distant memories. And the Chinese agent stood all this time with outstretched arms and waited for Soo-hyuk's assessment of what he saw. He confidently states that this is why China can be called a great nation thanks to technology. He emphasizes the exclusivity of their formations, martial arts, and training systems. It confirms the accelerated growth of skills within the formation, and he repeated the thesis that such results are unattainable for other countries. They will all be on their knees. The agent recounted a prophecy of world domination by their Chinese martial arts and a mention of a victory over Baek-muhak. Then he made a provocative claim about the Chinese origins of all martial styles and invited him to become a Chinese citizen. Soo-hyuk just sighed very heavily, and he ignores the provocation, considering it unworthy of a response. His casually voiced disdain provokes an angry reaction from the agent. Soo-hyuk counters, calling his opponent's statements nonsense. He quotes an ancient proverb about strength from the world of martial arts. The boy challenges him, demanding proof of Na Seo-jong's right to be arrogant. The Chinese recognize the complexity of the nameless one's character, and at first simply defends himself against his strong energy. The Chinese man's respect for Soo-hyuk's skill is mixed with condemnation of his insolence. Na Seo-jong is outraged by the disregard for China's display of power. But now his peaceful offer of annexation is being replaced by a threat to correct the relationship by force. Soo-hyuk exposes the envoy's false friendliness. The guy takes up the challenge by questioning someone else's ability to fix things. The Chinese man is becoming increasingly angry. There is not a drop of his former kindness left in his gaze. Na Seo-jong explodes with insults towards Soo-hyuk and tries to hit him. The Chinese man's rapid approach is seen as a tactical error on the part of the protagonist, but he immediately understands that everything is wrong. This is not a mistake, and this scares him. Soo-hyuk quickly and easily passed his opponent, as if he was flush in front of an ordinary person. The Chinese representative was in shock, not understanding how he managed to do this. And before he could turn around, the main character grabbed him by the neck for bad behavior. Soo-hyuk demands a second answer about whose behavior needs correction, and then he let him go, leaving the Chinese man coughing on the floor. He criticizes the discrepancy between Na Seo-jong's statements and his actual level. The Chinese man vows to take the second approach seriously, receiving a challenge to try again. Na Seo-jong requests permission to change his fists to the sword as his main style. Soo-hyuk allows the opponent to use their preferred weapon. The fight officially enters the serious confrontation phase. The guy assesses his opponent's swordsmanship as being at the initial master level, and initiates a new attack after reassessing his strength. Energy was already blazing even from under his soles, and so he quickly rushed at his Chinese opponent, taking him completely by surprise. The opponent tried to attack, but the protagonist quickly dodged. Now Seo-jong demonstrates the Taeul splitting light sword technique, earning recognition from the main character for her skill. Soo-hyuk emphasizes speed as the key advantage of this style, and asserted the practicality of this technique among Taoist martial arts. But still, the guy points out the uselessness of even the best style in the hands of a man with insufficient swordsmanship. The Chinese man was completely furious at the protagonist's words, and he perceives the enemy's actions as mockery, trying to hit him with renewed force. The main character watched the sword's destructive power as it released energy. The boy parried the blow, proving the futility of an attack without a precise hit. And a second later, Soo-hyuk had already shown the Chinese what a clear and precise strike was. The Chinese man flew back a couple of meters, coughing a little and spitting blood out of his mouth. That's how they were already standing on top of each other. Or rather, only Soo-hyuk was standing, and the Chinese man was trying not to fall. Soo-hyuk's irony reached its peak. He gave Na Seo-jong an offer to become a great Korean instead of threats. The Chinese analyzed the level of the Nameless as a master, without entering the Qi manifestation. The guy explained his superiority through the difference in understanding of power levels. Na Seo-jong acknowledges the validity of Soo-hyuk's reputation, and he accepts this, standing in a respectful stance before the Nameless one. But he also gives the protagonist his warning about the impossibility of confronting the Chonmamun Guild alone. An ultimatum is a choice made with an eye on conflict with a powerful organization. Soo-hyuk continues to try to gain an understanding of the seriousness of the warning. The Chinese man immediately indignantly reminded them of the status and influence of their guild, Chonmamun. Soo-hyuk was furious and walked closer, breaking the floor with every step, and he asked again who exactly he should be wary of in their guild. Na Seo-jong is shocked, and perceives this as a readiness for open conflict, and he falls to his knees from the intense pressure exerted by the protagonist's aura. Gigi confirms that many people would like to preserve their peace and consider it very important not to cross this line. And he also tries not to cross that line when possible. But he stepped menacingly with his foot and turned even more towards the pathetic Chinese. After all, he now decides where that line lies, and they must never cross it. Now he must remember this well, and not forget who the main character is. Sometime later, the Chinese man stood alone in the middle of the Chinese Guild's training center. Leader Chonmamun asks about the results of the negotiations with Nameless. Na Seo-jong reports Soo-hyuk's refusal to become the guild's apprentice. The boss asks again if he's really gone, and receives confirmation. The leader declares that assassination is necessary if the recruitment fails. Na Seo-jong apologizes, but the leader acknowledges the damage to his clan's reputation. The agent begs for one last chance to correct the situation. He promises to do everything to bring real results. A second plea for forgiveness from the guild leader. The leader agrees, but doubts Na Seo-jong's current strength. Therefore, he gave the order to the agent to return to the main branch for further instructions, and he hung up the phone. Now the Chinese man was hitting the ground with force, thanking his lord for saving his life. But in the office, the leader looks down on his subordinate's weakness. He decided to personally intervene in the situation with the Nameless one. He gave the servants the order to prepare for an urgent flight to Korea as ordered by the leader. He also decided to send Naseo-jong to Magnus for re-education. He confirmed that he needed to arrive in Korea by the following evening. Suddenly, a man in a white suit stood in front of him and attracted his attention. This surprised the guild leader. It was Vladimir, ironically greeting Chung Yuhan after a long separation. The leader hadn't expected to see him here. Chung Yuhan was also greeted by a man with the vile face he saw last year. Vladimir immediately made a new mockery of Chung Yuhan's recent invisibility. The leader expressed his demand to get to the heart of the matter without unnecessary jokes. Vladimir rejects jokes and grins his evil smile. Chung Yuhan immediately asks directly about the purpose of the Russian's visit. Is it a provocation? He coldly declares his intention to kill his opponent, waiting for the Chinese man's reaction. Chung Yuhan sarcastically notes the unusual concentration of interesting events in a single day. His eyes light up with energy. The sharp question about Vladimir's mental state sounded like an accusation. Chung Yuhan demands an explanation for the absurd murder claim. Vladimir counters, calling madness the inevitable companion of a 1,000-year life. The opponent dryly agrees. Madness is a long-standing character trait of Vladimir. Although thoughts of murder arose, an open challenge on guild territory was too much. A second passed, and one of them suddenly rushed towards the other. It was Chung Yuhan, who angrily asked if Vladimir was seeking voluntary death. He was completely furious, and Vladimir liked it very much. He easily repelled Chung Yuhan's attack without even lifting a finger in his red shield. On the contrary, Vladimir only mockingly inquired about the origins of his opponent's madness, who was not even 100 years old. Chung Yuhan didn't get the hint and was shocked. Vladimir revealed his knowledge of Magnus. Universal rank 8 is a nice number, but from his lips came a prophecy about a quick and significant fall in this rating. Chung Yuhan ironically supports this. He also likes the number 8. And the leader digs his feet in, feigning regret about the upcoming changes. The final statement is that soon there will be only 7 of the strongest left in the world, and their energies collided, causing a huge explosion of energy. Change of location. Seoul a few days after the conflict in China. Dragon Nephilano reports to Su Hyuk on the day's results. 3 rank 5 portals, 2 rank 6 portals, 1 rank 8 portal. She anticipates a large profit, especially from the level 8 portal. Su Hyuk briefly agrees. Nephilano expects to quickly recoup the billion at the current hunting pace. Su Hyuk confirms his optimistic forecast. Focusing on high-ranking portals guarantees quick income. The guy expresses relief. The Dragoness asks about the guild's formation timeline. Su Hyuk admits he's temporarily forgotten about it. She shares her studies on guild management and awaits its founding. The guy suggests they move first. Nephilano recalls Su Hyuk's meeting today. He had sincerely forgotten about the agreement. Realization. Meeting Yi Yan and Jung Hyuk. The guy invites the Dragoness to join him. Nephilano's joyful agreement to the invitation to attend the meeting. And so they finally move to the evening, the meeting place. Su Hyuk introduces Nephilano as his 22-year-old companion. She jokes that she looks much younger. Baek Yi-young is introduced as a high school graduate. The Dragoness is surprised by her youthful appearance. Jin Chang-hyuk is introduced by the company. Su Hyuk clarifies Yi-yeon's departure from the Baekdusan Guild. Yi-yeon reveals the guild's pressure to get closer to Su Hyuk. She never lived up to their expectations. The guy said that he was sorry, but the Dragoness was glad that she was leaving, because Su Hyuk would create his own guild. The protagonist's friends were shocked by the news of Su Hyuk's creation of a guild. He explains the need for a guild due to the inconvenience of working alone. Jang Hyuk and Yi Yeon immediately asked to join the guild, happy that their unemployment is over. Su Hyuk warns of modest starting conditions. Young people are prepared for challenges. Jang Hyuk is confident of the guild's rapid growth under Su Hyuk's leadership. Su Hyuk thanks him for his trust. The scene moved again to the surface of the water. The fish swam beautifully, from the surface of the water to the very depths, a ton of different ones. And suddenly, in the depths of this watery mass, a portal opened. The sudden appearance of a pair of creatures within human legs. They were nostalgic for their return to Earth. These were 2 demons who noted the increased mana density compared to previous visits. Although this time they were more likely to crash here, but the red one said that, since they had such an opportunity, they could remember the traditions. Before, Returning from here empty-handed was bad form. So now they floated up and wondered if they should start harvesting. But the scene suddenly changed to a breaking news broadcast reporting numerous casualties, which resulted from the appearance of an unknown life form in the Shinjuku area of Japan. Authorities assumed it was a demon. The vice president, who had been watching the news the whole time, was shocked to hear that demons were involved in this matter. He realized that if this was true, it was the first time such a thing had happened since they had invaded during the portal impact with the 72 Archons. But in those days, the angels fought them back, and all the legions of demons eventually left the earth. But why did they attack the earth again? Suddenly, while he was thinking about it, the telephone in his office rang. He quickly picked up the phone and answered, introducing himself as Oh Shin-woo. But the information he was given over the phone quickly resulted in shock on his face. He said he didn't know if the guy would move from that moment on, but he would try to contact him. And then, exhaling heavily, he hung up the phone. He folded his hands in front of him and thought. After all, this call was a request for help from Japan. And then the scene moved to the very place of the invasion. There was chaos and destruction, fire all around. One of the people stepped into the action zone. It was Akira, a ninja master from the Universal 8. And after seeing all this horror, he realized that the situation was much more serious than they thought. At that moment, a message from headquarters came onto his transmitter, and he responded that there was communication. He could hear them. He was told that the request for assistance from elite troops had been accepted, and that they would arrive soon, but nothing was known about assistance from other countries. And then Akira realized that they would have to deal with these demons themselves. He said that he would attack first, and then wait for the advance of the elite troops. And as soon as headquarters accepted his plan, he rushed from the spot. At that moment, the scene changed. To the center of the invasion, someone was looking at the corpses of people around and laughing, because he found it very funny. These were those same two demons. They walked and laughed, saying that the flesh of people with the system was several times tastier than that of others. Suddenly, the blue one stopped laughing and turned his attention to something else. They both looked up to see a ninja rushing towards them, already drawing his katana and preparing to cut off their heads. And Akira wasn't alone. Several more members of his ninja squad were behind him. All of them had to attack the demons at the same time. But the demonic being only let out a cry of triumph, noticing that the prey was walking straight into his hands. The monster expressed his delight at what was happening, his laughter reflecting the growing excitement of the upcoming fight. The team of hunters received orders to immediately destroy the demons that appeared, preparing for battle. And they immediately attacked them from different sides, inflicting many cutting blows. A second later, the first drops of blood began to drip onto the ground, and the ninja stood around the completely cut-up demons, thinking that this time the victory would definitely be for humanity. After all, with such wounds, they could hardly continue to fight. Suddenly, the demon's wounds healed and were restored in an instant. Observing the enemy's rapid regeneration, the ninja Akira was surprised to note this ability of the demon. The demon's recovery speed turned out to be incredibly fast, which caused more ridicule from them. The demon sarcastically asked if this was all his opponents were capable of, as they prepared for a counterattack. And the next second he released his deadly attack of darkness forward. Akira barely managed to dodge, warning everyone to dodge because there was about to be a demonic explosion. But it was more like a nuclear one. Its power was incredible. Once everything had calmed down, Akira landed on the ground in front of the red demon. The demon proudly displayed his power, mocking the battered state of his opponents. The ninja worried that the demon was strengthening itself by absorbing the powers of the defeated awakened fighters. It became obvious that with each passing minute the monster was becoming stronger and more dangerous to those around him. Realizing the criticality of the situation, the ninja decided to use extreme measures to win. He remembered the deadly pill with a high risk of death or loss of abilities. Taking the Inpakwan pill provided a double boost to all parameters at the cost of potentially dire consequences. A 50% chance of death and a 40% chance of losing all abilities. But there was no way out. The system confirmed the activation of the ninja elixir's effect, initiating a process of temporary body enhancement. All stats have been increased by 250% with a time limit of 5 minutes. The demon scornfully declared the futility of any effort by a mere man against him. But he didn't expect that the very next moment the ninja would appear behind him with terrifying speed. Akira already had a golden whip in his hands and was preparing to use his taijutsu on the demon. With a desperate cry, the ninja used the dragon binding technique, trying to immobilize his opponent. The monster expressed surprise and obvious discomfort from the effect of the restraining technique. The demon, with growing bewilderment, noted the complete loss of the ability to move under the influence of the technique. But the ninja knew what he was doing and had already launched a dozen of his kunai at the demon, which quickly pierced the demon's body, causing bewilderment on his part. Limited by time, the man furiously demanded the demon's death, putting all his rage into the attack. He flew past him, striking with such force and speed that it was as if he had fired a gun at him. The system coldly reminded him that there were only 2 minutes left before the booster pill wore off. The ninja desperately wanted to become stronger so that he could defeat the demon before the pill's effect expired. After all, in addition to the red demon, he still had to deal with the blue bastard, who had already almost killed half of his team. Even at the cost of destroying his own body, the man was determined to destroy the threat. He threw a kunai at him along with some kind of seal. Suddenly, the blue one quickly turned around and noticed the ninja's attack. But even this did not help him to duck from the lightning attack. The hero held the same seal in his hands and was preparing to activate taijutsu again. And now, after the seal was activated, a massive, fiery explosion occurred at the demon's site. But even from such a demon, it did not tear into pieces, but only threw it back. The second demon expressed surprise, suggesting that his partner, the demon Red, might already have been defeated. With his last strength, the ninja made a desperate attempt to finish off his enemy. The fatal moment came at the most inopportune moment. When the pill stopped working, he pierced him with a dagger, and he himself began to cough up blood. Such are the consequences of doubling his abilities. The demon mockingly commented on the pill's expiration date, mocking the human. The knife was now in the demon's hands. The ninja realized with horror that even after piercing his heart, the demon continued to regenerate. The second demon suddenly appeared and demanded that his prey not be touched, entering into an argument with the first. The first demon indignantly declared his right to victory, rejecting the claims of the newcomer. The ninja wondered in despair if this fight had always been unwinnable for the human. The winner coldly stated the final outcome of the battle, leaving no doubt about his superiority. With bitter realization, the ninja accepted the inevitability of his defeat at the decisive moment of the confrontation. With his last breath, the man was reflecting regretfully on the unexpected end of his journey, when suddenly something distracted him. At that moment, a plane flew overhead, and a message came into its transmitter that help had arrived from Korea. And the sudden appearance of the Nameless One and his code-named ally could change the situation dramatically. And here they both are. The main character and his girlfriend in suits jumped to the ground. And now they too walked along the place where the battle had taken place and looked around. Two demons eye the newly arrived hunters with interest, assessing their potential. They note that they arrived in pairs, which makes the situation even more intriguing. Blue says they look quite tasty, but Red imperiously forbids the other demons to look at his prey, claiming them as his own. The protagonist first addresses Nefelano, but then remembers that she should be called Code Zero, and gives her the order to keep an eye on these guys. The girl confirms the order. And then the main character turned to Akira, trying to confirm her identity. The wounded ninja tries to confirm, but a coughing fit interrupts her words. She calmly notes the Nameless One's tardiness in this situation, but suddenly Akira watches the man's sudden behavior in shock. She asks what he's doing. Why does he need her hand? The boy assesses the ninja's plight, understanding the full horror of her situation. The main character is aware of the high risk of demonic possession and death for Akira in this state, and he understands that he needs to fix it. The girl is in shock again. The man recognizes a chi blast technique he had previously seen on the Huan continent. It's a rather dangerous and deadly technique. This discovery led him to suspect desperate measures by demons to protect this place. He began to uncover the technique. The girl couldn't believe that the attack was so easily neutralized. Soo-hyuk explains his knowledge by studying similar cases in the past. She wonders why demons waste their power on such useless things. Why are they on Earth? The guy finds it impossible to ignore dying people and switches to the threat. After all, they still have to deal with these demons who are arguing about their rights to the prey, and their conflict is escalating. The protagonist suggests distributing the targets, taking the red demon for himself, and Code Zero can take the blue demon for himself, and she readily agrees, determined to crush her enemies. And then the guy says they're finally going to start the action. Let's go. And there was already a fiery aura in his background. And the scene switches to a shot from the battlefield. Then we saw a man fly out of one building at great speed and crash into another. It was the protagonist who had difficulty admitting his opponent's superiority, expecting such power from a demon. Akira's condition raises serious concerns about his fate in this battle. And then the red demon arrived. Red, with a predatory smile, suggests starting a real battle without any restrictions. The protagonist readily accepts the challenge, which is set for a brutal game. Soo-hyuk is pleased with the situation, activating the boost to his combat stats. The system confirms a 5-point increase in strength after applying the boost. And then the main character flew out of the wreckage at great speed and rushed towards the demon. The guy notes the demon's confidence in close combat by his stable stance. He doesn't even try to dodge. This is alarming. The blue demon faces an unexpected dilemma in the midst of a tense battle. And the protagonist is also prepared for close combat, demonstrating his own confidence. And he struck hard at the standing demon, who was no longer so cool. After all, from such a strong blow, the red bastard flew back 10 meters. Soo-hyuk uses the first form of the Emperor's martial arts skill to attack. The demon is shocked by such power. And then another crushing attack falls on the enemy with maximum striking force. The protagonist's palm was red hot from the seething energy, and he pressed it forcefully into the demon, trying to melt its head. The attack hits its target with incredible precision and devastating effect. The intermediate technique crushes internal organs while leaving the outer shell intact. And then he decides it's time to finish, and throws a bunch of different strong punches from different sides. Suddenly his fist grabs the demon's palm, and this greatly shocks Soo-hyuk. The demon, enraged, shouts threats at his human opponent. He's decided to end this show. And Red parried the main character's blow, counterattacking with a strong blow straight to the chest. And now it was the main character's turn to fly tens of meters away from the powerful blow. But he managed to stay on his feet. The boy bent over from the blow and realized that rapid regeneration allowed the demon to instantly recover and counterattack. The enemy's regeneration speed is estimated to take approximately 10 seconds to fully recover. The guy hopes to neutralize the demon before its regeneration is complete in order to win. The demon mockingly asks if his opponent has run out of steam in the heat of battle. He announces his intention to personally devour the defeated enemy, and the demonic bastard launched his clawed hand towards the main character. The guy was shocked by such a sudden movement. Soo-hyuk uses a modified version of the Emperor's martial arts skill, the second form. The dragon claw technique transforms into a grasping hand, and as soon as this happened, the main character tried to attack the demonic bastard. The demon begins a mocking remark, but abruptly cuts himself off at the sight of the attack. The guy calmly says that this is only the initial stage of their confrontation, and he hits the demon with such force that half of his body immediately disappears. The red demon shouted an insult at his opponent in rage and flew away. He realizes with horror that both his arms are instantly paralyzed by Soo-hyuk's attack. The enemy's goal becomes clear: to sever all his limbs to completely immobilize him. The demon recognizes the opponent's unique abilities and extensive combat experience. He understands the impossibility of close combat and regenerates. And then he began to analyze the enemy's strange technique. This ability was completely different from any known systemic skills. The main character thought that he should have cut off the demon's wings first, but he just licked his lips. Suddenly, the demon finds his opponent even more attractive to devour. His laughter reflects his growing excitement at the unexpected turn of the battle. The demon unleashed massive beams of demonic energy at the main character, but the main character immediately dodged with lightning speed. Soo-hyuk notices the demon's shift to ranged combat tactics. The guy decides to take advantage of the moment to test his own new martial art. But all the demon's rays were still directed at the main character. Soo-hyuk demonstrates the third form of the Emperor's martial arts skill in battle, The pond dragon's hand strikes the enemy with renewed strength and technique, and it covered the demon along with his equipment. And the main character managed to repel all these red demonic aura rays. The guy confirms receiving the enemy's attack and prepares for a counteraction. Now he intends to return the blow with double the power and accuracy. The demon cannot believe what is happening, furiously cursing his opponent. And then there was just an explosion in the sky above the main character's head. And as soon as the smoke cleared, the demon was visible, which was very badly damaged after such a strong explosion. The man once again activates the third form of the Emperor martial arts skill. The Cloud Dragon's hand in a modified version comes down on the enemy, and from the side it was indeed visible. The attack was in the shape of a lightning dragon's head. The demon curses the system and his opponent in a fit of impotent rage. His anger reaches its peak, resulting in an uncontrollable explosion of emotions. The demon's repeated cry reflects a complete loss of composure in combat, and the demon began to break through the protagonist's dragon beam. Soo-hyuk watches in surprise as the demon breaks through the seemingly insurmountable defense, and a moment later, the demon managed to reach and deliver a slashing blow to the main character. Blood gushed from the protagonist's body after such a blow. But that wasn't all. The main character realized that he had to look ahead. The demon grabbed the main character by the throat, and the guy was shocked by yet another quick recovery of his opponent. And while he was in shock from this, the demon's hand on his neck squeezed tighter and tighter, and they soared into the air together. The red demon was very happy, because he finally captured a strong man in a tense fight. Soo-hyuk regretfully admits his carelessness at a critical moment in the battle. He hopes his next move will be effective against the powerful demon. The pinpoint strike hits the demon's vital nerve centers with precision. The demon watches his opponent's unusual actions with bewilderment, and while the demon was in shock, the protagonist dealt even more blows to the nerve points. And now, the red one just spat out his red liquid. The guy hit the demonic vein and the death point at the same time in the attack. This caused only temporary paralysis, requiring the immediate finishing off of the enemy. Soo-hyuk activates the first form of the Emperor martial arts skill again. Soo-hyuk used a modified piercing palm technique in the decisive attack. The overlapping palms technique unleashed a series of crushing blows on the enemy. Soo-hyuk vowed to continue the attack until the enemy's insides were destroyed. The red demon acknowledged his opponent's incredible persistence with irritation. And after that, there was a huge explosion of energy at the site of the battle. The shockwave of energy covered even the main character. And after everything became quiet, pieces of the red demon's body fell to the ground. The guy still couldn't calm down because he felt something even through the suit. And looking at the ground, he was shocked. Even pieces of the demon were still trying to regenerate. He thought, what should I do? The enemy just won't give in. What a stubborn idiot. Meanwhile, behind the protagonist stood a female ninja. Akira suddenly used the fire fan ninja technique at a critical moment in the battle, and all the demon fragments were immediately burned away. Soo-hyuk expressed surprise at seeing the ninja fighting instead of recuperating. Akira explained her choice by the need to prevent the demon's revival. Soo-hyuk's attention shifted to more important events elsewhere in the battle. There, the girl Nephalano, or Code Zero, was punching the blue demon with all her might, and at great speed. The man noticed the approaching end of the battle in the neighboring area. Akira calmly confirmed Soo-hyuk's observations about the end of the confrontation. And now, in the middle of the battlefield, stood a girl in a white suit with scuffs on her suit and blood on her fists. It became finally clear that the battle with the demons had come to an end. Following these events, the world became immersed in discussions of the news of the demons' defeat in Japan. Naturally, attention shifted to the exploits of the awakened fighters. The authorities expressed condolences to the families of the fallen civilians and soldiers. Akira addressed the public. Special thanks were given to Nameless and Code Zero for their assistance. The people rejoiced, chanting the names of the heroes who saved humanity from peril. Victory belonged not to individuals or nations, but to all of humanity. This fact became the main outcome of the dramatic events that had taken place. Akira expressed deep gratitude to the Nameless One for saving his homeland. The ninja acknowledged her enormous debt to the hero for his assistance. Soo-hyuk modestly replied that he had acted as anyone in his position would have done. The man then announced his intention to leave the scene of the battle. Akira vowed to repay the help no matter what, and she looked up at the sky. in which one could already hear the helicopter blades spinning and how a sudden pain pierced the main character's entire body with a spasm. After the fight, a wave of pain washed over Gigi. Nefalano asked if he was okay. His shoulder must be incredibly painful. However, something else was causing the protagonist even more intense suffering. Nefalano asked what it was. He was saddened by the missed opportunity to collect demonic hearts for upgrades. The main character desperately needed these hearts to develop his spellcasting skills. How could he forget about it? The scene shifted to the Korea Awakened Association for important negotiations. Soo-hyuk was given a huge sum of 60 billion won. Vice showed it to him. Confirmation of the funds transfer appeared on the bank terminal. The couple were shocked. This money formed part of the Japanese payments as a token of gratitude to Korea. Nefalano was also to receive 30 billion won for her contribution. The difference in amounts was explained by the different fame of the two heroes. The girl was delighted at the opportunity to repay her debt to the protagonist and help create the guild. Soo-hyuk refused to accept the money, considering the help a selfless act. The man insisted that the ninja use the funds for his training. The vice president suggested that both heroes take specially prepared devices. The guy looked at the phones of unknown purpose that were handed to him with surprise. It turned out that these devices had unusual technical characteristics. The phones contained a special module for global satellite communications around the world. They were prepared in case of possible emergency situations while traveling. The vice president assured the heroes that there were no tracking devices on their phones. Soo-hyuk expressed confidence in the vice president and accepted useful devices. He will immediately begin using it as his primary phone. Meanwhile, Soo-hyuk's father was looking at his phone and took off his glasses to see his phone better. The man double-checked the incredible size of the money transfer he had received. A confirmation of the 60 billion won transfer appeared on the screen. His mother could hardly believe the enormous sum of money she'd received. Soo-hyuk confirmed the amount and announced plans to move to a beautiful new home. The hero's sister was delighted with the unexpected news about the upcoming move. The parents looked with amazement at the luxurious house offered by their son. They didn't believe that they could live in such a house, and the father asked if the main character was sure about this. The father assured the mother that she had made the right choice and suggested that she take a closer look at the house. Suddenly his phone vibrated, and the guy couldn't ignore it. He asked who was there, and while he was standing and answering calls, the guy looked at the brick wall. The dragoness reported the discovery of a magician and potions at the specified address for Soo-hyuk. Suddenly, Soo-hyuk felt an urgent need to step away for a while. He asked the parents to inspect the houses themselves and sign the contract. The scene changed. Soo-hyuk and Nefalano checked the navigator to confirm the correct location. The building's architecture struck them both as extremely unusual and strange. It was strange how it had appeared in a place like Korea. Nefalano became curious about why one of the most powerful mages lived in such a secluded place. The protagonist suggested that the mage might have been a social outcast for some reason, and the main character immediately pressed some button. Suddenly, a strange ringtone sounded with a phrase about time and money. The absurd ringtone perplexed both arriving guests. The insistent repetition of the phrase continued to echo in the silence. The electronic system indicated the need to confirm the identity of visitors. The robot required identification to complete the procedure. The verification process has been successfully completed, with the verification of Soo-hyuk's data. The system granted them permission to enter the mysterious building, and Nefalano immediately stepped forward. The interior space turned out to be completely empty and lifeless. When suddenly, some kind of mecha robot leg crawled out from behind the door, the electronic guide offered to accompany the guests around the premises, and then he brought it into his research sensor. And as they walked, the unknown magician loudly expressed his admiration for the punctuality of the guests. A magician named Afilkane introduced himself and greeted his visitors. He immediately turned to Nefalano because he recognized her, but for a second something confused him. He thought and looked closely at the girl. The experienced mage immediately discerned the draconic nature of his new apprentice. The draconian's visit to learn magic came as a surprise to the mage. Afilkane's ability to instantly recognize a person's true nature amazed Soo-hyuk. The mage correctly identified Soo-hyuk as the guardian of the dragonid Nefalano. The main character shook his hand and said they would like to work with him. Afilkane declared his warm welcome to all who are willing to pay for tuition. The tuition cost 10 billion won for the full course in magic. The kids were shocked. The goblin did not consider the amount he asked for excessive for the services of a high-level mage. Afilkane emphasized the rarity and value of his magical teachings. Soo-hyuk was still in shock. The mage confidently promised to teach 20 different spells. The training was to be sequential, step by step. Soo-hyuk saw this investment as developing the guild's future key talent. The young man asked if the training would continue until he mastered the system. Afilkane assured him of his professional approach and adherence to agreements. Soo-hyuk was satisfied with the arrangements regarding Nephilano's training, and the scene shifted to Soo-hyuk's old house. He lay on his bed, relieved that the girl's training was resolved. After moving in, he would need to create a special training room. The cost of one potion at 10 billion was still surprising. According to Afilkane's description, this potion was of the level of a legendary elixir. The potion's unique feature was its direct enhancement of the body's magical power. Its consumption instantly increased the drinker's internal energy. Soo-hyuk decided that the potential benefit far outweighed the cost, and as soon as he drank the potion, his eyes widened with new feelings. After all, his body was now literally glowing with a bright cosmic light throughout the entire room. Soo-hyuk felt a powerful surge of energy inside his body after drinking the potion. The energy passed through all 8 meridians and channels, increasing in strength with each second. Energy literally rushed even through his veins, glowing more and more with each passing second. As expected, an incredible amount of power filled every cell of his body, and as soon as he opened his eyes filled with energy, the system confirmed his mastery of the body chi, unity technique called Kangi. The guy realized that he had finally reached a realm of harmony in his development. However, this level was not enough to resist strong demons. He needed to reach the next stage of development for future battles. The legendary resonance sphere remained the next goal of his training. This level was considered the pinnacle of martial arts mastery. In his past life, he had never achieved this enlightened state. Now, however, Soo-hyuk believed in the possibility of achieving a previously impossible level. Meanwhile, in another beautiful place, representatives of the guilds discussed the news about the creation of the Nameless Guild. Yo Hyun-suk of the Baekdusan Guild expressed confusion about the purpose of the meeting with Lee Jae-woong. The rank 12 awakened one openly expressed displeasure at being summoned to the meeting. Lee Jae-woong of the Chedonghae Guild introduced himself and tried to ease the tension. Pak Mugi of the Imugi Guild suggested that they stop arguing and enjoy the food. Lee Jae-woong noted the Nameless One's recent excessive strengthening. The creation of a new guild would inevitably weaken the influence of the 3 great guilds. Yo Hyun-suk demanded concrete proposals instead of empty talk about the problem. Lee Jae-woong suggested that they first prove their common interests before discussing. And then the cup of drink returned to the table with a bang. Yo Hyun-suk considered the meeting a waste of time and refused to continue negotiations. He abruptly rose to leave the meeting, despite attempts to stop him. And before leaving, the representative of Baekdusan declared that the guild's position would be maintained regardless of the outcome. But the drink still poured into the cups. Lee Jae-woong and Park Mugi continued their discussions, deciding to work together. The 2 guild leaders formed an unspoken alliance to counter the shared threat. Meanwhile, Soo-hyuk was practicing the most complex technique of moving on the surface of the water. He sucked in water with force. Walking on water was only possible for masters who had reached the sphere of harmony. To surpass the level of one's previous life, continuous training was required. Constant improvement remained the only path to the pinnacle of mastery. Suddenly, a beep-beep sound distracted the protagonist from his harmony. He opened his phone and saw that the news of the upcoming creation of the guild had quickly spread throughout the world. Vice President Oh Shin-woo contacted Soo-hyuk with an urgent matter. He confirmed his willingness to listen to the awakened association's concerns. Oh Shin-woo reported an unexpected summons from a renowned master. But first, the vice president needed to hear the protagonist's opinion. He told the MC that Baek Muhak had officially requested a duel for the title of the strongest in Korea. The guy was shocked by this news. The fight was supposed to finally determine the country's #1. Soo-hyuk accepted the challenge without hesitation. interested in testing his strength. He asked for details about the time and place of the upcoming duel. And then the scene moved to another luxurious mansion. There were two gray-haired men standing in the office. The subordinate confirmed receipt of the letter from the Chonwei Guild for his master. He said that the Imugi Guild had agreed to cooperate, but Baekdu-san had withdrawn from the agreement. The man expressed his intention to replace Baekdu-san in the top 3 guilds. This was Baekmuhak, a rank 13, awakened from the World 8. He admitted that he had allowed other guilds to operate with impunity for too long. Baek Chemun assumed that Nameless would accept the challenge because of his character. Baekmuhak admitted that his opponent is no ordinary rival. And the subordinate said that the rumors in the clan claimed that Nameless had surpassed Baekmuhak himself. Baekmuhak reacted with mockery to such bold statements among the clan. Baek Chemun assured them that such fools no longer remained in their organization. Baekmuhak praised his subordinate's loyalty and competence. Baek Chemun recalled Vladimir's warning not to touch the Nameless one. Baekmuhak reacted with anger to the mention of Vladimir's name. He admitted his one defeat, but claimed to have surpassed even the World 8. Yes, he may not be quite as young as they are, but how dare they say such things? But Baekmuhak stressed the need to address the threat before it is too late. Baek Chemun swore to do everything exactly as his master wished. Soon, someone knocked on the door, and a young guy burst in on them, ran to Baek Chemun and whispered something in his ear. And the subordinate said that confirmation had finally arrived that the Nameless one had accepted the challenge to a duel. Baekmuhak smiled with all his teeth, and he stated that the long-awaited moment to begin action had arrived. And the scene shifted back to the guild leader's room. Someone in the room lost their temper, characterizing their opponent in an extremely negative light. The conversation turned to a discussion of specific plans regarding the Nameless one. A radical proposal was made to eliminate an inconvenient rival. The idea of physical elimination provoked a shocked reaction among those gathered. The natural question arose about who could carry out such a dangerous mission. It turned out that the right person had already completed his seclusion and training. And as soon as the pirate realized what he meant, he was stunned. The name of Baekmuhaka caused a new wave of amazement among the participants in the conversation. The scene changed. People across the city were eagerly discussing the upcoming clash of titans. The entire nation eagerly awaited the battle between the two strongest Korean elites. The limousine carrying the main character and his deputy was driving down the road at that moment. Yellow explained to the main character that the winner of this fight would receive 500 billion won on the spot. Even the loser could count on 250 billion. This huge sum made hunting in portals insignificant for Soo-hyuk in comparison. But in the end, Soo-hyuk said that the amount meant nothing to him. The man was absolutely confident in his impending victory over his opponent. Suddenly the car braked sharply, and with a screech of tires, finally came to a stop. The guy immediately looked out of it and stepped out into the glow of the evening sky. It was the main character, wearing his mask again. He got out of the car in his usual outfit. His assistant reported that everything was ready, and they could start moving to the battle site. There was an interesting atmosphere in the arena. And looking at it, the main character finally gave his consent. The scene changed. The host announced the start of the long-awaited moment for all spectators. The match between Baekmuhak and Nameless was the most anticipated event. Baekmuhak was presented as the undisputed #1 in Korea from the World 8. The Nameless one was announced as a rising newcomer who had reached the 2nd rank in record time. No one could predict who would win this epic confrontation. The spectator admitted that this battle made his blood boil with excitement. In the arena, Baekmuhak smirked that Nameless clearly did not consider him a serious threat. He mocked the cheap mask his opponent wore in the arena. Soo-hyuk parried that it was not yet time to reveal his true identity. Baekmuhak was skeptical that everything would go according to young Soo-hyuk's plan. The guy calmly replied that they would soon find out the answer to that question. The referee signaled the start of the match, and the fight officially began. The main character immediately began to move, pushing off the ground so that he tore up the landscape beneath him. He rushed straight towards his opponent. Baekmuhak commented on his opponent's first attack as a bold move. Soo-hyuk responded by asking if his opponent was always so talkative. His strike was already at the ready. But Baek was no slouch either, and had already prepared his hands to block the blow. The force of the blow caused the ground beneath them to crack. The shockwave also reached the stands, ruining everyone's hairstyles and knocking wigs off the spectators' heads. Now the old warrior opposite the main character was full of energy. His eyes were shining. He immediately made his move, striking with such force that shock waves emanated from his fist, but the hero managed to dodge. The next blow was just as powerful, but the hero managed to dodge again. Then the back manhwa decided to strike from top to bottom, but the hero managed to jump at the last moment. He then landed somewhere nearby, noticing that the blow had left a hole in the ground, like a small meteorite had struck it. The guy managed to dodge all the attacks, realizing that it was dangerously close. Back manhwa asked sarcastically where all the initial bravado had gone. He sarcastically suggested that his opponent was already preparing to flee the battlefield. The man activated his energy attacks and confidently declared that they were just beginning their real fight. The guy immediately noticed them. He had to do something. The attack was very powerful, and the only thing he managed to do was activate a barrier so that the attack would not kill him. It couldn't break through the shield, but it was clear how powerful it was. The ground near the shield was destroyed. The guy blocked the blow with his protective chi, but he knew it wouldn't last long. Back manhwa shouted that his opponent was better than he had expected. He was about to demonstrate his famous thunder attack. The guy managed to dodge all the attacks, realizing that it was dangerously close, and already in the air, challenged Soo-hyuk to try out his technique and see if he could withstand it. But Gigi immediately jumped up sharply, and the blow did not hit him, but rather an empty spot on the ground, literally blowing it up. Back manhwa stood in shock. No one had ever recovered from that blow before. The guy noted with irritation that his opponent was using his speed again. He admitted that his opponent was indeed very fast, but that wasn't all. Soo-hyuk declared that he could easily read all of his enemy's movements. He decided to counter his opponent's speed with his own speed. Back manhwa approvingly noted that now the fight was getting more interesting. The man promised that this time he would hit his target accurately and struck the approaching protagonist. In a moment, his fist was already a few centimeters from Soo-hyuk's face. He wanted to break his mask and his face, but his blow again hit empty space, where only the remnants of the blue aura remained. The old man's eyes widened at this sight. Back manhwa expressed complete bewilderment at what had happened in the arena, and at that moment, the main character was already at his side, preparing to strike. Soo-hyuk confidently declared that from now on, his opponent would not even touch his sleeve. He thrust his hand forward, activating more and more of his energy. The guy used the martial arts emperor's skill called piercing palm. Back manhwa shouted in rage after receiving an unexpected blow from his opponent. There was a huge explosion of blue energy that covered the entire arena and the spectators in the stands. Back manhwa was immediately thrown back a couple of dozen meters, coughing from the force of the blow to his body. Strawberry jam was dripping everywhere. Blood flowed from his mouth, and the man realized that he had been careless at the decisive moment of the fight. He was sure he had hit his opponent, but it turned out to be just an illusion. Soo-hyuk noted that such a mistake was unforgivable for a fighter of his level. The guy was surprised that a reduced version of the technique had caused such damage. Back manhwa stood up and admitted that he had indeed underestimated the skills of his young opponent, but his feet immediately kicked the ground beneath him, and he rushed forward. Now the old master was going to show some really serious fighting technique. His energy spread everywhere and affected the soul of everyone within the battlefield. Soo-hyuk felt it too, and finally understood what it reminded him of. Back manhwa's technique was strikingly similar to the ancient art of Thunderwind. Its origins dated back 200 years to events on the continent of Hwang. This martial art once belonged to the greatest master of the era. A logical question arose as to how Back manhwa could have mastered this technique. The old man immediately directed a wave of aura at him and reminded him that now was not the time for such thoughts, and immediately sent a deadly charge of energy along this wave. A second later, the attack was already in front of the main character's face, but he managed to dodge it. Then a second, more powerful attack followed, and he avoided that one too. Then he had to jump very high to avoid the third attack and not lose his legs. A mocking remark was made that Soo-hyuk was only thinking about dodging, but the main character was only thinking that the enemy's power really resembled the divine art of wind and thunder. However, it was only a superficial resemblance in appearance. The technique was a pale shadow of the legacy of the demon emperor of wind and thunder. The hero struck the old man with force. In the stands, the spectators were surprised to see an equal fight in the arena. The nameless man was in no way inferior to the famous Baek Muhak in this fight. Preparing for a new attack, Soo-hyuk noticed that his opponent was not allowing him to create the necessary distance. Therefore, he decided to neutralize the attack itself in order to change the course of the battle. He took a stance and began to twist the chakra from the air, creating a Rasengan in his hands. The experienced fighter shouted that random movements would not help the novice. But Soo-hyuk remembered that by colliding strong chi with other strong chi, natural energy could be pushed out. This process creates a special vacuum state between opponents. Such an impact would be enough to break through the opponent's defense, and his attack hit the aura of the panicked Baek Muhak quite hard. The technique rebounded and struck the rose again, hitting every spectator of the fight. The old man stood in shock, not understanding where the main character got these powers and knowledge. Then, in response, the old man suggested trying a completely different approach to the fight. Baek Muhak decided to demonstrate the true power of his direct lineage. The wind count technique became the next formidable weapon in his arsenal, and a tornado-like spinning blow flew straight at the main character. Without wasting a second, Baek Muhak immediately clapped his hands together loudly, creating a shockwave. He directed it forward, straight at the old man's attack, dispelling it with his aura. The old master was shocked by how the main character had deflected his technique, the remnants of which were still moving his hair. He noted with surprise that even this attack had been blocked so easily. Soo-hyuk asked if this was really his opponent's strongest technique. Baek Muhak ordered him not to get cocky after blocking just a few attacks, and he noted to himself that the newcomer must have spent a lot of energy on defense. This time, Baek Muhak was absolutely confident of his final victory over his opponent, and so he activated even more energy and rushed forward. Well, his blow again hid an illusion. Gigi was already behind him and reminded him that his opponent couldn't even touch his sleeve now. He told him that strength is useless without proper application, regardless of its scale. Baek Muhak watched in amazement as Soo-hyuk maintained his speed. Apparently, he still had a lot of energy left. And at that moment, while the old master was thinking, the main character ran up to him and struck him with incredible force, pushing him away. He pushed him so hard that from a distance it looked like the old man had turned into a comet. He flew into the wall, and when the dust finally settled, cracks in the wall and Baek Muhak's worn clothes were visible. The thought of losing to such a novice enraged the experienced fighter. Despite intensive training in seclusion, he was not happy with the result. The audience began to discuss the possibility of Baek Muhak's defeat in the fight. The pressure on the fighter increased with every passing minute, revealing his age-related weaknesses. He was greatly annoyed by the situation and his own imperfections. He stood up, shouting his name with growing fury and disappointment. His repeated shout reflected a complete loss of composure at a critical moment. And so Baek Muhak entered his strongest, most insane, most furious phase. His energy turned yellow and rushed in all directions. A single breath from him created a shock wave that destroyed the ground beneath him. And above the arena rose not just dust, but a huge tornado of his yellow, furious energy. He approached the main character, and now they just looked into each other's eyes. Finally, the old master stood in a fighting stance, ready to destroy the young man who dared to fight him once and for all. Soo-hyuk commented on his opponent's transition to full-scale use of force. Baek Muhak swore to destroy his rival for forcing him to reveal his potential, and immediately rushed forward, leaving only a shadow behind him. In a second, he covered a distance of several dozen meters and was already a couple of centimeters away from the main character. Without waiting for consent, Baek Muhak delivered a crushing blow with his iron fist. Soo-hyuk immediately noticed the increased speed and power of his opponent's attacks. He almost met the blow with his fist, but at the last moment managed to put his arm up to defend himself. Even so, the old master's blow was so powerful that it threw the hero back a couple of meters. But the hero was unable to defend himself completely, and a huge crack already adorned his mask. He looked at it and couldn't understand when the old warrior had managed to do it. While he was examining the damage, he didn't notice how he got caught up in the old bastard's huge whirlwind of techniques. Backmuhak said that now the guy had no room for retreat or maneuver. His aura became dark. Backmuhak shouted for the immediate death of his opponent in the arena, and all that dark energy began to swirl around the hero and gradually tighten. Being inside this technique, Gigi started the technique and noticed that this time the fighter was really putting in all his effort. Soo-hyuk decided to respond to his opponent with equal seriousness and strength. The guy activated the martial arts Emperor skill for a decisive blow. The Tai Chi counterattack palm technique became his next powerful move. Backmuhak's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He knew what this technique could do to him, and the main character had already finished preparing for it and promised to return all the energy he had received exactly as it had come. Soo-hyuk combined the thunder attack and the wind count technique into one. The guy was going to return this combined attack back to its owner. He intended to return the enhanced technique in its original form. The old man tried to block this attack, but it broke through and still burned him, and the protagonist continued to direct his energy purposefully. A logical question arose about the true identity of the mysterious fighter. No one expected that it would be Backmuhak who would find himself in such a position. And then energy pierced the experienced fighter's entire body. It was as if he had been shot with a shotgun. The spectators watched in amazement as Backmuhak received a serious blow. He immediately lost all his aura and fell to the ground, sprawled out like a rag doll. The counterattack used his own technique against him. The defeated opponent lay motionless on the surface of the arena. The main character approached him. Backmuhak looked at him and struggled to comprehend that his own technique had been used against him. His body was still lying motionless after the crushing blow. But suddenly the main character noticed something. A system loop was discovered that explained the oddities in Thunderwind's technique. The art was used through the system, and not through actual combat skills. Now the end of the fight was inevitable for both participants, and the main character firmly grabbed this loop and completely tore it out of Backmuhak's body. The victory of the Nameless One over Backmuhak of the World 8 was officially announced. The Nameless One is now #1 in Korea, according to the results of the fight. The internet immediately began discussing how the Nameless One had surpassed a member of the World 8 in combat. Viewers argued about whether Backmuhak had really been inferior in the battle. After the end of the match of the century, no one doubted Nameless's strength anymore. The consequences of the fight turned out to be more significant than initially expected. Now they will have trillions of won to buy everything they need. He was so happy that people started pointing fingers at him. Preparations began for the next stage after the resounding victory. The scene abruptly switched to a restaurant. Inside, the guild leaders were sitting again, drinking tea and eating all kinds of delicacies, engaged in conversation. The pirate stated that the entire original plan had completely fallen apart after the unexpected outcome. His aristocratic interlocutor was immediately puzzled as to how such a situation could have happened at all. Everyone was discussing the defeat of the great Backmuhak by a newcomer in the arena. They were furious. The pirate confirmed that what happened was exactly what the audience saw. But the Nameless One was no longer considered a newcomer after this resounding victory. He also said that rumors had spread about Backmuhak losing his abilities after the fight. And then the aristocrat was surprised. Was he talking about the Nameless One's ability to destroy fighters' systems? But this information could only be verified through personal observation. It was impossible to confirm or refute this information without visual evidence. The best solution would be to completely avoid confrontation with the Nameless One. The situation was becoming increasingly confusing and difficult to analyze. But then the door suddenly opened. The negotiators immediately froze in surprise when they saw the guy's hand, because they were afraid of being overheard during such conversations. The unexpected appearance of Backmuhak caused general surprise among those gathered. He explained that his visit was necessary to discuss important issues together. Those present demanded an explanation for his unexpected visit. His condition aroused certain suspicions among attentive observers. Backmuhak responded harshly to the attempt to block his path to the gathering. He simply grabbed the aristocrat by the throat, and squeezing his neck fiercely, he ordered him never to block his way like that again. The guy did not answer. He only uttered a plaintive apology. His strength remained impressive even after losing his main abilities. Some time passed, and the table was set again. Now Bek-Muhak himself sat at the table and poured himself drinks. He sat at the table and asked a direct question about the purpose of his visit to the guild leaders today. The president of the Emoji Guild correctly guessed his intention to eliminate the Nameless One. Bek-Muhak confirmed the guild leader's insight with his reaction. He assumed that those gathered had already guessed his future plans. An uncertain attempt to find a way to refuse participation followed, but the experienced fighter said that there was no such right. However, Bek-Muhak promised to act cautiously, without reckless actions. The plan was to exploit the target's attachment to his family. Both leaders turned to him in horror. They realized that Bek was prepared to resort to dirty tactics. At that moment, in the large office, the director, the protagonist's father, ended the workday by announcing the end of the meeting. He thanked all the employees for their hard work during the day. The man announced his intention to be the first to leave the workplace. His colleagues tried to persuade him to stay for a drink together. They reminded him that they had originally planned to spend time together. He politely declined, citing the need to get home early to rest. His colleagues noticed that their boss was soon moving into a beautiful new house. The employees mentioned rumors about the fortune his son had recently earned. The boss responded modestly to the compliments from his subordinates. He provided a corporate card to cover the team's dinner expenses. The team warmly thanked their boss for his generous gesture with dinner. They called him the best boss before leaving work. And he left. Receiving recognition from his colleagues thanks to his son evoked pleasant feelings. This feeling was indeed quite pleasant for the happy father. Suddenly, he noticed something. The night sky was shining with particularly bright stars at this evening hour. Such moments should be shared with his family. But suddenly someone approached him from behind, and that someone was now furiously scolding Bek-Muhak for being here. It was the president of the Chunhui Guild, who was angry at the humiliating situation. The plan to kidnap a simple civilian caused him to protest internally. Revealing this plan would make it impossible to return to his former life. He was particularly frightened by the possible reaction of the chairman of the Chunhui group. But what difference did it make whether he died at the hands of his grandfather or Bek? The only way out was to complete this task well. And as soon as the aristocrat pulled on his gloves, someone's robotic leg appeared in front of him. The guy looked at the bloody and dirty robot and asked, "Who is this anyway?" The unexpected appearance of Code Zero shocked him. The girl angrily condemned the persecution of Soo-hyuk's family without hesitation. She promised to spare his life at the request of the association's vice president. In return, she was going to make his future life a living hell. At that moment, Soo-hyuk's father heard a strange sound and began to wonder where it was coming from. Turning around and seeing nothing, he decided that perhaps she had just imagined it in the silence of the night. The scene changed. Soo-hyuk's younger sister happily said goodbye to her colleagues after work. She was just dreaming of returning home soon to relax after a shower. An ominous laugh rang out from the darkness as she walked down the deserted street. The sinister voice of Bek-Muhak informed her that he had been waiting for her to appear in this place for a long time. The girl fearfully assumed that she had encountered a mentally ill person. The attacker threatened to break all her limbs if she tried to run away. He advised her to blame her brother, known as Nameless, for what was happening. The frightened girl tried to understand the reason for the attack in the dark alley. Suddenly, someone approached her from behind. Soo-hyuk suddenly appeared and ordered his sister to stay behind him. The girl asked in amazement how her brother had appeared there at the right moment. The attacker confirmed that Soo-hyuk had anticipated his movements as usual. The girl recognized the attacker as Bek-Muhak from her brother's previous fight. Bek-Muhak blamed Soo-hyuk for completely destroying his entire fortune. Now he swore to destroy everything that was dear to Soo-hyuk himself, without exception. In a couple of seconds, the guy analyzed him and realized that his inner strength remained significant even after losing his system. Soo-hyuk activated the third form of the Cloud Dragon Hand for a counterattack. Bek-Muhak watched in surprise as he witnessed a technique he was unfamiliar with. Soo-hyuk angrily asked how his opponent dared to touch his family and slammed his hand down. At that moment, the old, experienced fighter's hand clenched completely, and he began to scream in pain. The main character promised that today, Baek Muhak would experience true hell on earth. And the scene flew out of that dirty alley. And then it changed abruptly. Someone was already opening their eyes and was recovering from the blow. Before him was a red landscape. It was Baek Muhak, who found himself tied to a tree in an incomprehensible situation. He realized with horror that he was in an unfamiliar place. The guy looked at his hostage and realized that he had regained consciousness. Then the former leader of the Korean warriors asked about further plans regarding the captured enemy. Soo-hyuk replied that he was just going to clean up the mess. Baek Muhak, in despair, called his captor crazy with fear. He begged him to stop, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Soo-hyuk noted that the prisoner still did not realize his situation. He coldly informed him that Baek Muhak would not leave this place alive. The final sentence sounded like a judge's final verdict, and while the experienced master was being bitten by dogs, the main character simply turned around and walked away. The system notified him of a level increase after eliminating the enemy. Soo-hyuk noted ironically that murders also count toward leveling up. At that moment, a message from the Association of the Awakened appeared. The scene shifted there. In the room, 4 people stood and watched as the aristocrat simply moaned and did not reveal any information. The guy begged for death, preferring it to his ongoing torment. And then the vice president asked what exactly Nefalano's agents had done to the captured enemy. They explained that they had caused enough pain to make him wish for death. But the man who entered the room said that the incident involving the kidnapping of civilians had been completely resolved. The pirate commented with condemnation on the very fact of the kidnapping at such a time. President Park Mugi received thanks for minimizing the possible damage. The pirate said that before his death, he would only think about the survival of his guild at any cost. The aristocrat immediately called the man standing before him a traitor. The pirate was on the side of the main character, and yet the vice president inquired about the current location of the absent Baek Muhak. They explained that Soo-hyuk was personally dealing with this issue at the moment. They asked for mercy, but did not know the outcome of the negotiations. Apologies were offered for the possible consequences of this difficult situation. Everyone turned toward the voice, and immediately everyone knew that Baek Muhak would never return. The main character returned to base. Everyone looked at him with open faces. It was unclear whether it was because he had returned so quickly or because he had killed Baek Muhak. Soo-hyuk learned about his mother's rescue from President Park Mugi himself. Park Mugi confirmed that he had personally escorted his mother home safely. Soo-hyuk also approached his dragon girl and put his hand on her shoulder. He also thanked Nefalano for helping to protect his family. He also expressed his gratitude for saving his father in that situation. Nefalano replied that protecting Soo-hyuk's family was natural for her. Soo-hyuk promised to treat her to something delicious next time. The vice president was instructed to take care of the aftermath of the incident. Soo-hyuk was invited inside to rest properly after the fight. So he did. Suddenly, the vice president called out to Soo-hyuk to wait just a minute. They almost forgot to tell him one important thing at that moment.